Chapter 47. Slaying the Young Monk Zhu. When the young monk Zhu saw Chen Qun slowly emerging, his astonishment was no less than what he felt moments before towards Chen Qun himself. He had anticipated that someone who could conceal their presence so deeply would surely be a prodigious disciple from a rival sect. Yet he was surprised to learn that this individual was merely an ordinary latest-stage foundation establishment practitioner from Tiandao sect. Not feeling the urgency to strike, Zhu, despite his wounds, regarded the task of dealing with an ordinary cultivator as an effortless feat. He broke the silence, saying, "How did you come to be here? How long have you been hiding?" Chen Qun regarded the blood-soaked young monk and replied, "If you can appear here, why not me? I have been concealed here all along." A smile crested Zhu lips as he stated, "I am genuinely curious how many talented disciples failed to reach this point. Who would have thought that a mere disciple of the Tiandao sect would endure to the end? I must say, your luck is rather commendable." Aware of Zhu's seemingly benign appearance but ruthless nature, Chen Qun responded resolutely, "Luck is but a part of it. What truly matters is strength." Zhu cast a contemptuous glance at Chen Qun, leisurely declaring, "You have a talent for bluster. Soon, I shall send you to the Pure Land, where you can flaunt your strength." Chen Qun's anger flared at the young monk's disdain. He countered, "After such a brutal fight, can you still be so confident in slaying me? What if I were to be the one who defeats you?" Laughing as if he had heard the grandest joke, Jun retorted, "If you doubt my ability to end you, why not test it?" With that, Zhu struck at Chen Qun with his Zen staff. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, Chen Qun immediately unleashed the 8 forms of Sword Dao, enveloping the area in a domain shaped by sword intent, engaging in battle with the young monk. After a series of probing attacks, Zhu recognized Chen Qun's remarkable prowess, but he deemed it insufficient to challenge him. Thus, he resolved to end the encounter swiftly. With a pronounced breath, he spoke a golden character, directing it towards Chen Qun. In response, Chen Qun hastily brandished his flying sword, a magical artifacto, defend himself. Yet, he soon saw another golden character rushing towards him. Knowing he had no choice, he summoned the Tianxiao sword embryo, aiming it at the golden ma. With an explosive impact, the golden ma was shattered under the force of the Tianxiao sword embryo, but swiftly, Chen Qun directed it at Zhu. As the young monk attempted to evade, Chen Qun's sword domain descended, slowing Zhu's movements. He could not avoid the onslaught of the Tianxiao sword. To Chen Qun's astonishment, the Tianxiao sword embryo did not pierce Zhu's body, but merely embedded itself at the tip. The young monk, exerting tremendous force with his arms, thrust the Tianxiao sword embryo back. Looking at the wound inflicted by the Tianxiao sword embryo, Zhu was seething with rage. He unleashed another golden and the ma character, both spiraling towards Chen Qun. Instinctively, Chen Qun raised the Tianxiao sword embryo for defense, but managed to block only the golden as the other ma blasted him backwards several meters. Blood flowed from Chen Qun's mouth as he struggled to rise. Faced with such a formidable technique, a profound fear gripped him. Observing the slowly advancing Zhu, he realized that if he did not fight with all his might, he would undoubtedly be slain. Zhu gazed at the barely standing Chen Qun and remarked, "You possess considerable strength, but it is all over now." With that, Zhu summoned another golden and ma, combining them into a swirling golden sphere hurtling towards Chen Qun. Chen Qun responded, "It is indeed time to end this." Channeling every ounce of spiritual power, he activated the 5 elements yin-yang technique, steadily building the force of the Shumi palm, a powerful energy radiating from him. Sensing this ominous energy, Zhu felt an unsettling premonition. To his shock, he discovered that the 2 golden characters he had launched, under Chen Qun's terrifying aura, had begun to disintegrate into tiny particles of golden energy, which were drawn into Chen Qun's grasp. As this horrifying energy coalesced, Zhu recognized the immediate danger and attempted to retreat, only to find the space around him utterly solidified. He could only watch in despair as Chen Qun delivered a slow and crushing palm strike upon him. Zhu felt his vitality ebbing away, his vision slowly blurring. An elite disciple of the Wanfo Temple, extinguished here. After unleashing this powerful strike, Chen Qun felt as though he were utterly drained, fading into unconsciousness. Just before succumbing, he saw his once black hair now tinged with shades of gray. Chapter 48. Acquiring treasures uncertain of how much time had elapsed. Chen Qun gradually regained consciousness that moment. He could not concern himself with anything else. He hastily retrieved a drop of the legendary Jiuqian Yulong liquid from the golden orb and placed it into his mouth, barely staving off the urge to succumb to unconsciousness once more. The Jiuqian Yulong liquid, renowned as a miraculous elixir, worked wonders, and after approximately 5 hours, Chen Qun had recovered about 70% of his strength. As he slowly rose to his feet, he observed his long hair, now hanging by his cheeks, and turned a dismal gray. Within, he silently lamented his fate. Previously, his lack of cultivation had prevented him from discerning the drawbacks of the Shumi palm and void step. But now that his skills had advanced, the consequences were painfully evident. The sheer audacity of such formidable techniques was indeed a toll on his very life force. Nevertheless, Chen Qun had come to a realization. His 5 elements yin-yang technique was but a fragmented scripture. Only a partial tome would impose such a perilous cost on the practitioner, one that risked their very existence. That he recalled the moment he had condensed his sword embryo, a vague voice echoing in his mind. Seek the true essence of the Chaos Pearl. Restore the Chaos technique. Inherit the legacy. Muttering to himself, Chen Qun pondered, could it be that the 5 elements yin-yang technique I am cultivating is merely an incomplete version of the Chaos technique, with this golden orb representing the Chaos Pearl devoid of its true form? Yet, where could I possibly locate the remaining fragments? However, Chen Qun resolutely vowed never to employ the Shumi palm and void step lightly again. He surmised that should he utilize them even twice more, he would ultimately exhaust his life force. Approaching the lifeless body of the young monk Zhu, he collected his storage bag. Upon inspecting its contents, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. It was as if he could fit an egg within. Inside, apart from an overwhelming quantity of ordinary spirit herbs, spirit stones, and pills, there were a few more precious items. 10 foundation establishment pills, 5 gold condensation pills, 1 purple soul flower, 1 water fairy jade skin flower, 1 Yin spirit flower, and, most notably, a tome titled 10,000 Swords returning to one from the Xianjian sect, belonging to Jian Chun. The 2 most valuable treasures, however, were the ancient Buddhist scriptures belonging to the young monk Zhu, Amitabha's 9 Sons body refinement technique, and Great Luo Brahmin sound incantation. As Chen Qun gazed upon the Amitabha's 9 Sons body refinement technique and Great Luo Brahmin sound incantation, his heart raced with uncontainable excitement, recalling Zhu Yuan's formidable physique and his ability to articulate spells. A wave of yearning washed over him. The Amitabha's 9 Sons body refinement technique was divided into 9 layers, with each advancement fundamentally transforming the practitioner's physical form. It was recorded that upon reaching the 8th layer, one's bodily strength could surpass even that of divine artifacts as for the 9th layer. It existed solely in legend. The Great Luo Brahmin sound incantation comprised 8 layers, with each elevation allowing the practitioner to utter a golden syllable. Om. Mo, Ni, Be, Mi, Haim, Vun. The first 7 layers corresponded to 7 syllables, while the 8th layer unified them into one. It was said that this unification could suppress entities of the celestial emperor level, though it required an extraordinarily high level of cultivation. At that moment, Chen Qun finally comprehended why Jian Chen's blade had not felled Zhu, and why his sword embryo had failed to pierce the young monk. All of this was attributed to the Amitabha's 9 Sons body refinement technique. Zhu had already cultivated it to the 2nd layer, rendering his body as resilient as steel. Chen Qun resolved, no matter the arduous path ahead, he would strive to master these 2 Buddhist scriptures. After gathering all his spoils, Chen Qun slowly approached the 3 tables that housed the treasures of the Prunlai immortal mansion. Cautiously, he withdrew Zhu Yuan's staff and directed it toward one of the luminous screens atop a table. With a resounding bang, the staff was repelled, catching Chen Qun off guard. Unable to devise a solution, he decided to take a more forceful approach, summoning his sword embryo to cleave at one of the light barriers. However, the instant the sword embryo struck the barrier, it too was sent flying. In that fleeting moment, words appeared upon the wall behind the 3 tables. If you are a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism sect, simply channel the sect's technique and drip your blood upon the restriction. If not, You shall be trapped within this hall." Upon reading these words, Chen Qun nearly succumbed to panic. What was this heavenly mechanism sect? He had never even heard of it, let alone its techniques. Yet he possessed an abundance of ordinary blood. He just wasn't sure if it would suffice. First, he approached Jian Chen's corpse, extracting a drop of blood and placing it upon the luminous screen. But to his dismay, it elicited no response. He then made his way to Jiuan's remains, uttering, "Ba," and deposited another drop of blood onto the screen, yet still no reaction ensued. Desperation mounting, he made a small incision on his hand and dripped his own blood onto the screen. But again, nothing happened. Yes, the words regarding being trapped within the hall echoed in his mind. Chen Qun felt a genuine sense of dread that he could no longer afford to linger over the treasures. Instead, he dashed toward the entrance he had come through. Upon reaching the imposing stone door blocking his exit, he summoned his sword embryo, striking it repeatedly. Exhausted and weary, he found no breach. He then attempted to hack at the surrounding walls. But they too offered no resistance. Am I truly to be trapped here? What if the Pernlai's secret realm closes and I remain unable to escape? Chen Qun lamented despondently as he sat upon the ground, surveying the luminous screens atop the 3 tables that he could not breach and the unyielding walls surrounding him. A sense of helplessness and sorrow washed over Chen Qun. Suddenly, he recalled a similar restriction he had encountered within a mysterious cave, where neither Jiang Shanshan nor Xiao He could enter, and only he had succeeded. With a heart full of trepidation, Chen Qun approached the 3 tables once more. This time, he refrained from employing any weapons. Instead, he slowly extended his hand toward one of the luminous barriers. Upon contact, he felt a surge of resistance. Yet unlike Jian Chun and Zhu, he was not repelled. He could distinctly sense the golden orb within his consciousness radiating a gentle glow toward his palm, allowing his hand to gradually penetrate the barrier and retrieve the first treasure, a manual on crafting mechanical beasts, titled Mechanism Secret Arts, that he then moved to the second luminous screen, extending his palm once more to extract a token inscribed with the words Soul Tablet of the Immortal Mansion. Chen Qun's heart raced with exhilaration. Possessing this token meant he could command the entirety of the Pernlai Immortal Mansion, thereby securing his escape. Finally, he approached the 3rd luminous screen, gazing at the flickering flame suspended within. Once again, he extended his palm, enveloping the flame with his spiritual sense, and drawing it forth. As he scrutinized the small flame dancing atop his palm, a moment of realization struck him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Southern Bright, Heavenly Fire!" Chapter 49. Exiting the Pernlai's secret realm, the Southern Bright, Heavenly Fire is an exceptionally rare and formidable fire seed, possessing immense power and great scarcity. Chen Qun cautiously enveloped the flickering flame within his spiritual sense and placed it into the golden orb, although this small flame had yet to mature. Once it did, whosoever possessed it would wield a terrifying force. In a bid to hasten his escape, Chen Qun took out the token-shaped soul tablet of the Immortal Mansion and sat down to refine it. Time passed gradually, and before long, 5 days had slipped away. Chen Qun exhaled deeply, having finally refined the soul tablet of the Immortal Mansion. Now, he could perceive the entire state of affairs within the mansion through his spiritual sense via the tablet. After countless years of erosion and the persistent explorations and destruction by external cultivators, the restrictions within the Pernlai Immortal Mansion had mostly been dismantled. Chen Qun discovered that only 3 mechanical beasts remained intact within the mansion. As the new master of the Immortal Mansion, he also became the master of the mechanical beasts, and a pang of regret washed over him as he recalled the ones he had slain days prior. Through the soul tablet of the Immortal Mansion, Chen Qun discerned that cultivators were still ceaselessly exploring within. Aside from the ordinary disciples awaiting in the front hall, the talented disciples who had entered were still endeavoring to uncover its mysteries. Even now, outside the stone door of the inner hall, where Chen Qun resided, Feng Qinli and Jiang Yunsheng were devising ways to enter and investigate to prevent further damage to his Pernlai Immortal Mansion at the hands of other cultivators. Chen Qun activated the mansion's restrictions and forcibly teleported all intruding cultivators out. Why are we all out? Where is our senior brother Jian Shen? And what of our senior brother Jin? Why haven't Feng and Daoyan come out? Outside the Pernlai Immortal Mansion, the forcibly teleported individuals wore expressions of confusion. Ordinary disciples incessantly questioned the talented disciples who had ventured within. The talented disciples, however, were equally bewildered. Feng Qianli and Jiang Yunsheng exchanged glances, and Feng Qianli spoke first. Brother Jiang, do you think Jian Shun and Zhu Yuan, along with Dao Yun, are trapped inside, or have they perished? Jiang Yunsheng glanced at Yi Sun and Zhang Fan, both of whom bore grievous wounds, and replied to Feng Qianli, the Prenglai Immortal Mansion is fraught with danger. I fear that our friends may have inadvertently triggered some restriction, and thus met their demise. Thus, it led to the premature closure of the Prenglai Immortal Abode, resulting in all the living cultivators being teleported out. Feng Qianli, with a hint of melancholy in his heart, remarked, Brother Jiang means to say that all the cultivators who did not emerge have perished within? Jiang Yunsheng fell into silence for a moment before responding, perhaps so. However, to ascertain this, we must wait until the closure of the Prenglai secret realm, when we are all forcibly teleported back to that time. Those who do not return will indeed have perished. Upon hearing the conversation between Feng Qianli and Jiang Yunsheng, Jiang Shanshan felt a profound, indescribable emotion stirring within her, murmuring to herself, is he truly dead? At this moment, Chen Qun was incessantly examining everything within the immortal abode through the soul tablet. Ultimately, after surveying the immortal abode, Chen Qun felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Within the Prenglai immortal abode, after countless years of exploration and destruction by disciples from various sects, only an empty shell remained. Apart from 2 purple soul flowers in the peach grove and 3 surviving mechanical beasts. All other slightly valuable items had vanished. Even the inner hall where he currently resided had not been documented as having been explored by many sections, yet the reality was that it had been traversed by many eras of cultivators. Some had perished here, while others had escaped using special secret techniques. Reflecting on this, Chen Qun felt a twinge of fear. Had he not been assisted by the golden orb, he too might have met the same fate as the countless cultivators who had perished here many years prior. In truth, with all the gains he had acquired, Chen Qun felt a sense of contentment, especially since the 3 great treasures of the Prenglai Immortal Abode had found their way into his possession. He could carefully study the mechanisms of the secret technique and the southern bright heavenly fire, but the soul tablet of the Immortal Abode would serve no purpose outside, considering that the Prenglai Immortal Abode was situated within the Prenglai secret realm, and he could not re-enter during his other time. Although the soul tablet could move the Prenglai Immortal Abode, it was only temporary. Furthermore, he could not transport such a vast structure out of the Prenglai secret realm. As Chen Qun contemplated the possibility of taking the Prenglai Immortal Abode with him, a spark of inspiration lit his eyes, and he mused, I wonder if the golden orb can accommodate such a large structure. If it cannot, I shall have to leave it behind. With the audacity to think it, he resolved to act. Thus, Chen Qun activated the restriction above the immortal abode and soared into the air. Using the soul tablet to control the immortal abode, gradually drawing it into the golden orb the moment the immortal abode was absorbed by the golden orb, the ground trembled violently, and all living cultivators within the Prenglai secret realm were forcibly teleported back. A beam of white light enveloped Chen Qun, and just as he was about to be teleported away, another intense tremor shook the ground. The white light surrounding him subtly distorted, and then Chen Qun was also sent away. On the Prenglai Mountain in the East Sea, the elders of various sects who shared amicable relations were gathered in small groups, enjoying wine and discussing profound matters. After all, 3 months is neither long nor short. Yet the wait had become somewhat tiresome. Just as these elders were savoring their leisure, blinding white lights flashed across the sky of Prenglai Mountain, and the surviving disciples of various sects were teleported back. The elders were taken aback, wondering if they had miscalculated the date. It had barely been a little over 2 months, yet everyone had returned. Without further thought, the elders hastily summoned their disciples to account for their casualties. Elder Dao Ci felt a sense of relief, as 8 members of the Tiandao sect had miraculously survived. Zhang Shanshan and Lin Xia scanned the area, yet still failed to spot that familiar figure. Just as Elder Dao Ci completed the tally of the Tiandao sect's disciples and prepared to return to the sect, Elder Xinqing of the Lingyun sect and Elder Zhang Er of the Tianshi sect approached with their disciples. However, only the old Taoist Lining remained behind Zhang Er. Elder Xinqing took the lead, saying, Elder Dao Ci, I have heard that your Tiandao sect has an exceptionally talented masked disciple. I wonder if you might bring him forth for this old man and my friend Zhang Er to meet. Upon hearing the mention of the masked disciple, Yi Sun, Zhang Fan, and the old Taoist Lin Ning all gritted their teeth. Yet this scene did not escape Elder Dao Ci's keen observation. Elder Dao Ci laughed heartily. Elder Xinqing, if you wish to meet our Tiandao sect's prodigious disciple, you shall have to come to our sect and send a formal invitation. Farewell. With that, Elder Dao Ci led the disciples of the Tiandao sect away with a flourish. Elder Xuanqing's face turned ashen with anger. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, only able to huff coldly as he departed with his disciples. Only Elder Zhang Er of the Tianshi sect and Lin Ning remained. Lin Ning turned to Elder Zhang Er and said, We shall take our leave. But there was not a hint of respect in his tone. As Elder Dao Ci walked away, he recalled the expressions of the talented disciples from the Lingyun sect and the Tianshi sect when they heard about the masked disciple. He felt a sense of puzzlement. Who could this masked disciple be? Had he perhaps unearthed the ancestors' graves, inciting such animosity? Chapter 50. Rescuing Shengguan Wuji within the Wan Beast Mountain Range, located south of Tianshui City. Cultivators hunting demonic beasts continued to come and go incessantly, that I in the territory of a fourth-tier demonic beast. A flash of white light appeared, revealing a gray-haired, masked cultivator in midair, none other than Chen Qun, who had been teleported out of the Prunlai secret realm. Chen Qun glanced around, curious about his current location, wondering why he was not at Prunlai Mountain. Just as he was pondering this, two early Foundation establishment cultivators flew over on their swords. Chen Qun hurriedly stopped them and inquired, Might I ask, fellow Taoists, where is this place? The two early Foundation establishment cultivators were momentarily taken aback by the question. However, upon noticing Chen Qun's late Foundation establishment cultivation level, they quickly replied respectfully, This is the Wan Beast Mountain Range, that if you continue north from here, you will reach Tianshui City. Upon hearing this, Chen Qun finally understood his whereabouts. He thanked the two early Foundation establishment cultivators with a respectful gesture. I am grateful to you, fellow Taoists. The two early Foundation establishment cultivators returned the gesture. You are too kind, Taoist friend, farewell. With that, they resumed their flight on their swords. Chen Qun was still puzzled about why he had been teleported to the Wan Beast Mountain Range instead of Prunlai Mountain. Well, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it, that I shall return to my small courtyard and see if there have been any changes, then enter seclusion to digest the treasures I have acquired. With this thought, Chen Qun removed his mask and disguised his cultivation level as peak chi refinement before soaring towards Tianshui City, that I in a dense forest within the Wan Beast Mountain Range, the third elder of the Dahan Kingdom. Shengguan Wuji was sprinting at full speed, accompanied by two chi refinement cultivators. Layer, Moer, I will hold off our formidable foes. You two must flee with all your might and never look back. Shengguan Wuji instructed the two chi refinement cultivators beside him. The chi refinement cultivator named Layer exclaimed anxiously, But, third elder, what will happen to you? Shengguan Wuji replied urgently, You two are the future of our Dahan Kingdom, that I am but an old bone with little to lose. You must escape. None of you shall escape. A lowly warrior dares to compete with me, Li Jun, for the Lantern Heart Grass? You are simply courting death. A late Foundation establishment cultivator appeared before the three of them, coldly declaring that as soon as he finished speaking, two mid-Foundation establishment cultivators emerged behind Shengguan Wuji and the others. Upon seeing this, Shengguan Wuji's face turned ashen, that he indignantly confronted the late Foundation establishment cultivator named Li Jun at the Wanbao Pavilion auction. Anyone can place a bid, that I merely wish to acquire the Lantern Heart Grass to exchange for two Foundation establishment pills for my two juniors. Moreover, I have already offered the Lantern Heart Grass to you. So why must you resort to such extreme measures? Li Jun, the late Foundation establishment cultivator, laughed heartily. Had I known this would be the case, I would not have acted so rashly. You publicly humiliated me. Li Jun, and you still wish to leave Tianshui City alive. Such delusions. Tomorrow, I will display your three corpses on the streets of Tianshui City as a warning, to see who else dares to offend me. Li Jun. With that, Li Jun's flying sword lunged toward Shengguan Wuji. Shangwan Wuji hurriedly pushed aside the two chi refinement cultivators beside him, then gathered his earthy inner strength with both hands and hurled it towards the oncoming sword. Drawing on his profound inner strength, he managed to deflect the flying sword that Li Jun, the late Foundation establishment cultivator, remarked in surprise. I did not expect a lowly warrior like you to possess strength comparable to that of a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. However, such strength is still insufficient before me. Then Li Jun executed a sword technique with his hands, and his flying sword surged like a storm, accompanied by an endless roar, charging towards Shangwan Wuji. Shangwan Wuji continued to unleash his earthy inner strength and resistance. However, with a deafening explosion, Shangwan Wuji was sent flying and fell to the ground, continuously spitting blood. The two chi refinement cultivators rushed forward to support the struggling Shangwan Wuji, who was now utterly despondent. He gazed at the two young juniors before him, and his heart filled with bitter sorrow. Just as Li Jun and the two mid-Foundation establishment cultivators were about to strike down Shangwan Wuji and his companions, an incongruous voice rang out. "Oh, if it isn't Elder Shangwan, how leisurely you seem. Are you out here taking a stroll in the Wan Beast Mountain Range?" As the voice faded, Chen Qun ambled over nonchalantly. Initially, Chen Qun had only been flying on his sword for a brief period when he heard the sounds of a struggle nearby. Upon arriving at the scene, he was astonished to find an old acquaintance, Shangwan Wuji, and thus he couldn't resist making a jest. When Shangwan Wuji saw Chen Qun's arrival, it was as if he had grasped a lifeline that he immediately shrugged off the support of the two chi refining stage cultivators at his side. And with a resounding thud, he knelt before Chen Qun, pleading, "I beseech you, immortal, save us, spare the lives of my humble nephew and me." Chen Qun hurriedly helped Shangwan Wuji to his feet, saying, "Did we not agree last time that we are friends? Why do you insist on being so formal, old man? What on earth is going on?" After hearing this, Shangwan Wuji recounted how they had offended Li Jun at the auction house in detail. Once Chen Qun absorbed Shangwan Wuji's tale, he gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. He then strode directly towards the cultivator known as Li Jun, stating, "Since Elder Shangwan has already given you the lampwick grass you bid on, you should show some mercy and depart now. Consider it a favor to me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being harsh with the three of you." Li Jun seemed to hear the greatest joke in the world, bursting into laughter. "You expect me, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, to show deference to a mere perfected chi refining practitioner. You must be able to take it, yet you dare to speak such arrogant nonsense. Since you seek death, do not leave. Stay and accompany them instead." With that, Li Jun unleashed his flying sword directly at Chen Qun. However, rather than the anticipated scene of severed heads and bloodshed, his sword was effortlessly struck down by Chen Qun. Undeterred, Li Jun resorted to hand seals, launching another fierce attack at Chen Qun. Observing the ferocity of his assault, Chen Qun recognized the intent to eliminate him. Thus, he ceased to show mercy that he summoned a sword domain, manifesting from his sword intent, and with the swift strike of the Tianjia sword embryo, he dispatched Li Jun on the spot that in his final moments. Li Jun finally comprehended why that old man had knelt before this young man. It was not that the elder had been rendered foolish, but that the youth before him possessed formidable strength. Yet by then, it was far too late for regrets. Gradually, his entire world faded from view. When the two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators rushed to assist, witnessing Li Jun's swift demise, they promptly turned to flee. However, they found themselves ensnared by Chen Qun's sword domain, rendered completely immobile. Initially, Chen Qun intended to eliminate the pair, but upon observing their helplessness, he grew curious that he paused, keenly studying the two. They were truly lamenting their fate. As if the very air around them had solidified, they were utterly incapable of movement. Observing their expressions, Chen Qun seemed to grasp the reason. It was his elevated spiritual awareness that had intensified the strength of his sword domain. Now, the force he wielded was sufficient to bind mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioners. Having discerned the cause, Chen Qun addressed the two. "You shall not be exterminated entirely. Blame your misfortune for crossing paths with me. Remember, in your next life, do not follow vile individuals into such heinous acts." With that, Chen Qun summoned the Tianjia sword embryo once more, executing both of them on the spot. Subsequently, he collected the storage bags of Li Jun and the two mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Then slowly approached Shangguan Wuji's companions. Shangguan Lei and Shangguan Mo observed Chen Qun's approach. They began to feel apprehensive. They now understood why their elder showed such deference to this young man. His cultivation was indeed unfathomably profound. Chapter 51. Bestowing foundation establishment pills. As Shangguan Wuji watched Chen Qun approach, he quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for your timely intervention, immortal. I, Shangguan, shall forever remember your great kindness." Chen Qun replied, "Elder Shangguan, there is no need for such formality, that we have both traveled from the far western states. Seeing you brings me a sense of familiarity." At that moment, Shangguan Wuji wished to forge a closer bond with Chen Qun. Thus inquired, "May I ask which family in the Chu kingdom you hail from, to possess such profound cultivation at such a tender age?" Chen Qun chuckled awkwardly, recalling that he had previously introduced himself as Li Jin from the Chu kingdom when first meeting Shangguan Wuji. He then clarified, "To be frank, I am not from the Chu kingdom. I hail from the Chen family of the Great Han Nation. The name Li Jin was merely an alias I adopted while traversing the martial world. My true name is Chen Qun." Chen Qun felt confident in revealing his real name to Shangguan Wuji, knowing that the elder was constrained by the Great Han Kingdom and would not dare to harbor ill intentions towards the Chen family. Moreover, Shangguan Wuji was not the type to repay kindness with malice. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wuji swiftly grasped the implications and said, "My apologies for the misunderstanding, esteemed Chen. When do you plan to return to the western states so that we might journey together?" Truthfully, Chen Qun found himself yearning for home. Yet he could not return in the near future due to his quest for strength. In revealing his true identity to Shangguan Wuji, Chen Qun had another intention that he asked, "May I inquire when you plan to return?" "Elder Shangguan," Shangguan Wuji replied, "both of my juniors have already reached the perfected qi refining stage, that we have spent half a year hunting demonic beasts within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. And thanks to the resources of the Great Han Kingdom, we have finally gathered enough spirit stones to procure the lampwick grass, intending to exchange it for foundation establishment pills." However, it seems, a shadow of sorrow clouded Shangguan Wuji's eyes. Before Chen Qun could respond, he continued, "It appears my two juniors are destined to be without the foundation establishment pills, so I plan to return to the Great Han Kingdom with them in the next few days to reassess our situation." Upon hearing that Shangguan Wuji intended to return soon, this aligned perfectly with Chen Qun's thoughts. Chen Qun possessed numerous spiritual items that could extend the lifespan of ordinary people. Although these items were of little value to cultivators, they were rare treasures for mere mortals. Chen Qun had initially hoped that Shangguan Wuji could assist him in delivering some of these items back to the Chen family in the Great Han Nation. Thus, Chen Qun addressed Shangguan Wuji, "Might I request you to bring some spiritual items back to my parents, who reside far away in the Great Han Nation? I have some matters to attend to in the Central Divine Continent and cannot return just yet. Please also convey my regards to them." Shangguan Wuji promptly responded, "It would be my honor to serve you. Esteemed immortal, I shall personally visit your esteemed father in the Great Han Nation." Chen Qun observed the sincerity in Shangguan Wuji's demeanor and nodded in satisfaction. That he then gathered several longevity-enhancing spiritual items into a storage bag and handed it to Shangguan Wuji, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Elder Shangguan." Shangguan Wuji immediately expressed his gratitude. "There is no need for such formality, esteemed Chen. Had it not been for your timely intervention, my nephew and I would have met our demise here. If you have no further instructions, I shall prepare to depart for the Great Han Kingdom tomorrow, and then proceed to the Great Han Nation to fulfill your request." Chen Qun clasped his hands toward Shangguan Wuji. "Thank you for your efforts, Elder Shangguan. Until we meet again." Shangguan Wuji returned the gesture. "Esteemed Chen, until we meet again." With that, Shangguan Wuji led Shangguan Lei and Shangguan Mo towards the direction of Heishui City, not far from Tianshui City. However, before they had gone too far, they heard Chen Qun call out, "Elder Shangguan, please wait a moment." Shangguan Wuji quickly turned, puzzled, and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to instruct, esteemed Chen?" Chen Qun retrieved 4 foundation establishment pills from his storage bag and tossed them to Shangguan Wuji. stating, "Since your two juniors have reached the perfected chi refining stage, they are but a step away from foundation establishment, that I happen to have a few foundation establishment pills. Consider them a token of appreciation for your assistance." After speaking, Chen Qun soared away on his flying sword towards Tianshui City. Shangguan Wuji and his nephew were left in a daze, gazing at the foundation establishment pills in their hands, their emotions tumultuous. Tears of gratitude welled up in Shangguan Wuji's eyes. Chapter 52. Seclusion. After bidding farewell to Shangguan Wuji, Chen Qun flew directly towards Tianshui City. Little did he anticipate that his sudden request for Shangguan Wuji to deliver the spiritual herbs back to the Chen family would once again save them from calamity. Upon arriving in Tianshui City, he found it as bustling and prosperous as when he had first arrived. Without pausing for even a moment, he made his way to the small courtyard he had previously purchased. Observing the dust-laden courtyard, Chen Qun shook his head in resignation, realizing he would need to put in some labor once more. After tidying up, night had fallen, and Chen Qun eagerly retrieved the various manuals he had obtained from the Prunlai secret realm. This expedition had profoundly impressed upon him the necessity of formidable strength for self-preservation in the realm of cultivation. Chen Qun gazed at the array of manuals laid before him, all of which he had acquired within the mystical realm of Prunlai. Among these texts, many did not captivate his interest, such as the ordinary sect manuals found in the storage bags of the initial assailants, or Mo Tsin's rather sinister soul-devouring technique. As for Jian Chen's 10,000 swords returning to one, it was indeed commendable. Yet it paled in comparison to his own 8 styles of swordsmanship. The texts that truly stirred Chen Qun's heart were the young monk Zhu Yuan's Amipa 9-yang body refining technique and Great Luo Brahmin sound mantra, both of which excelled in both offensive and defensive capabilities, and were unexpectedly potent. The final manual, Secret Arts of Mechanisms, which detailed the crafting of mechanical beasts, was also of great interest to him. Chen Qun had personally experienced the might of these constructs. However, the materials required for creating these mechanical beasts were exceedingly rare and varied with each level of beast, becoming increasingly scarce for higher tiers. Ultimately, Chen Qun resolved to first cultivate the Great Luo Brahmin sound mantra, as the Amipa 9-yang body refining technique demanded numerous spiritual herbs and materials for assistance, which posed a significant challenge to gather in a short time. To expedite his training of the Great Luo Brahmin sound mantra, he consumed the Buddha heart fruit that he had perilously harvested in the Prunlai realm, and then entered seclusion that on the peak of Zhen Tian in the Tiandao sect. The sect leader Daoran looked upon the returning team with an indescribable sense of disappointment. The rare opportunity of a chaotic body had perished within the Prunlai realm, and he now pondered how to report this to elderly Yenhua. Sect leader, the number of disciples returning alive this time is indeed the highest in history. It is truly a cause for celebration, remarked Elder Dosi to sect leader Daoran. Daoran replied, "Indeed, it is a cause for rejoicing. Let us reward the top 3 according to our previous agreement." However, there was no trace of joy on Daoran's face. Only the Grand Elder Dao Yuan and the 6th Elder Dao Tian could fathom his true feelings. Thus, under Elder Dosi's announcement, the rewards were bestowed upon the 3 disciples who had acquired the most items in the Prunlai realm that AS anticipated. Sect leader Daoran's disciple Feng Qinli claimed first place, having gathered the most spiritual treasures. Yet the identities of the 2nd and 3rd place winners astonished all the Tiandao sect cultivators. Neither of them was Xiaocheng, nor were they any of the formidable Foundation Establishment peak disciples, but rather an early-stage Foundation Establishment disciple named Jiang Shanshan and a late-stage Foundation Establishment disciple named Lin Xia. Even sect leader Daoran found this outcome unbelievable. Nevertheless, the rewards were distributed to them as per the previous agreement. Jiang Shanshan and Lin Xia gazed at their prizes, each feeling an indescribable sensation, their minds involuntarily conjuring the image of a masked figure. Chapter 53. The crisis of the great Han nation. Time passes unnoticed in the realm of cultivation. A year has swiftly elapsed, and Chen Qun's cultivation has ascended to the peak of Foundation Establishment. Though he is merely a step away from the Golden Core stage, that step feels as distant as the heavens. During his seclusion, Chen Qun consumed a condensed golden pill, hoping to leap directly into the Golden Core stage. But alas, he failed once more. It is likely that his state of mind had not kept pace with his cultivation. However, His great Luo Brahmin sound mantra had already reached its second stage, attaining the level previously achieved by the young monk Zhu Yuan. Through his understanding of this great Luo Brahmin sound mantra, Chen Qun felt its power rivaled that of his 8 styles of swordsmanship, perhaps even surpassing it. A Buddhist manual capable of exceeding the offensive capabilities of ancient sword cultivators could only be deemed a supreme treasure. Yet, the Umitba, a 9-yang body refining technique, required more than mere cultivation. It demanded numerous spiritual objects to refine the body. Chen Qun planned to stabilize his training of the great Luo Brahmin sound mantra before seeking out Wang Fu at the Wanbao Pavilion, hoping to gather the spiritual objects he required, while also disposing of the treasures he had acquired in the Prunlai realm. During the year of Chen Qun's seclusion, the Chen family of the Great Han Nation, located in the western provinces, faced a grave crisis once again, within the main hall of the Qin National Duke's residence in Yanjing City. A middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe sat in the principal seat. This man was none other than the Emperor Long Ao of the Great Han Nation, Chen Huowu Xiao, and 2 other elderly men occupied the seats beside him. The exterior of the Qin National Duke's residence was heavily guarded, as if not even a fly could infiltrate. Your Majesty, the great favor you have bestowed upon my family is beyond repayment. I beseech you to prioritize the nation and not allow my family to plunge the Great Han into dire straits, Chen Huowu implored the emperor, tears streaming down his face. Emperor Long Ao furrowed his brow and replied, Minister Chen, there is no need for such words. My mind is made up that if I cannot protect my own ministers, then I might as well abandon my role as emperor. It turned out that the brother of the Tao Saint whom Chen Qun had slain had come seeking revenge. The slain Tao Saint, named Li Ji, had been inseparable from his elder brother Li Chun since childhood. The two had once saved a dying old Taoist by chance, who, before passing, entrusted his teachings to the 2 brothers. Both brothers, possessing considerable talent, had reached the foundation establishment stage, with the elder brother Li Chun advancing to the mid-foundation stage. However, upon returning from the central region, Li Chun learned of his brother's demise at the hands of Chen Qun, and in a fit of rage, he directly sought retribution from the Great Chu nation. With the only martial saint of the Great Chu nation at his side, he commanded an army of 1 million, encroaching upon the Great Han nation to threaten the emperor, demanding the annihilation of the Qin family. This time, perhaps due to Chen Qun's involvement or other factors, Emperor Long Ao displayed unexpected fortitude, declaring he would not yield the Qin family even if it meant mutual destruction. Even the only martial saint of the Great Han nation was dispatched to oversee the Chen family. Nevertheless, an ordinary early-stage martial saint would find it exceedingly difficult to alter the situation. Upon hearing that Tao Saint Li Chun, alongside the martial saint from the Chu nation and several pinnacle innate warriors, had abandoned their army and were making a beeline for Yanjing, Emperor Long Ao personally arrived at the Chen family, that he brought with him the national treasure of the Great Han nation, hoping that his uncle martial saint could leverage this artifact to withstand the assault of a Tao saint and a martial saint. Xiao Tianhe, who had remained silent until now, glanced at Emperor Long Ao and turned to Chen Huowu, asking, Brother Chen, have you sent someone to locate young Chen, the Tao saint? Perhaps only by retrieving young Chen can we unravel this crisis, especially with the northern Xiongnu gathering their forces, preparing to stake a claim on our Great Han. Chen Huowu, with a look of helplessness, replied, I have dispatched several waves of family retainers to search for my grandson, yet there remains no news. In his heart, Chen Huowu pondered that with the 2 nations on the brink of conflict causing such a commotion, even the neighboring countries should be restless, and surely Chen Qun must have caught wind of the situation. Why has he not returned? Little did he know that Chen Qun was already in deep seclusion in the distant central region. Emperor Long Ao waved his hand, signaling them to cease their discussions, and remarked, Even without the matter of Minister Chen's family, the Great Chu nation would find ways to devour our Great Han. It is merely a matter of time. Moreover, with my uncle holding the national treasure, who can say who will emerge victorious? Although Emperor Long Ao spoke with bravado, his heart was heavy with sorrow. Could it be that the Great Han nation, which had endured for so many years, was destined to perish under his reign? The 4 elder statesmen below were all keenly aware of the precarious situation. How could an ordinary martial saint and a national treasure possibly contend with a mid-stage Tao saint, especially when accompanied by a martial saint from the Chu nation, At that moment, the four elder statesmen harbored their own thoughts. Chen Huawu was filled with gratitude, while Xiao Tianhe prepared for the possibility of mutual destruction. As he and Chen Huawu had become in-laws, they had also secretly sent away Chen Chong, Xiao Ling'er, and Xiao Yin to preserve their lineage. Meanwhile, the other two elder statesmen were already scheming ways to surrender. Just as the emperor and his ministers were deliberating in the Chen family's front hall, the leader of the guards rushed in, breathless, to report to Long Ao, "Your Majesty, a large group has arrived outside the Qin National Duke's residence, seeking an audience with you and Duke Shun." The guard leader knelt as he spoke. Emperor Long Ao furrowed his brows and replied, "Are the visitors from the Chu nation? How many are they? Remember, do not act rashly. I shall arrive shortly." Just as Emperor Long Ao intended to summon his uncle, the kneeling guard added, "Your Majesty, they are not from the Chu nation. I saw their flag bearing the words Dahung. I suspect they may be envoys from the Dahung nation." Upon hearing the guard leader's report, Emperor Long Ao and the five elder statesmen were all left in a state of confusion. What business did the distant Dahung nation have here at such a tumultuous time? Chapter 54. Shengguan Wuji comes to the rescue. Though the intentions of the Dahung nation were unclear, for the sake of safety, Emperor Long Ao still summoned his uncle and sent someone to invite the envoys from Dahung. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Qin family's hall was tense, as the Great Han nation had little connection with Dahung that one could ascertain the purpose of Dahung's visit, although the two nations were far apart. Emperor Long Ao had certainly heard of Dahung's formidable ruler. Two elderly gentlemen and a young man, led by the captain of the guards, approached the main hall. They were none other than the third elder of the Great Han Kingdom, Shengguan Wuji, along with the Grand Elder, Shengguan Wudi, and Shengguan Lei, who had recently advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Following the gift of foundation pills from Chen Qun, Shengguan Lei had made a direct breakthrough on his journey back. As for Shengguan Mo, due to his relatively inferior aptitude, he had promptly entered seclusion upon returning to the Great Han Kingdom. After his return, the third elder, Shengguan Wuji, reported to the Grand Elder, Shengguan Wudi, regarding matters pertaining to Chen Qun. Upon hearing this, Shengguan Wudi resolved to personally escort Shengguan Wuji and Shengguan Lei to the Great Han Kingdom, not only to return the items belonging to Chen Qun's family, but also to conduct a state visit laden with substantial provisions. After all, fostering a good relationship with a cultivator of ascendant caliber could yield immeasurable benefits. Thus, in order to demonstrate sincerity, Shengguan Wudi, the foremost combatant of the Great Han Kingdom at the late martial saint stage, was determined to undertake this journey. The Emperor Long Ao's uncle, the only martial saint of the Great Han Kingdom, Long Qingfeng, narrowed his eyes as he spotted the trio approaching the main hall. He turned to Emperor Long Ao and cautioned, "You must not make an enemy of these three. The elder leading them from the Great Han Kingdom is likely on the verge of stepping into that legendary realm. Even with the national treasure in hand, I fear I could not withstand more than 3 exchanges with him." Upon hearing this, Emperor Long Ao and the 4 cunning old foxes standing beside him were instantly taken aback. None had expected such formidable strength to arrive from the Great Han Kingdom. They could only hope for friendship and not enmity, for otherwise, the Great Han Kingdom could face obliteration. Just as Emperor Long Ao's heart raced with anxiety, the trio from the Great Han Kingdom had already entered the main hall. The Grand Elder of the Great Han Kingdom, Shengguan Wudi, the third elder of the Great Han Kingdom, Shengguan Wuji, Prince of the Great Han Kingdom, Shengguan Lei. We humbly pay our respects to the Emperor of the Great Han Kingdom. The 3 bowed simultaneously to Emperor Long Ao. The Emperor, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Here was a figure close to that legendary realm, undoubtedly a martial saint of the late stage, bowing before him. The elder and the young man beside him were equally inscrutable in their cultivation levels. Observing the unperturbed demeanor of Emperor Long Ao, Shengguan Wudi mused to himself that a kingdom with an ascendant was indeed extraordinary. Even the emperor's stature seemed imposing, yet they possessed the merit to back it up. With no response forthcoming from Emperor Long Ao, the trio could only maintain their respectful posture, unaware that the emperor was simply overwhelmed. Long Qingfeng, witnessing this scene, quickly nudged Emperor Long Ao, equally shaken, although Emperor Long Ao could not discern the cultivation levels of the 2 beside him. He could see that the other elder was significantly stronger, while the young man was astonishingly also a sage of the Tao. It was utterly astonishing that such a powerful trio would bow to his nephew. Once Emperor Long Ao regained his composure, he hastily stood and stated, "There is no need for such formalities. Please rise quickly. Attendants, please bring forth seating." "Thank you, Your Majesty," replied Shangguan Wudi, once again bowing. Emperor Long Ao, looking at Shangguan Wudi with genuine respect, inquired, "Might I ask what brings Elder Shangguan to our great Han Kingdom?" Shangguan Wudi rose and replied, "I have long heard that the great Han Kingdom is a formidable power in the West. We have come today, rather audaciously, to represent the great Han Kingdom in establishing amicable relations with the great Han Kingdom, accompanied by a modest gift, hoping the Emperor will accept it as a token of goodwill." With that, he presented the list of gifts to Emperor Long Ao. The Emperor, momentarily stunned, took the list but remained at a loss for words, exclaiming, "Elder Shangguan, there is no need for such courtesy. Your presence alone is a tremendous honor for our great Han Kingdom." Shangguan Wudi, bowing once more, inquired, "May I ask, Your Majesty, who among you is Duke Chen?" Before Emperor Long Ao could respond, Chen Huawu stepped forward and said, "I am he. May I ask what Elder Shangguan wishes to discuss?" The three from the great Han Kingdom bowed again to Chen Huawu. This gesture signifying their gratitude for Chen Qun's life-saving assistance to Shangguan Wuji and the others, which Chen Huawu graciously accepted. However, to the onlookers, this act was nothing short of shocking. What merit did Chen Huawu possess to garner such respect from the three experts of the great Han Kingdom? Chen Huawu himself was equally bewildered, about to decline when suddenly the captain of the guards rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the sage of the Tao from the great Chu Kingdom has arrived and has already slain dozens outside." Before Emperor Long Ao could respond, Long Qingfeng, the martial saint, brandishing the national treasure, sword out. Emperor Long Ao, followed by the others of the great Han Kingdom, hastily exited. Shangguan Wudi and Shangguan Wuji exchanged glances and followed suit. The trio from the great Han Kingdom was equally puzzled. What madness had befallen the great Chu Kingdom, daring to provoke even the great Han Kingdom, a realm boasting an ascendant? Should this matter reach Chen Qun's ears, the great Chu Kingdom would likely face annihilation. Meanwhile, deep in seclusion in the central region of the Divine Land, Chen Qun sneezed heavily to end his meditative state. He wondered who was speaking of him at such a moment. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and resumed his tranquil posture as Emperor Long Ao and his entourage reached the gates of the Chen residence. They beheld Long Qingfeng kneeling on one knee, clutching the national treasure and spewing blood. The onlookers from the great Han Kingdom were filled with dread. They had not anticipated that the sage of the Tao from the great Chu Kingdom would be so powerful. In mere moments, he had defeated their martial saint wielding the national treasure Li Chun. The sage of the Tao from the great Chu Kingdom coldly addressed Emperor Long Ao, "Hand over the murderer of my brother, or the great Han Kingdom shall be left in ruins." Before the emperor could respond, Chen Huawu rushed forth, declaring, "It was my Chen family that killed your brother. If you have any grievances, direct them on my family, not the great Han Kingdom." Li Chun replied coldly, "Very well. Then I shall first annihilate your Chen family, and afterward, we shall settle accounts with the great Han Kingdom." With that, he sent his flying sword hurtling towards Chen Huawu. Long Qingfeng, intending to save Chen Huawu, found himself unable to rise due to his injuries. However, this scene was witnessed by Shangguan Wuji, who was struck with a cold sweat. Should Chen Qun's grandfather perish before him, Chen Qun would surely return with vengeance, potentially leading to the downfall of their great Han Kingdom. With no time to ponder further, Shangguan Wuji leapt forward to intercept the flying sword, acknowledging the force behind the sword. He dared not be reckless. Facing the individual before him, he felt their strengths were evenly matched, and a careless move could lead to injury. Yet he was not alone. He was flanked by Shangguan Wudi, who was on the cusp of advancing to martial god. For Shangguan Wudi, dealing with a mid-foundation stage cultivator was a trivial matter. Thus, Shangguan Wuji called out to him, "Elder brother, I may not be able to defeat this young man. Perhaps you should take the lead." With that, he urged Chen Huawu, who bore no semblance of a master, to retreat behind him. Chapter 55. The suppression of martial artists by cultivators. Li Chun was taken aback. Was it not said that the great Han Kingdom had only a single early-stage martial saint? Moreover, the foundation establishment youth from the Chen family was nowhere to be seen. Who was this elder who had deflected his flying sword? Yet, witnessing the elder's actions, Li Chun found himself momentarily stunned. Not only had the elder deflected his sword, but he was also calling for reinforcements. From the back of the crowd, Shangguan Wudi glared at Shangguan Wuji with irritation upon hearing his words. Yet he still stepped forward, addressing Li Chun as a fellow cultivator. Your indiscriminate slaughter in the secular realm is somewhat unjustifiable. Only then did Li Chun realize that among those emerging from the Chen family, there were indeed experts. The elder stepping forward radiated a presence even more formidable than the one who had deflected his sword. Furthermore, Li Chun noticed that standing near the elder was a mid-foundation stage cultivator. Presumably, the fabled Chen Qun of the Chen family. It seemed that the two elders were likely his summoned allies. Thus, Li Chun addressed Shangguan Wudi. This is a matter of grievances between the Chen family and the Great Han Kingdom. Since you, my friend, have achieved great success in martial arts, why involve yourself in this affair? Shangguan Wudi replied calmly. It is not that I desire to meddle in such matters, but rather that the Chen family has rendered great favors to my Great Han Kingdom. You have only your ill fortune to blame. Chen Huawu, upon hearing Shangguan Wudi's words, was increasingly perplexed. When had his Chen family ever benefited the Great Han Kingdom? However, this was not the time for inquiries that Li Chun, upon hearing Shangguan Wudi's words, remarked, So you are a person from the Great Han Kingdom, that if you insist on intervening, are you not afraid of provoking hostilities between the Great Chu Kingdom and the Great Han Kingdom? The martial saint from the Great Chu Kingdom nearly choked on his disbelief upon hearing this. While the Great Han Kingdom was not adjacent to the Great Chu Kingdom, he was well aware of its national strength and reputation. The Great Chu Kingdom could bully the Great Han Kingdom, but in the eyes of the Great Han Kingdom, they were nothing to be concerned about. Clearly, while Li Chun was exceptionally powerful, he was woefully ignorant of the surrounding powers. Unperturbed by Li Chun's words, Shangguan Wudi calmly replied, If the Great Chu Kingdom wishes to wage war against my Great Han Kingdom, you should first inquire whether your emperor dares to do so. There is no need for further discussion. As long as I am here today, I assure you that no harm will befall the Chen family. Li Chun, incensed by Shangguan Wudi's arrogance, thought to himself, just a mere martial artist. If I do not strike, does he believe I am easy to bully? Thus, the flying sword was activated, infused with a formidable spiritual force, hurtling directly towards the invincible Su Guan, causing even the surrounding air to resonate faintly. Faced with this strike capable of dimming the very winds and clouds, Su Guan remained utterly motionless, as if entirely detached from the unfolding events. As the sword drew ever closer to him, even the onlookers from the Great Han Kingdom felt their hearts leap into their throats as Su Guanlei sensed the might of the flying sword and, concerned, asked Su Guan Wuji, Third uncle, surely uncle can withstand this blow, right? Su Guan Wuji shot Su Guanlei a glare, retorting, Do not underestimate your uncle. Even I could barely cope with such an attack. Your uncle's cultivation is at least several streets ahead of mine. After stating this, Su Guan Wuji fell silent, quietly observing his elder brother, who had not taken action for decades, as he confronted the flying sword. When the sword, imbued with immense spiritual energy, was merely 3 inches from Su Guan, it halted abruptly. Unable to advance further, Li Chun exclaimed, This is the protective qi. The inner force that solidifies in a qi is said to manifest only when martial arts reach their pinnacle. With the strength of the qi determined by the martial artist's cultivation, to his astonishment, Li Chun's full-powered strike could not even breach the opponent's protective qi, indicating that this individual was on the verge of attaining the divine martial realm. Even if he had not yet reached it, he was likely at the peak of the later stage of a martial saint. Although practitioners of the same level as cultivators typically do not fare well against them, there are many exceptional martial artists capable of effortlessly overpowering their counterparts in the cultivation realm. This elder likely belonged to that category. Furthermore, with Li Chun at merely the mid-stage of foundation building, he was leagues behind this elder. It seemed that revenge would have to wait. Preserving his life was paramount, and matters of vengeance could be addressed later. With this thought, Li Chun attempted to retract his sword with his spiritual sense, only to find it firmly ensnared by Su Guan's protective qi. Gritting his teeth, Li Chun abandoned the sword, deciding that survival was the priority in the face of such an extraordinary martial artist. and swiftly turned to flee. This turn of events caught Su Guan off guard. He had not anticipated that a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator would be so timid as to abandon his magical artifact and attempt to escape after only a probing attack. Not one to let such behavior slide, Su Guan surged forward like a cannonball enveloped in a yellowish aura, chasing after Li Chun. When Li Chun glanced back, he was taken aback and hurriedly defended against the rapidly approaching fist shadows emanating from Su Guan's yellow aura. However, his spiritual power was still shattered by Su Guan's overwhelming inner strength, and he crashed heavily to the ground, a sheer display of brute force. Upon hitting the ground, Li Chun gritted his teeth and tore apart a talisman. Disappearing without a trace, the Su Guan retrieved Li Chun's flying sword and returned to the crowd of the Great Han Kingdom, saying, "It was my oversight that allowed that individual to escape. I sincerely apologize. However, I have severely injured him, and he will not recover anytime soon." Emperor Long Ao, upon hearing this, quickly replied, "What are you saying? Had it not been for the intervention of the Grand Elder today, our Great Han Kingdom would have surely been bathed in blood." He then addressed the martial saint of the Great Shu Kingdom, saying, "You may withdraw your forces. I have no intention of making things difficult for you. I simply wish to prevent any further conflict between our two nations." The martial saint of the Great Shu Kingdom, thoroughly intimidated by Su Guan's prowess, responded as if granted a reprieve. "Thank you, esteemed Emperor of the Great Han Kingdom, for your magnanimity, that we shall return at once and request that our Emperor pay annual tribute to the Great Han Kingdom." With that, the martial saint of the Great Shu Kingdom hurriedly led several peak innate martial artists to take their leave. Su Guan and the others then conveyed their purpose for visiting to Emperor Long Ao and Chen Qun, delivering the spiritual herbs entrusted to them for Chen Qun's parents. Additionally, Su Guan Wuji shared some updates regarding Chen Qun's recent circumstances. After listening to Su Guan Wuji's account, the people of the Great Han Kingdom appeared almost petrified, especially Chen Qun, who felt a tumult of emotions that he could hardly fathom that the grandson he had always looked down upon had now grown to such formidable heights. Chapter 56. The shock of Wang Fu within the city of Tianshui in the central region of the Divine Continent. Chen Qun exhaled a long breath. The great Luo Brahmin sound spell has finally stabilized. The methods of Buddhism are truly profound, leaving one defenseless, that I can now confidently say that I am indeed the foremost among those beneath the golden core. Emerging from his secluded meditation, Chen Qun took to the skies on his sword, heading directly towards the Wanbao Pavilion. Along the way, he donned a mask concealing his cultivation at the mid-stage of foundation building. After a year of closed-door cultivation, Chen Qun's spiritual sense had reached the initial stage of the golden core. Thus, as long as he did not encounter cultivators at the mid-stage of golden core or above, his true cultivation would remain undetected. Upon his arrival at the Wanbao Pavilion, he summoned the manager, Wang Fu, and outlined the materials he required. To his surprise, the items within the pavilion were quite comprehensive. The materials needed for cultivating the first layer of the Amoeba 9 Sun Body refinement technique were all present. However, the cold snow fruit required for the second layer was currently unavailable, but could be transported from the headquarters. As for the earth core spirit liquid and dragon root needed for the third layer, Wang Fu had already investigated. Even the headquarters lacked them, leaving Chen Qun to rely on luck at auction houses or within secret realms. Chen Qun possessed ample spirit stones to purchase all the materials he needed from the Wanbao Pavilion. After acquiring everything, he said to Wang Fu, "I also intend to sell some spiritual items I no longer require." Wang Fu smiled warmly. "Then please present them, esteemed friend. We are old acquaintances, and the Wanbao Pavilion will certainly offer you a satisfactory price." As Chen Qun continuously produced various spiritual items from his storage bag, Wang Fu's expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment, pondering, could this individual have raided a sex treasury? However, when Chen Qun unveiled the water, immortal jade skin flower, the Een spirit flower, and a drop of the 9 heavens jade dragon liquid, Wang Fu rushed forward, trembling with excitement, speechless. That as for the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng, Chen Qun would not part with it. As his hair remained a mix of gray and white, he intended to keep it for himself and share it with his rather unremarkable master, Li Yanhua. Chen Qun felt no pressure in selling the other spiritual items, as before his departure to the Pernalai secret realm, the sect master, Dao Ran, had secretly instructed him that regardless of how precious spiritual items he acquired, he was not required to submit them to the sect. Chen Qun was free to retain them for trading any items he desired. The sect master's intention was clear. The Tiandao sect did not require Chen Qun's contributions for the time being. The only requests from Dao Ran and Li Yinhua were that Chen Qun, being the most promising candidate to reach the nascent soul stage, must at all costs find a way to break through in the shortest time possible. The Tiandao sect would provide full support thereafter, for only in this manner could they avoid the impending doom following Li Yinhua's eventual passing. At this moment, observing Wang Fu's excitement, Chen Qun inquired, "Manager Wang, what is the matter? Does your esteemed pavilion not accept these items?" Wang Fu hurriedly stammered, "These 3 spiritual items are exceedingly precious. I suggest that you entrust us with them for auction. There will be an auction held here in a month, and I believe you will achieve a satisfactory price. That IT would also allow you to see if there are any spiritual items you require." Before Chen Qun could respond, Wang Fu continued, "If you insist on selling them now, that is also possible, but the total amount of spirit stones in this branch of the Wanbao Pavilion is insufficient to purchase these 3 items that we would need to urgently procure spirit stones from the headquarters." After pondering, Chen Qun replied, "Very well, I will entrust them for auction. Let's first settle the other spiritual items." Thus, Wang Fu summoned a group of subordinates to begin tallying Chen Qun's items. That IT took nearly an hour to complete the inventory, totaling 3 million upper-grade spirit stones, with the value of the few herbs used for refining the golden core accounting for more than half of that amount. Wang Fu then handed Chen Qun a storage bag to verify. Chen Qun used his spiritual sense to scan it, finding it contained precisely 3 million upper-grade spirit stones. That he was profoundly shocked, never having anticipated he would one day possess such a substantial sum. As for the water immortal jade skin flower, the Yin spirit flower, and the drop of 9 heavens jade dragon liquid, Chen Qun entrusted them to Wang Fu for safekeeping due to their immense value. Consequently, Wang Fu called upon a mid-stage golden core cultivator stationed at the Wanbao Pavilion in Tianshui City. Upon arriving, the cultivator assessed Chen Qun, but said nothing, collecting the 3 precious items before retreating to the back hall. Wang Fu then handed Chen Qun a diamond VIP card from the Wanbao Pavilion, which recorded the 3 items he had consigned. Once the auction concluded, Chen Qun could exchange the proceeds for spirit stones at any branch or the headquarters of the Wanbao Pavilion. Chen Qun had faith in the credibility of the Wanbao Pavilion, as he had seen records in the Tianlan continent's anomalies indicating that its branches were spread throughout the continent. The main pavilion was located in Wanbao City, named after the pavilion itself, with its history shrouded in mystery. However, it was rumored that the Wanbao Pavilion's strength rivaled that of the 5 major sects, perhaps even surpassing them. Yet, the Wanbao Pavilion was a business entity, uninterested in the conflicts of the cultivation world. As Chen Qun left, satisfied, Wang Fu hastily summoned the mid-stage golden core cultivator from the Wanbage, inquiring, was that individual truly a foundation establishment cultivator? The elder Lu replied, "Esteemed young master, that person is indeed a foundation establishment cultivator, but rather than being mid-stage, they are at the peak of foundation establishment." Wang Fu continued, "This individual is exceedingly peculiar. By the looks of the spiritual items they presented, they appear wealthier than some ancient Yuan cultivators. Nonetheless, at Wanbage, our foremost principle is integrity, and we must ensure absolute safety for our customers within these walls." Elder Lu promptly responded, "You speak true, young master. However, with these 3 types of spiritual items being auctioned, it is likely to attract many ancient Yuan cultivators, and my subordinate strength may not suffice." Wang Fu nodded and instructed, "Send a message to the main hall under my name, requesting that 2 supreme elders be dispatched to ensure the smooth execution of the auction in a month's time. Additionally, we must amplify our promotional efforts. I wish for the auction to be renowned across the continent. Let us see if, by that time, anyone else may wish to present some treasures for sale." Elder Lu acquiesced and withdrew. Little did Chen Qun anticipate that the seemingly ordinary, plump shopkeeper in the Wanbao branch of Tianshui City was, in fact, the young master of the Wanbao main hall. Chapter 57. Reunion with old friends. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Chen Qun gazed at the emerald-eyed demon monkey, Xiaohei, which he had released from his spirit beast pouch. He promptly tossed a spiritual fruit to Xiao, At this moment. Aside from leaving a half-year's worth of provisions for Xiaohe, the remaining spiritual items had largely been exchanged for spirit stones. As for the acquired magical treasures, they had all been devoured by Chen Qun's Tianjia sword embryo, which had now grown increasingly formidable. Chen Qun, brimming with anticipation, clutched the spiritual items he had procured from Wanbage. Eager to delve into the cultivation of the Amiba Nine Sons body refinement technique. Presently, he held a high regard for these two Buddhist scriptures, as both offense and defense were exemplary. Thus, Chen Qun placed the spiritual items for the first layer of the Amiba Nine Sons body refinement technique into a large vat to brew. Before leaping directly inside, activating the cultivation method as detailed within the scripture, he felt his entire body ablaze. Chen Qun gritted his teeth, enduring the searing heat, knowing that to succeed, he must endure what others could not. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed, and Chen Qun had successfully mastered the first layer of the Amiba Nine Sons body refinement technique. With only half a month remaining until the auction at Wanbage, Chen Qun resolved to venture into the Myriad Beast mountain range to test his prowess. Adorned with a mask, he soared upon a flying sword, yet in a bid to conceal his wealth. He wielded only a mid-grade magical sword. Within the Myriad Beast mountain range, Chen Qun continued to slaughter demonic beasts of the 7th rank and below with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. The sword domain formed by his sword intent grew stronger with his divine sense and comprehension of the sword path, now able to entirely confine late-stage foundation establishment beasts. The great Luo Brahman sound mantra had also reached an extraordinary level, having completed the second layer. Chen Qun could now emit a golden Om and a golden Ma. These two syllables served to suppress and attack, and when unleashed simultaneously, their power multiplied severalfold. As for the Amiba Nine Sons body refinement technique, although Chen Qun had only mastered the first layer, he could already sense that his physical strength and resilience were comparable to that of a 5th-ranked demonic beast. Such an enhancement was truly remarkable. Chen Qun relentlessly employed his newly acquired spells to slay foundation establishment beasts, gradually growing more proficient and adept that he even took out a storage pouch to collect the corpses of the demonic beasts. While he could now dispatch beasts below the Golden Core stage with ease, he still lacked the courage to confront Golden Core beasts. That was not merely a matter of bravery. He possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities, based on his current strength. He could be deemed invincible among those below the Golden Core stage, yet he remained acutely aware that the pinnacle of foundation establishment and the early Golden Core stage were but a step apart, yet fundamentally different at present. Even the weakest Golden Core cultivator could defeat him within 3 moves, gradually acclimating to his newfound strength. Chen Qun grew weary of the slaughter and decided to return to Tianshui City to solidify his progress. The demonic beast corpses now held little value for him, as he possessed over 3 million high-grade spirit stones, which when converted to low-grade stones, could be counted in the hundreds of millions. Thus, he no longer needed to rely on selling demonic beast corpses for spirit stones. Chen Qun scrutinized his Tianjia sword embryo once more, noticing that its surface emanated a faint luminescence. Although he had yet to encounter a celestial-grade magical treasure, he felt that his Tianjia sword embryo was nearing that caliber, especially since all the treasures he had obtained in the Pernalai's secret realm had been devoured by it, after consuming so many magical artifacts. If it had not advanced to the celestial grade, it would be a disservice to Chen Qun that he stowed away the Tianjia sword embryo and drew forth the mid-grade magical sword, setting off towards Tianshui City. As he neared the territory of the 3rd-ranked demonic beasts, his divine sense detected some familiar faces. It was none other than Guo Chun and company, though Renani was conspicuously absent. Their circumstances were far from favorable, as the 4 of them were beset by a pack of 3rd-ranked scavenger wolves. Guo Chun and Qin Sheng had both achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement, while Wei Chen and He Shuru were both at 90% of their cultivation. 8 scavenger wolves encircled the 4, who were bracing against one another in a desperate defense, although scavenger wolves were 3rd-ranked demonic beasts. Belonging to the late qi refinement stage, their combat strength was nearly equivalent to that of those at the pinnacle. Observing the chaotic onslaught of the scavenger wolves, Chen Qun discerned that Guo Chun and Qin Sheng, both at the pinnacle of qi refinement, had a chance to escape, but Wei Chun and Ishuru had no such opportunity. Yet Guo and Qin Sheng refused to abandon their companions, steadfastly defending against their attackers. He Shuru, with a quavering voice, implored Guo, "Brother Guo, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with us." Qin Sheng interjected before Guo could respond, saying, "What are you saying? We have long vowed to live and die together. With an gone to Cold Wind Valley, we are all that remains, and no matter what, we shall not forsake you and Wei Chun." Guo added, "What of death? If I can perish alongside you, Sister Shuru, I, Guo, will die content. Should we survive, I shall surely take you as my wife." Upon hearing this, a faint blush appeared on He Shuru's face. She too harbored feelings for Guo, but as a woman, it was difficult for her to voice them. Now, on the brink of death, hearing Guo confession made her feel it would be worth it to die. Before He Shuru could respond, Qin Sheng burst into laughter, saying, "Old Guo, is it not a tad late for your confession to Sister Shuru? Had you declared your feelings sooner, we might have been able to toast at your wedding today. As it stands, it seems we shall have to drink in the underworld." Hearing their exchange, Chen Qun could not help but marvel at the genuine camaraderie among lower-tier cultivators. It far surpassed the treachery of higher-tier cultivators. However, Chen Qun could no longer remain passive. He could not stand by and watch Guo and the others perish. Yet, he was reluctant to reveal his strength, understanding that a significant disparity in power would preclude future friendships. Given Guo straightforwardness and character, Chen Qun cherished their bond dearly, that he remove his mask and stabilized his cultivation at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Realizing that if he wished to remain inconspicuous, he could only rely on Xiao He. For a 6th-rank emerald-eyed demon monkey, tearing apart a few scavenger wolves was a trivial task. Just as one of the scavenger wolves was about to pounce on Wei Chun, a swift figure appeared beside him, instantly shredding the wolf to pieces. Guo and Qin Sheng gasped in unison. The emerald-eyed demon monkey! Their hearts plummeted, while they still had a fighting chance against the scavenger wolves. The sight of the emerald-eyed demon monkey stripped them of any courage to battle. Yet, faced with death, they felt it mattered little. The other scavenger wolves, sensing the presence of Xiao He, instinctively wished to flee due to their bloodline's fear and suppression. But they were swiftly hunted down and killed by the agile Xiao He that moment. Guo, holding He Shuru's hand, slowly closed his eyes, knowing that resistance was futile. However, after a prolonged wait, without feeling Xiao He's attack, he cautiously opened his eyes, only to find a familiar face looming closer, calling out, "Brother Guo, you're quite the romantic, aren't you?" Guo exclaimed, "Brother Chen, what brings you here?" Chapter 58. The eve of the auction, Chen Qun observed the bewildered expressions on their faces and remarked, "Why shouldn't I be here? It has been quite some time. Are you all well?" Guo and the others stared in astonishment at the emerald-eyed demon monkey standing obediently behind Chen Qun, asking, "What is the story with this emerald-eyed demon monkey?" Chen Qun glanced at Xiao He and explained, "It's not attacking me because it is my spirit pet. I saved its life under fortuitous circumstances." Guo, filled with envy, replied, "Brother Chun, you are truly blessed. With this spirit pet, you can traverse the outskirts of the Myriad Beast mountain range with ease that we owe you our gratitude for saving our lives." Chen Qun replied, "It's merely good fortune. Brother Guo, there is no need for such formality. However, when I arrived just now, I seemed to overhear someone expressing intentions to marry He Shuru." Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng and Wei Chen couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Indeed, some have spoken thus. We thought we would never partake in the wedding banquet. Yet unexpectedly, we have encountered Brother Chen today, a veritable stroke of luck. Let us hastily set a date." As the two exchanged words, He Shuru's face flushed crimson, prompting her to hide behind Guo, who also felt his cheeks redden as he remarked, "If we are to marry, then I, old Guo, always keep my word." Chen Qun, observing the profound camaraderie among them, smiled and said, "Since Brother Guo and Taoist He Shuru are to be united in matrimony, it is only fitting that I present you with some gifts." Guo quickly declined, stating, "Brother Chen, you have only reached the 8th level of qi training. There is no need for gifts. Just come and share a drink at our wedding." Chen Qun replied, "In a few days, I may have pressing matters to attend to and might not make it to your wedding banquet. So allow me to gift you these today." With that, he took 4 foundation establishment pills and placed them into the storage bag containing the spoils from today's hunt, tossing it to Guo Chen. Guo Chen wished to refuse but found that Chen Qun offered him no chance, as he stepped onto his flying sword and said, "Brother Guo, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Until we meet again." With that, he soared away on his sword, accompanied by Xiao He. Watching Chen Qun's retreating figure, Guo Chen turned to the others and said, "Brother Chen is truly a fortunate star. Every time we encounter him, we turn peril into safety." Qin Sheng and the others nodded in agreement. When Guo Chen inadvertently checked the gifts Chen Qun had bequeathed him, he was rendered speechless. Shuru, noticing his reaction, tugged at his sleeve and asked, "Brother Guo, what is the matter?" Guo Chen finally snapped back to reality, saying, "We must hurry back. For the time being, we need not risk our lives outside." Qin Sheng, puzzled, inquired, "What is happening to Chen? What has transpired?" Guo Chen cautiously beckoned the others closer and whispered, "Do you know what Brother Chen has gifted us?" Nearly 100 corpses of Foundation Establishment stage beasts, along with 4 Foundation Establishment pills. The other 3 were left in stunned silence upon hearing this. Chen Qun arrived at Wanbao Pavilion via his flying sword, eager to check if the coveted Hanshua fruit had arrived after half a month. With the Hanshua fruit, he could advance to the second layer of the Umitba, a 9-yang body refinement technique. Upon reaching Wanbao Pavilion, he was once again greeted by Wang Fu, who informed him that the Hanshua fruit had indeed been shipped from the headquarters. Satisfied, Chen Qun spent 200 top-grade spirit stones to purchase the fruit, as several hundred top-grade spirit stones were merely a trifle to him. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Fu, he returned to his small courtyard. Much like when he had cultivated the first layer of the Umitba 9-yang body refinement technique, Chen Qun melted the spiritual materials in a large vat before jumping in to commence his cultivation. Initially, he considered purchasing the materials required for crafting mechanical beasts for the secret art of mechanisms, but found that the Wanbao Pavilion only had materials for crafting Foundation Establishment stage mechanical beasts. However, such creatures provided minimal assistance to Chen Qun. It would be far more beneficial to craft Golden Core stage mechanical beasts instead. Yet the materials needed for such creations, Duanhun wood, 3-star stone, and Shimbing soul, were rather rare. It seemed he would have to wait until the auction commenced to trade with other cultivators. Before long, the day of the auction arrived. Chen Qun donned a mask and made his way to the auction house of Wanbao Pavilion. Marking his first visit to such a venue in comparison to the Wanbao Pavilion he frequently visited, this auction house was even more grandiose. Upon arrival, Chen Qun was taken aback to see 2 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators at the entrance, indicating that Wanbao Pavilion had spared no expense for this event. Chen Qun attempted to enter, but was stopped by the 2 gatekeepers, one of whom stated, "Today is a large-scale auction, featuring legendary treasures. To enter, each person must pay a top-grade spirit stone." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun secretly lamented, "Wanbao Pavilion is truly unscrupulous. Merely to enter, one must part with a top-grade spirit stone. This is nothing short of a no-risk venture. While I possess a fair amount of spirit stones, they did not come without effort." Suddenly, he recalled that the manager, Wang Fu, had given him a diamond VIP card. Unsure if it would suffice, he produced the card and showed it to the gatekeepers, saying, "With this card, is there any need to pay with spirit stones?" The 2 gatekeepers immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "Ah, you are our esteemed Diamond V. Not only are you exempt from spirit stones for entry, but even incidental expenses within the auction house are free for you. Allow me to escort you inside." Chen Qun was pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of the Diamond VIP card as he entered. He noted that there were not yet many cultivators present. Looking around, he was about to find a place to sit when he noticed the gatekeeper from earlier approaching respectfully behind a woman clad in red. The red-clad woman approached Chen Qun and said, "As a Diamond VIP of Wanbao Pavilion, you may enter the private box on the 2nd floor, free of charge." Chen Qun inquired, "What distinguishes the 2nd floor box from this area?" The woman explained, "The 2nd floor boxes offer protection from divine sense scrutiny, ensuring your privacy. Furthermore, the services provided are top-notch. Should one wish to access the 2nd floor without a VIP card, a fee of 100 top-grade spirit stones is required for each box. But you may enter for free with your card." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun promptly requested the red-clad woman to lead him to the 2nd floor, as such an opportunity was simply too good to pass up. Upon reaching the second floor, he randomly chose box 4 and settled in, patiently awaiting the commencement of the auction. As time passed, the number of cultivators within the auction house swelled, filling nearly 10,000 seats on the first floor. With many standing, gradually, the second-floor boxes began to fill as well, with the 5 major sects and top-tier sects like Tiandao sect in attendance. Since Chen Qun had arrived early, he could observe everyone entering the boxes before they were aware of his presence. However, those outside were unable to see inside. Among those present from Tiandao sect were the Grand Elder Dao Yuan and Xiao Chun, along with Jiang Shanshan. Chen Qun mused, "It appears that this Jiang Shanshan truly cannot sit still." As more cultivators arrived, Chen Qun recognized several familiar faces, most of whom were talented disciples he had encountered in the Prenlai secret realm. Notably, one had even broken through to the Golden Core stage, an old Taoist from the Tianshi sect named Lining. As noon approached, the auction house was packed with cultivators, and with over an hour until the auction began, Chen Qun sat quietly in his box, awaiting the event's start. The various sects were primed and ready, most aiming for Chen Qun's 9 Heavens Yulong liquid, water fairy jade flower, and Yin Shin flower. Remarkably, this auction also featured a low-grade immortal weapon for sale. In summary, this auction was unprecedentedly grand. With the sound of a gong, the auction officially commenced, hosted by the red-clad woman who had previously invited Chen Qun to the second floor. Behind the auction stage sat 3 elderly men. The elder at the center radiated a presence as imposing as a mountain, leading Chen Qun to suspect he was undoubtedly a nascent soul stage cultivator. The first item up for bid was a bottle of high-grade healing elixirs, serving as an appetizer, which was acquired by a minor cultivation family for 500 top-grade spirit stones. Following this were various rare materials. Chen Qun successfully bid 1,000 top-grade spirit stones for a small segment of Dragonbone root, leaving only the earth heart essence as the remaining material needed for the third layer of the Umitba, a 9-yang body refinement technique. Next, the auction featured the main ingredient for refining the golden core pill, the lamp heart grass, with a starting price of 30,000 top-grade spirit stones and a minimum increment of 5,000. As soon as the red-clad woman finished speaking, numerous small families began competing, for this was a lamp heart grass. If the success rate for pill making was high, it could yield 3 golden core pills. For these smaller families, a single golden core cultivator represented their family's glory. Though alchemy required high qualifications and luck, it did not deter these families from attempting. The lamp heart grass, valued at 80,000 top-grade spirit stones, astonishingly sold for 200,000 as the red-clad woman presented a crescent-shaped weapon. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. She announced, "This weapon is named Han Yu, a low-grade immortal weapon, starting at 600,000 top-grade spirit stones, with each increment not less than 100,000. As her words echoed, a voice from the Wuji Palace box called out, 800,000. No sooner had the words left their lips than another box belonging to Ling Yun's sect shouted, 900,000, 1,000,000, 120,000, 150,000. One after another, boxes echoed with bidding, during which Chen Qun placed a bid but ultimately withdrew, believing that this immortal weapon paled in comparison to his Tianjiao sword. In the end, the low-grade immortal weapon was acquired by Yunu Palace for 260,000 top-grade spirit stones. The woman in red then produced an ancient tome, declaring, "This is a fire control manual from an ancient cultivator, titled Zhurongju, capable of commanding various extraordinary flames. The starting bid is set at 800,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 100,000. As soon as her words fell, a wave of murmurs swept through the audience, with one individual boldly stating, "A starting price of 800,000? I doubt anyone would even offer 80,000. What use is a manual without a unique flame? If it merely controls ordinary fire, it pales in comparison to the might of a flying sword." The crowd echoed in agreement. For truly powerful, unique flames were exceedingly rare in this realm, and the prospect of acquiring one was little more than a pipe dream. Just as the murmurs began to die down, a voice resonated, 800,000. Old Taoist Lining, in the private box of the Celestial Master sect, was overwhelmed with excitement. He possessed a corrupted bone demon flame, and he was determined to obtain this ancient cultivator's fire control manual. Just as he believed no one would challenge him, a voice from box number 4 interjected, 90,000. Linning shot a glare at Box 4 and retorted, 1 million. Yet, the response from Box 4 was nonchalant, 110,000. Lin Ying's eyes nearly ignited with fury. As the young master of the Celestial Master Sect, few dared to oppose him. Now at the mere age of 50, since his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, no one had dared to provoke him. In a fit of exasperation, he shouted, 120,000. For Linning was certain that the occupants of Box 4 were not from any major sect. How could mere members of a small cultivation family dare to disrespect the Celestial Master Sect? His indignation was yet to be released when a voice from Box 4 declared, 130,000. In Box 4, Chen Qun was equally intent on acquiring the Zhurongju, for he had previously obtained the South Ming heavenly fire from the Pralayam mortal mansion, which now lingered within a golden orb. Linning shouted again, 140,000. Without hesitation, Chen Qun followed suit, calling out, 150,000, 160,000, 170,000. Thus, Lin Ying and Chen Qun became embroiled in a fierce bidding war, leaving the other cultivators in stunned silence. The individual who had previously scoffed at the prospect of an 80,000 bid dared not utter another word. The price soared to 270,000 before Lin Ying attempted to bid again, only to be restrained by a Golden Core elder beside him. The elder cautioned, "Young master, please be cautious and do not forget our purpose for attending this auction. It may be wise to allow the manual to go to the individual in Box 4. We can." After a moment of intense contemplation, Lin Ying, with a flicker of determination in his eyes, nodded and fell silent. Chen Qun successfully secured the Zhurongju for 270,000 high-grade spirit stones. It was indeed a staggering sum, but considering its utility, Chen Qun felt no regret. However, his own reserves of spirit stones were nearly depleted. The escalating rivalry between Chen Qun and Lin Ying had propelled the auction's excitement to unprecedented heights. The woman in red, wearing a smile, presented the next item, a purple soul flower capable of refining conception pills. Observing the flower on stage, Chen Qun couldn't shake the feeling it was the same one he had sold to Wang Fu. The starting bid is 180,000 high-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10,000. Her words barely left her lips before major sects and first-rate factions began to bid fervently. 190,000, 200,000, 210,000. Ultimately, the price settled at 380,000 and was claimed by the foremost sect, Xianjian sect. Chen Qun, upon witnessing the final price, found himself in a daze. He had sold numerous items, including the purple soul flower, for a mere 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. While this single flower fetched 380,000, he couldn't help but feel that the Wanbao Pavilion was unscrupulous. Yet it was not entirely the pavilion's fault. While an item might have a listed price, it often remained out of stock until it was in high demand, allowing only the highest bidder to prevail. Moreover, the purple soul flower, which could refine conception pills, was highly coveted, as nascent soul cultivators represented the apex of power in this continent, making such treasures invaluable. Any sect would go to great lengths to ensure their Golden Core cultivators had even the slightest chance of ascending to the nascent soul stage. The woman in red signaled for silence and announced, "The next item is a rare spiritual item known as the Een Spirit Flower, which can restore the soul. The starting bid is 3 million high-grade spirit stones, with increments of 10,000. As her words resonated, several sects began to engage in subdued bidding, though the competition was not as fierce, and it was ultimately acquired by Lin Ying for 340,000 high-grade spirit stones. Following the transaction, Chen Qun checked his Diamond VIP card, noticing a deduction showing 310,000, indicating that the pavilion had retained 30,000 as a 10% service fee. The woman in red proceeded to auction off various magical artifacts and manuals, including Chen Qun's water fairy jade skin flower, which sold for 400,000 high-grade spirit stones. Watching the influx of nearly 400,000 high-grade spirit stones into his Diamond VIP card filled Chen Qun with exhilaration. Leading to the grand finale of the auction, the woman's voice echoed once more. The atmosphere surged to an unprecedented climax. She unveiled a token and a ring, exclaiming, "This is an Immortal Mansion soul tablet. And the spatial ring contains a miniature Immortal Mansion, the BY refining the Immortal Mansion soul tablet. one becomes the master of this ancient miniature immortal mansion. The starting bid is 8 million high-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 300,000. As her words concluded, major sects vied fiercely for the item, and within a short time, the price for the immortal mansion's soul tablet soared close to 20 million high-grade spirit stones. With the trend showing no signs of abating, Chen Qun glanced at the soul tablet in the woman's hand and shook his head. He had no interest in it, as he already possessed a vast Prunglai immortal mansion, though he had yet to make space for it. However, he could not enter the golden orb, only able to use his spiritual sense to retrieve items. Ultimately, the immortal mansion soul tablet was secured by the Lingyun sect for 23 million high-grade spirit stones, showcasing the extraordinary power of these major sections with only 2 items left. It was evident that the Wanbao Pavilion had profited immensely from this auction, given their 10% service FAS. The woman in red produced a small white jade vial. The various sects and high-ranking loose cultivators began to stir with anticipation. This vial contains a drop of 9 heavens dragon blood, a sacred elixir for healing and recovery, akin to a second life for any cultivator. The starting bid is 9 million high-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 300,000. This time, the number of bidders far surpassed that for the immortal mansion's soul tablet, as nothing was more precious than one's life. Particularly during battles between similarly matched nascent soul cultivators, a drop of 9 heavens dragon blood could very well be the key to victory, instantly restoring 1/3 of their spiritual power and healing injuries within hours, ensuring a near-certain victory. As the competition intensified, Chen Qun grew increasingly excited. These were indeed valuable spirit stones. The various sects competed fiercely for the 9 heavens dragon blood, as it was intended for their nascent soul ancestors, that if it could grant them even half a life, spending any amount of spirit stones would be worth it. Amidst the fierce bidding, the price for the 9 heavens dragon blood skyrocketed to 26 million high-grade spirit stones, showing no signs of slowing. The final outcome left Chen Qun both amused and exasperated, as it turned out that his own sect, Tiandao sect, had purchased the elixir for 28 million high-grade spirit stones. Chen Qun surmised that the elixir was likely intended for his mentor, Li Yanhua. With little regard for who made the purchase or for whom it was intended, Chen Qun was primarily focused on the substantial increase of over 25 million high-grade spirit stones in his Diamond VIP card. Now, only the final item remained, and Chen Qun was curious to discover what it would be. As the woman in red slowly revealed a red vial, the entire audience held their breath, for the last treasure was about to be auctioned. The woman in red began. The final item of the day is a vial of ancient dragon blood. It is said that consuming it will grant one a trace of dragon lineage. However, direct consumption is extremely perilous and may lead to a violent demise. It can also be utilized as an ingredient for alchemy and pill concoction, making it exceedingly rare. Before anyone could fully process her words, she continued, the starting bid is 10 million high-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 1 million. This time, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy, for this was dragon blood, an object of legend. Even Chen Qun found himself stirred this time. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to enter the fray. Currently, he possessed over 30 million high-grade spirit stones within his Diamond VIP card. Though he remained uncertain if he could secure victory, as the words of the woman in red echoed, the cultivators from various sects commenced a flurry of bids. 11 million, 12 million, 13 million. Chen Qun refrained from placing a bid, patiently awaiting the emergence of the final contender. The price ascended to 25 million high-grade spirit stones. The number of competitors gradually dwindled, despite the divine dragon's blood being a treasure of supreme quality. To many cultivators, its worth paled in comparison to the 9 heavens jade dragon liquid, which represented a second life for them. Just when the golden core cultivator from the 10,000 Buddha temple, brimming with confidence, believed that 26 million high-grade spirit stones would suffice to acquire the divine dragon's blood, a voice unexpectedly emerged from the long silent box for 27 million. The golden core cultivator from the 10,000 Buddha temple felt a surge of anger. The individual in box 4 had just stirred trouble with the Heavenly Master sect and was now encroaching upon their territory. It was evident that the occupant of box 4 was not affiliated with any major sections. How could a mere loose cultivator possess such audacity? And where could he have acquired such a wealth of spirit stones? Nevertheless, the golden core cultivator could only grit his teeth in frustration and retort, 30 million. As anticipated, Chen Qun in box 4 promptly countered, 31 million. Internally, Chen Qun lamented. After the handling fees deducted by the Wanbao Pavilion, his total remaining spirit stones amounted to just over 32 million, that if the opposing bidder raised the price again, he would lose the chance to acquire the divine dragon's blood. Chen Qun regretted not having auctioned off a few more drops of the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon liquid, considering he possessed an ample reservoir of it. However, his concerns mirrored those of the golden core cultivator from the 10,000 Buddha temple, who had slightly over 30 million remaining, just enough for one final bid, albeit a fraction less than Chen Qun's. The golden core cultivator, seething with rage, shouted, 30 million. Simultaneously, he silently hoped that the calamity from box 4 would refrain from raising the bid again. Unsurprisingly, Chen Qun raised his bid once more, 31 million. He felt a twinge of anxiety. If the other party raised the bid again, he would be forever parted from the divine dragon's blood. However, the opponent did not respond with another bid, and ultimately, Chen Qun secured the divine dragon's blood for 31 million high-grade spirit stones. With this transaction, the auction concluded. After obtaining the divine dragon's blood, Chen Qun discreetly exited through the back door of the box, heading towards the trading area on the 3rd floor. Even until the very end, no one knew the true identity of the enigmatic figure residing in box 4. The design of the Wanbao Pavilion's boxes was indeed to protect the privacy of its esteemed guests. Yet unbeknownst to Chen Qun, a minuscule corpse insect, smaller than a mosquito, stealthily burrowed into his sleeve, dispatched by the old Taoist Lin Ying for tracking his adversaries. Upon reaching the 3rd floor's free trading area, he found numerous cultivators setting up stalls and commencing transactions. Chen Qun initially intended to seek out Elder Dao Yuan of the Tiandao sect to report his safety. However, after the auction's conclusion, Elder Dao Yuan had escorted several members of the Tiandao sect back with the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon liquid. Chen Qun surveyed the vibrant array of stalls, patiently searching for the spiritual items he required. The cultivators manning these stalls had attended the auction, and when they were unable to secure the items they sought, they often proceeded to trade directly on the 3rd floor once the auction concluded. Over time, this practice developed into a burgeoning market, and the scale of the 3rd floor trading area rivaled that of the auction itself. Moreover, all areas under the jurisdiction of the Wanbao Pavilion were safeguarded by its cultivators, ensuring fair transactions without the fear of unscrupulous dealings that at last. Chen Qun spotted the earth core essence he sought at a stall run by a golden core cultivator. Approaching politely, he inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed senior, how much for this bottle of earth core essence?" The golden core cultivator scrutinized Chen Qun with a cold demeanor, replying, 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. His brusque tone stemmed from the belief that a mere foundation establishment junior could hardly afford such a sum. Ultimately, however, Chen Qun managed to purchase it for 1,800 high-grade spirit stones, prompting the golden core cultivator to regard him with newfound respect. At last, I have gathered the materials for the 3rd layer of the Amitabha 9-yang body refinement technique. Chen Qun sighed inwardly. He continued his search for useful spiritual items, and whether by fortune or divine favor, he soon discovered a 3-star stone. Though the price was steep, he still acquired it, with this 3-star stone in hand. He now only needed the soul-severing wood and the Xian ice essence to craft a mechanical beast for golden core cultivation. However, after perusing numerous stalls, he failed to locate the other 2 components. Nevertheless, Chen Qun felt content, for his gains from this venture were already substantial. Just as he tirelessly sought useful spiritual items, the old Taoist Lin Ying, observing from a distance, felt his eyes nearly ignite with fury. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ying muttered to himself, "So it is this brat. I shall settle both new and old scores today." Chen Qun, having failed to find any additional items of interest, decided against lingering further and exited the Wanbao Pavilion. Soaring towards his small courtyard on his sword, midway through his flight, he sensed someone was tailing him. Had it not been for his recent breakthrough to the golden core stage, he would not have detected that faint, elusive aura. Judging by the presence, he surmised that his pursuer was undoubtedly a golden core cultivator. Consequently, Chen Qun contemplated turning back to the Wanbao Pavilion, where he would be shielded by its cultivators. It appeared Lin Ying had recognized that Chen Qun was onto him, as he ceased to conceal himself, directly obstructing Chen Qun's path back to the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon seeing Lin Ning, Chen Qun inquired, "Might I ask what business you have in following me?" "Lin Dao's friend?" Lin Ning, teeth clenched, retorted, "Dao Yun, I have been searching for you. You nearly cost me my life within the Prenlai Immortal Mansion, and today you have again disrespected my heavenly master sect by competing for the secret manual. It seems only fitting to settle both new and old grievances." Observing Lin Ying's expression, Chen Qun understood that today's situation would be difficult to navigate. Feeling the faint pressure of the golden core emanating from Lin Ning, Chen Qun's sole thought was to flee. Suddenly, he shouted towards the back of Lin Ning, "Elder Dao Si, what brings you here?" Lin Ning instinctively turned to look, only to find nothing but emptiness to be by the time he turned back. The figure of Dao Yun, who had been mere steps away, had already escaped over 10 zhang. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Lin Ying's face darkened as he charged after Chen Qun. Chapter 62. Trapped in desperation to evade Lin Ning, Chen Qun fled rapidly into the distance. However, he was still merely at the Foundation establishment stage, and his speed meant little in the eyes of a golden core cultivator. Moreover, Lin Ning, being a prodigious disciple of the Heavenly Master sect, had just recently achieved the golden core stage but was already nearing the strength of a mid-golden core cultivator. Sensing Lin Ning closing in behind him, Chen Qun hastily summoned a mechanical beast from the Prenlai Immortal Mansion to impede Lin Ying's pursuit. Upon seeing the mechanical beast Chen Qun unleashed, Lin Ying's eyes flared with anger. After all, he had nearly lost his life to such constructs within the Prenlai Immortal Mansion. Yet having advanced to the golden core stage, Lin Ning was no longer comparable to his former self at the Foundation establishment stage. The mechanical beast, which had once wreaked havoc among Foundation establishment cultivators, barely delayed Lin Ning for a moment before he obliterated it in a fit of rage. Chen Qun continued his escape without looking back, and no matter how swiftly he attempted to flee, he could not shake off Lin Ning. Before long, the distance between them diminished further, as Chen Qun glanced back while fleeing. He realized Lin Ning appeared to be toying with him, relishing in the fear of impending death. However, Chen Qun had no time to ponder. Survival was paramount, and in a state of panic, he veered towards the direction of the Beast Mountain range. Lin Ning, unhurried, trailed behind Chen Qun, exuding an air of leisure. Observing the hastily fleeing Chen Qun, the cultivators at the periphery of the Beast Mountain range gazed on with envy, remarking, "The speed of a Foundation establishment cultivator is truly impressive." Upon entering the territory of fifth-tier demon beasts, Lin Ning began to grow impatient, but he accelerated and blocked Chen Qun's path, declaring, "You have a remarkable talent for digging your own grave. But it will be of no use that I shall transform your corpse into a zombie, ensuring you find no peace even in death, and your body will serve me in the afterlife." Just then, a fifth-tier Crimson Flame beast charged forth, intent on swallowing the intruder whole. However, before it could approach, it was cowed into submission by the golden core aura emanating from Lin Ning, collapsing to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Chen Qun regarded Lin Ning in silence, plotting his escape. Suddenly, he uttered a golden OM and a golden Ma. The two golden characters, embodying boundless might, spiraled towards the venerable Taoist Lin Ning, marking Chen Qun's most formidable assault apart from the life-consuming Shumi Palm. However, the ensuing events plunged Chen Qun's heart into the abyss. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Taoist Lin Ning shattered the two golden characters effortlessly. Despite Chen Qun's utmost attempts to overestimate the prowess of a golden core cultivator, he found himself underestimating their formidable nature. Given the current circumstances, even if Chen Qun were to burn his life force to unleash the Shumi Palm, he would remain incapable of contending with Taoist Lin Ning. Even if he wished to employ the Void Step for a hasty retreat, escaping alive would likely prove exceedingly difficult, since Taoist Lin Ning could discern that it was Chen Qun in the private room of the Wanbao Pavilion. He must possess means to track him. Chen Qun contemplated using the long-distance communication talisman gifted by his master, Li Yanhua. However, given that Li Yanhua had come from Tiandao sect, there was no time for him to respond. Moreover, since Li Yanhua had entered seclusion, a hasty plea for help from Chen Qun could jeopardize both their lives. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qun seemed to have truly fallen into a desperate situation. With a steely resolve, he addressed Taoist Lin Ning, saying, "Taoist Lin, We harbor no deep-seated enmity. Why must you pursue total annihilation? I am willing to share the Zhurong technique with you. Might we transform our conflict into harmony? Taoist Lining burst into laughter, retorting, "Did you not consider the consequences when you sought to seize the Zhurong technique from me? When you conspired against me in the Prenglai immortal mansion, did you ever foresee this day? If you have no further words to impart, I shall send you on your way." Chen Qun's display of weakness bore no fruit. Though he could not recall any specific instance of having wronged Taoist Lining in the Prenglai immortal mansion, the latter's resolve to kill him left Chen Qun with no intention of surrendering. Thus, he launched a direct mental assault against Taoist Lining, only to suffer a backlash that sent him reeling in agony. A sinister smile crept on a Taoist Lin Ying's lips as he remarked, "Dao Yun, you truly possess a multitude of secrets. However, you need not elaborate. First, I will eliminate you, and then I shall unravel your mysteries at my leisure." With that, Taoist Lining hurled a pale yellow talisman at Chen Qun. Desperate to evade, Chen Qun was nonetheless struck by the talisman. Following a violent explosion, blood covered Chen Qun's darkened visage, prompting him to hastily consume a drop of the Jutian Yulong liquid. Had it not been for his cultivation of the Mito Jiang body refinement technique reaching its second tier, that strike would have surely claimed his life. Even so, he sustained considerable injuries. Though the gap between the peak foundation establishment and the golden core stage was but a single step, that step marked a chasm of disparity. Chen Qun could not afford to dwell on other thoughts. He summoned a mechanical beast to impede Taoist Lin Ying's advance and fled rapidly into the depths of the Wan Beast Mountains. Taoist Lin Ying dispatched the mechanical beast with ease and pursued Chen Qun without hesitation, and no longer indulging in a game of cat and mouse. He accelerated to his utmost speed, closing the distance in mere moments. Feeling Taoist Lin Ying's presence drawing nearer, despair gnawed at Chen Qun's heart as he reminisced over past memories. Was this truly the end? Yet he resolved that as long as he drew breath, he would not surrender until the final moment. Thus, a domain of sword intent enveloped the approaching Taoist Lin Ying. Suddenly sensing a stasis in space, Lin Ying's movement slowed, but he still managed to strike Chen Qun. Ignoring the pain of his injuries, Chen Qun quickly swallowed another drop of Jutian Yulong liquid and continued his flight. However, it was not long before Taoist Lin Ying caught up to him once more. Chen Qun hastily unleashed the sword domain to obstruct Lin Ying's advance, yet he was still struck by another palm, pouring the miraculous Jutian Yulong liquid into his mouth as though it were water. Chen Qun relied on these extraordinary elixirs and the formidable Mijiang body refinement technique to drag his battered body onward for half an hour. Observing Chen Qun's tenacity, Taoist Lin Ying silently mused, "I wonder how much longer you can endure." Within, Chen Qun lamented. Despite the aid of Jutian Yulong liquid, his body was nearing its limits. Every bone felt as though it might shatter under Lin Ying's relentless assault, and if this continued, he would surely perish within the Wan Beast Mountains. Chapter 63. A brief refuge. After fleeing for a while longer, Chen Qun found himself utterly drained, and as he braced for another impending strike from Taoist Lin Ying, he felt utterly powerless to resist. Just as Lin Ying was about to deliver the fatal blow, a bolt of lightning suddenly surged towards him, startling Lin Ying into retracting his attack. Unbeknownst to Chen Qun, in his flight, he had inadvertently trespassed into the territory of a 7th-tier Golden Core Lightning Eagle. Upon sensing an intruder, the formidable beast rushed forth, intent on tearing apart the human who dared to invade its domain. Thus, the skilled Lin Ying became the first target of the Lightning Eagle's wrath. Withdrawing his attack on Chen Qun, Lin Ying had no choice but to evade the eagle's fierce onslaught. Seeing Lin Ying preoccupied, a flicker of hope ignited within Chen Qun, prompting him to swallow another mouthful of Jutian Yulong liquid and continue his rapid escape. Though Lin Ying attempted to resume the pursuit, he found himself entangled with the Lightning Eagle, forced to engage in a fierce battle. Observing Lin Ying's predicament, Chen Qun's will to survive surged exponentially, propelling him deeper into the Wan Beast Mountains. After fleeing for over 3 hours, Chen Qun was utterly exhausted. Coupled with his injuries, he would have succumbed long ago if not for the replenishing properties of the Jutian Yulong liquid. However, the past 3 hours in the Wan Beast Mountains had been eerily quiet. He encountered no further beasts, and the atmosphere felt ominously foreboding. with little time to ponder the strangeness of his surroundings. Chen Qun prioritized healing his wounds, estimating that Lin Ying would likely struggle to locate him at this juncture. After another half hour, he had regained about 30% of his strength, as the Jiuqian Yulong liquid lived up to its reputation as a miraculous healing elixir. Just as Chen Qun's spirits lifted, a voice pierced the silence. Dao Yun, you truly possess remarkable stamina, but today is destined to mark your sacrificial day. As the words echoed, Daoist Lin Ying materialized before Chen Qun. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Qun turned to flee. Lin Ying, enraged, pursued him relentlessly, and as expected, Chen Qun was struck once again. However, in that moment, he inadvertently glimpsed a dark cave, one seemingly protected by a barrier. Since death is inevitable, I might as well gamble on this, Chen Qun thought fervently. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed towards the cave as Lin Ying's palm struck him, propelling him towards the entrance. Upon reaching the cave's threshold, a formidable resistance met him. Yet the golden sphere within his sea of consciousness seemed to resonate, emanating a golden light that enveloped him, allowing him to enter the cave effortlessly. Lin Ying's palm followed closely behind, striking the barrier at the cave's mouth instead of hitting Chen Qun. Fuming, Daoist Lin Ying attempted to breach the cave's entrance, but was thwarted by the barrier. With no other choice, he began to study how to dismantle it, determined to enter the cave and eliminate Chen Qun. Chen Qun, watching Lin Ying trapped outside, felt a renewed sense of survival. Surveying the cave's meager surroundings revealed its diminutive size. Even Lin Ying at the entrance could see everything within. The cave possessed only a single exit, with walls on all sides, save for a dark six-pointed star symbol adorning the ceiling. Frustrated, Lin Ying shouted, Dao Yun, come out and face your demise. I might grant you a complete corpse. Turning towards the entrance, Chen Qun replied, Do you take me for a fool, Daoist Lin? If you wish to kill me, first break the barrier at the entrance, that if you cannot, then you have only yourself to blame for your inadequacy. Lin Ying seethed. Do not get too cocky. Dao Yun, I want to see how long you can maintain your arrogance. With that, he summoned 2 silver zombies, both possessing the combat strength of golden core cultivators, to relentlessly assault the barrier. Lin Ying settled into a meditative stance outside the cave, clearly intent on wearing Chen Qun down to the last. Meanwhile, Chen Qun sat within the cave, consuming another drop of Jiuqian Yulong liquid to begin restoring his strength. Unbeknownst to him, an entire day and night had passed, and as Chen Qun stretched during his meditation, he felt the weight of exhaustion lift slightly. My strength has fully returned, but how can I escape from this predicament? Chen Qun murmured to himself. He gazed at the old Taoist Lin Ying, seated cross-legged at the cave's entrance, but he understood that if the barrier at the cave's mouth were to be breached, Lin Ying would undoubtedly enter without hesitation to eliminate him. Beside Lin Ying, the 2 silver corpses relentlessly attacked the barrier, seemingly tireless, causing faint ripples to emanate from it. Chen Qun had deduced from these ripples that if the 2 corpses continued their assault, it would likely take no more than a month to completely shatter the barrier. However, with no means to intervene, Chen Qun resigned himself to cultivating his strength within the cave, all while under Lin Ying's watchful gaze. He took out the Zhurong technique, which he had acquired at an auction, and began to practice earnestly. Outside the cave, Lin Ying's eyes burned with fury as he watched Chen Qun. If a gaze could kill, Chen Qun would have perished countless times by now. Chapter 64. The eerie hexagram. Immersed in the cultivation of the Zhurong technique, Chen Qun found himself increasingly convinced that it was indeed a masterful guide to controlling fire. With utmost care, he retrieved a flickering flame from the golden orb, a South Ming heavenly fire, and attempted to control and fuse it using the methods outlined in the technique. Upon seeing the South Ming heavenly fire, Lin Ying's eyes nearly popped out of his head, that he had believed his corrupt bone demon flame to be unparalleled among cultivators, as such extraordinary flames were exceedingly rare in this realm. Yet, he had not anticipated that the Dao Yun of the Heavenly Dao sect possessed an even more formidable South Ming heavenly fire. How many astonishing secrets does this Dao Yun hold? Once the barrier is broken, I must extract all of its secrets, Lin Ying thought, seething with indignation. Days turned into weeks, and at last, Chen Qun completed his cultivation of the Zhurong technique, slowly drawing the South Ming heavenly fire into his body. In a single thought, A thin layer of the fire enveloped him, its temperature seemingly capable of devouring the very space around him. When the South Ming heavenly fire cloaked Chen Qun's form, a minuscule corpse insect, instinctively terrified by the extraordinary flame, darted from his sleeve in a bid to escape. Witnessing this, Chen Qun suddenly realized why Lin Ying could locate him so quickly. With another thought, the South Ming heavenly fire soared into the air, transforming into a fireball that pursued the tiny corpse insect. In mere moments, the insect was reduced to nothingness. Now, Chen Qun could control the South Ming heavenly fire with remarkable finesse. To enhance the fire's potency, he could absorb other extraordinary flames aside from relying on his own spiritual energy. After stowing away the Zhurong technique and the South Ming heavenly fire, Chen Qun took stock of everything within the cave. His spiritual consciousness had unexpectedly ascended to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. It appeared that the South Ming heavenly fire not only wielded immense power, but also had the capacity to cleanse the mind, propelling Chen Qun's spiritual understanding to greater heights. Despite this advancement in spiritual consciousness, Chen Qun found it challenging to break through to the Golden Core stage, as he had yet to touch the threshold. Without having encountered it, a breakthrough remained elusive. Resigned, Chen Qun continued to sit cross-legged, familiarizing himself with the mid-stage Golden Core realm of spiritual consciousness. Another 10 days passed. Chen Qun observed the two silver corpses relentlessly assaulting the barrier at the cave's entrance, which now trembled violently. He estimated that in roughly 10 days, the barrier would likely be breached. However, since he had refined the South Ming heavenly fire using the Zhurong technique and advanced his spiritual consciousness to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, he now possessed a degree of confidence in his ability to protect himself. The enhancement in his spiritual consciousness meant that his sword intent and domain were also advancing. Thus, he felt assured that he could significantly slow Lin Ying's movements with his sword domain and engage in a protracted escape. Yet, for the time being, the two corpses could not break the barrier. Chen Qun retrieved a large vat from his storage bag, filled it with water and various auxiliary herbs, and added the dragon bone and earth heart essence he had obtained at the auction. Then, with flair, he used the South Ming heavenly fire to heat the mixture. After it was heated, he leaped into the vat and began to cultivate the a 9-yang body refinement technique. Days continued to pass. Lin Ying remained steadfast at the cave's entrance, while the two silver corpses persisted in their unyielding assault on the barrier. Gradually, fine cracks resembling spider silk appeared upon it, as the barrier began to show these delicate fissures. The enormous black hexagram hovering above Chen Qun's head grew increasingly eerie, though neither he nor Lin Ying took notice of the oddity. 2 more days passed. Chen Qun, submerged in the vat, suddenly let out a roar as he sprang forth. He struck the stone wall of the cave with his fist, leaving a deep imprint in the solid rock. Overjoyed, he realized that his 9-yang body refinement technique had finally reached its third layer. Estimating the strength of his body, he found it comparable to that of a top-grade magical artifact. However, the ironwood spirit leaves and Buddhist flame roots required to cultivate the fourth layer were exceedingly rare and difficult to find, having not been seen for thousands of years. Nonetheless, Chen Qun chose not to dwell on this, as achieving the third layer was already a remarkable feat. The rest would depend on fate. He glanced again at the barrier, which was on the verge of shattering, and he surmised it would likely not withstand the night. Chen Qun put away the vat used for cultivating the a 9-yang body refinement technique. He ceased his cultivation and sat on the ground, engaging in idle conversation with Lin Ying outside the cave, their animosity hidden behind a facade of casual dialogue. Yet both were acutely aware that once the barrier was breached, Lin Ying would not hesitate to enter and kill Chen Qun. At last, as the sun began to rise the following day, a large crack appeared in the barrier that a cruel smile crept across Lin Ying's lips as he remarked, "You have no parting words to say, do you? Soon, I shall enter and send you on your way." Chen Qun crossed his arms defiantly and replied, "To send me on my way, you must first possess the strength to do so." Now infused with newfound confidence, he understood that while he could not defeat Lin Ying, capturing him would not be an easy task. As a series of shattering sounds echoed, the barrier was finally breached by the two silver corpses. However, the black hexagram above Chen Qun's head began to spin rapidly as the barrier fell. Linning stepped into the cave, intent on eliminating Chen Qun, but suddenly found himself mired in an invisible quagmire. In a moment of carelessness, he allowed Chen Qun to slip away. Linning was puzzled as to why Chen Qun's spatial control had grown so much stronger in a month. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his ability to dispatch Chen Qun effortlessly. Yet, just as Chen Qun prepared to dash through the cave's mouth in a bid for freedom, an immense force of suction appeared behind him, pulling him back with alarming speed. Chen Qun's expression changed drastically. As he turned to look, he found Linning being drawn into the black hexagram embedded in the cave wall. Before he could ponder this further, he too vanished into the depths of the black hexagram. Chapter 65. Straight into the demon realm, uncertain how much time had passed. Chen Qun slowly opened his eyes to behold a blood-red sun hanging in the sky, surrounded by an atmosphere thick with brutality and the stench of blood. He scrutinized his surroundings, and an ominous premonition crept into his mind, prompting him to murmur, "Surely I haven't stumbled into the legendary demon realm." As Chen Qun surveyed his surroundings, far away, within a castle of the demon kings, dozens of demon lords sat encircled around a black hexagram. Each possessed cultivation equivalent to the nascent soul stage. The black hexagram they surrounded bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Chen Qun had encountered in the cave. One of the leading demon lords declared, "Send word that we must slay the 2 human cultivators who have entered the demon realm. A bounty of 1,000,000 top-tier demon stones will be awarded for each kill, along with a month's access to the blood pool for cultivation." With this command, the demon race's cultivators erupted into a frenzy. Resources in the demon realm were scarce, and killing any human cultivator would present an opportunity to ascend to the rank of demon general or even demon lord. After issuing the order, the leading demon lord continued to address the other demon lords. "Esteemed ones, what are your thoughts on these 2 humans who have infiltrated our realm?" One of the demon lords replied, "After we ascend to demon lord, we will be confined within this castle, with no possibility of leaving except through ascending to demon emperor and transcending to the upper realms. However, if we unite our strength against the rules, we could in 10 years break free from these shackles and open a spatial passage to the azure sky continent, at which point our demon race can reclaim what once belonged to us. It is likely that these human cultivators have come to scout our realm." The leading demon lord, upon hearing this, remarked, "If the formidable cultivators of the human race were to become aware of our plans, they would undoubtedly interfere at the spatial exit of the blue sky continent. Therefore, for the sake of safety, we must ensure that these 2 who have ventured into the demon realm cannot escape." The other demon lords nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to the bewildered Chen Qun, he had already become a target for extermination among the demon clan. When he and the old Taoist Linning were transported into the demon realm via the black hexagram, their auras were immediately reflected within the demon lord's fortress. In fact, their appearances and cultivation levels were clearly known to the elder demon lords at the nascent soul stage residing within the fortress. Choosing a random direction to traverse, Chen Qun encountered numerous chi refining and foundation establishment stage demon beasts along the way, most of which he managed to vanquish. As for the golden core stage beasts, Chen Qun, relying on his mid-golden core consciousness, skillfully evaded them. Days later, upon spotting a black city, Chen Qun felt a surge of joy after having dealt with the demon beasts for several days. Although it was inhabited by members of the demon race, this did not dampen his spirits. However, as soon as he approached the city, a swarm of demon cultivators surged out like a dark cloud. Before he could react, a barrage of flying swords hurtled towards him, resembling a rain of blades, prompting Chen Qun to turn and flee, unaware of the orders issued by the high-ranking demon lords within the fortress. Chen Qun did not know that members of the demon race could detect the scent of human cultivators from within Tenjiang. Fortunately, the city was small, and no demon generals of golden core level resided within, or else Chen Qun would have faced grave danger. Though merely pursued by Foundation establishment stage demon generals and chi refining soldiers, their overwhelming numbers left Chen Qun with no choice but to continually evade them. Drawing upon his profound spiritual energy, he finally managed to shake off his pursuers, but his general location had already been exposed, attracting the attention of many golden core level demon generals who began converging on the area. Thus, Chen Qun sought out another hiding spot, but before long, he was discovered by the demon cultivators pursuing him. After a fierce battle, he managed to escape yet again. Confused, Chen Qun pondered why the demon cultivators could always locate him with such precision after he concealed himself. He recalled how the old Taoist Lin Ning had once used corpse insects to track him. Consequently, Chen Qun meticulously inspected himself with his consciousness and the southern bright flame, finding no abnormalities. However, before he could regain his composure, a dozen Foundation establishment stage demon generals rushed towards his hiding place. Despite his formidable cultivation, even the mightiest tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. After numerous skirmishes, Chen Qun, although replenished by the 9 Heavens Jade Dragon Elixir, felt utterly exhausted as a horde of demon cultivators charged towards him. Chen Qun shouted, "Wait!" Astonishingly, the leading demon cultivator halted and inquired, "Do you have any last words?" Stunned, Chen Qun thought, "Are they so confident they can kill me? This is quite the arrogance." Nevertheless, he feigned trembling and asked, "I have concealed myself so well. How is it that you can find me? If you do not tell me, I shall die with regret." The demon cultivators erupted into laughter, and the leading one replied, "Let us enlighten you, shall we? The human cultivators harbor a blood feud with our demon race. While we may not be as treacherous as you humans, we have inherited many innate talents, one of which allows us to detect your scent whenever you come within 10 zhang of us." Another demon cultivator smugly added, "Now you can rest easy and embark on your final journey." Chen Qun clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the enlightening words. Indeed, I can now embark on my journey with peace." With that, he summoned his flying sword and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. The demon cultivators, realizing what had transpired, collectively cursed, "What treachery!" before hastily pursuing him. Chapter 66. Flight and Breakthrough in a Swamp. After fleeing for over 10 days, Chen Qun covered himself in mud and finally found a moment to catch his breath. Observing the muck that coated his hands and body, he muttered to himself, "They should have trouble finding me now." However, the stench of this swamp mud is quite overwhelming. Yet for the sake of survival, I cannot be too picky. Suddenly, he detected another group of demon cultivators approaching. Hastily, he concealed himself behind a massive rock, not daring to breathe, for he had encountered several golden core level demon generals during his escape. His journey had been fraught with peril. Each escape more harrowing than the last. His body was battered and bruised. Had it not been for his cultivation of the Umitba and 9 Suns body refinement technique to the 3rd layer, he would have surely succumbed. At that moment, one of the demon cultivators declared, "That human cultivator cannot simply vanish into thin air. We must search the vicinity thoroughly and capture that cunning human." Chen Qun remained hidden behind the rock for what felt like an eternity until silence prevailed outside. Gradually, he emerged, elated. "It seems this method truly works. I can finally rest easy." Yet, before he could finish his thought, a hoarse voice echoed, "You may be celebrating too soon." Turning in alarm, Chen Qun was horrified to find a golden core-level demon general standing behind him. His luck had run out. The powerful demon, seeing Chen Qun flee, transformed into a streak of light and pursued him. Meanwhile, not far from Chen Qun, another human cultivator, drenched in blood and smeared with the foul oil of corpses. "Cursed, damn it! They've sent so many demon generals to hunt down a mere golden core initial stage cultivator, and even those at the mid-golden core level. When my cultivation matures, I shall annihilate this wretched demon realm." This individual was none other than Lin Ning, the old Taoist who had been drawn into the demon realm alongside Chen Qun. His plight was even more dire than Chen Qun's, as the demon lords had been forewarned of their cultivation levels and had devised strategies the moment their locations were revealed. For days, Lin Ning had been relentlessly pursued by a cadre of golden core-level demon generals, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Had it not been for his formidable cultivation and cunning, he would have perished long ago. Nonetheless, he was now left with barely half a life, having narrowly escaped death through his blood escape technique. Eventually, Lin Ning discerned that the demon race could track him by scent. Thus, he covered himself in the fetid oil of corpses to gain a brief respite. Regret swelled within Lin Ning as he recalled the moment in Tianshui City when he had refrained from eliminating Chen Qun outright, opting instead to toy with him like a cat with a mouse. Now he found himself ensnared in the demon realm, and even if he emerged alive, he would likely bear severe scars that at that moment. Lin Ying's heart brimmed with loathing for Chen Qun. In his eyes, Chen Qun was the epitome of misfortune. With no outlet for his frustration, he mentally cursed the ancestral line of Chen Qun repeatedly. In the midst of his frantic escape, Chen Qun inadvertently sneezed, perplexed as to why he had been sneezing so frequently of late. Utilizing the barriers of his sword domain, he struggled to shake off the pursuing demon general. After days of relentless flight, he sensed he was nearing a bottleneck for his ascension to the Golden Core stage, yet the surrounding environment was too perilous for him to dare attempt to break through. Observing the mud on his body drying out, Chen Qun rummaged through his storage bag for some fresh mud to apply anew. Aside from him, it was unlikely anyone else would carry mud in a storage bag. Days passed and several waves of demon cultivators traversed the vicinity, yet none discovered Chen Qun's presence, even among some of the demon generals. Nevertheless, Chen Qun remained wary, choosing to stay hidden within an inconspicuous cave. After a few more days, as the demon cultivators had nearly all departed to search elsewhere, Chen Qun cautiously opened his eyes. Just as he prepared to make a move, he overheard a voice say, "It appears that human cultivator is truly no longer here. We have observed in the shadows for so many days without a single sign. He has likely fled to another area." One demon general spoke to another. The second demon general concurred wholeheartedly, and the two transformed into streaks of light, flying away into the distance. Inside the cave, Chen Qun broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "That was close. I almost got discovered." At that moment, he dared not venture out, waiting another 2 days until he confirmed that all the demon cultivators had indeed left. Only then did he quietly emerge, gathering some dry grass to cover the entrance of his hiding spot with swamp mud. After surveying the surroundings for any abnormalities, he returned to the cave and commenced his meditation to break through. After Chen Qun entered a meditative state, he could distinctly sense that the breakthrough to the Golden Core stage was within reach. Yet it remained an elusive barrier he could only graze but not shatter. Chen Qun then took out a condensed golden core and swallowed it. As it dissolved, he felt the constraints of his advancement becoming increasingly loosened. Suddenly, he perceived a transformation in his surroundings. He was no longer in the demon realm, but had returned home to Nanjing City. His parents, upon seeing him, embraced him with overwhelming excitement. Chen Qun felt himself lifted off the ground. And upon focusing his gaze, he realized he was still a child. At that moment, a voice boomed, "You ungrateful wretch! How dare you defy me for the sake of such a worthless being? I shall ensure your demise here today." It was his grandfather, Chen Huawu, who had come in a fury, incensed by Chen Qun's perceived inadequacies. Chen Huawu stormed towards Chen Xiaolei, and without a moment's hesitation, struck him with his staff, causing his brains to splatter, rendering him lifeless. Witnessing this horrific scene, Chen Qun's eyes turned blood red, and his hair whipped wildly in the wind. At that moment, he lost all semblance of rationality, consumed by a singular emotion: hatred. He despised the unfairness of fate and yearned for a bloody vengeance. Just then, a golden orb emitted a beam of light that penetrated Chen Qun's eyes, restoring clarity to his vision. Realizing he was still within the cave of the demon realm, he was drenched in cold sweat. He understood that the vision he had encountered was merely a manifestation of his inner demons. Had the golden orb not awakened him at that critical juncture, he would have succumbed to madness, transforming into a mindless, bloodthirsty automaton until his death. Chapter 67. The anomaly of the calamity clouds in that moment. Chen Qun's gratitude towards the golden orb was beyond words. It had consistently saved him at pivotal moments. Thus, he silently vowed to seek out the essence of the golden orb he had once vaguely heard about. After overcoming his inner demons, Chen Qun's mental cultivation had entirely ascended to the Golden Core stage. Yet his own cultivation still lagged behind in terms of both mental state and spiritual awareness. However, he steadfastly pursued the opportunity to break through as he absorbed more and more spiritual energy. His dantian began to swell, the increasing pressure threatening to explode his body. Clenching his teeth, Chen Qun relentlessly compressed the spiritual energy within, transforming the newly absorbed energy into a liquid state, akin to that which already resided in his body. As the liquid spiritual energy accumulated, the pressure on his body intensified. Chen Qun continued to compress the liquefied energy, patiently taking the most crucial step on his path to immortality. Eventually, he managed to condense the liquid spiritual energy into solid forms. A faint smile flickered across Chen Qun's pained face. He sensed that success was imminent, for he understood. The compression of gas yields liquid. The compression of liquid yields solid. Once the spiritual energy within transforms entirely into solid form, the completion of the golden core will be nearly at hand. The compressive force would condense the previously abundant liquid spiritual energy into a solid the size of an egg, which, after undergoing the tribulation of thunder, would ultimately crystallize into a golden core. Chen Qun continued to compress the energy within. Colorful clouds began to manifest in the sky. Chen Qun remained oblivious to the unfolding spectacle, wholly focused on condensing his spiritual energy. As the colorful clouds gradually expanded over a radius of 1,000 miles, they attracted the attention of many demon cultivators, who had never witnessed such exquisite clouds before. Even the old Taoist Lining, hidden in a hollow tree, marveled at the beauty of the clouds in the demon realm. By sheer coincidence, both Lining and Chen Qun, each fleeing aimlessly, found themselves in close proximity. Chen Qun remained oblivious to the unusual colors in the sky, entirely absorbed in compressing his spiritual energy. As the compression of Chen Qun's spiritual energy intensified, the colorful clouds in the sky grew increasingly vibrant. Lining, reclining in the tree hollow, reveled in this rare sight, muttering, "You demon brats, what use is there in mere strength? To think you could capture me, it's a pipe dream. I'll play with you once I awaken from this slumber." At that moment, Chen Qun was at a critical juncture, his teeth grinding audibly. Though he understood the difficulty of forming a golden core, he had not anticipated the magnitude of the challenge. He relied solely on his willpower to persevere. To abandon this effort would mean losing everything, and he would never again have the opportunity to ascend to the golden core stage. Chen Qun was not one to choose surrender, having endured too many cold glances in his youth, which had forged the resolute heart he possessed today. However, the demon cultivators nearby remained unaware of the impending danger. The colorful clouds that had once scattered began to coalesce, gradually condensing into a mass spanning 100 miles, before falling silent. Such a phenomenon was indeed rare. Even Lining began to suspect that an extraordinary treasure was about to manifest in the vicinity. Chen Qun finally endured through the final moments. Feeling the surge and solidity of the spiritual energy within him, he had successfully formed his golden core. Observing the golden core, akin to the size of an egg, within his dantian, an indescribable joy and emotion surged within him. At that moment, he had finally become the golden core cultivator he had long yearned to be. With Chen Qun's successful formation of the golden core, the colorful clouds in the sky began to churn violently, emanating a power capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. The radiant colors instantly illuminated a radius of over 100 miles. Lining, who lay in the tree hollow, exclaimed, "What the hell? That's a calamity cloud. Which fool is attempting to transcend here? I'm going to be killed because of this." Cursing, he swiftly fled the tree hollow, disregarding any need for concealment, and bolted into the distance. Lining understood that even if he were discovered by the demon cultivators, he could still find a way to escape. However, if he remained within the area enveloped by the calamity clouds when the seven-colored thunder tribulation descended, his fate would be sealed. If it were an ordinary calamity cloud, Lining would have recognized it long ago, but this seven-colored calamity cloud had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Not only had he never seen it, but neither had his master. At this moment, Lining could think of nothing else but to escape with all his might, praying that the thunder tribulation would not strike too soon. Not only Lining, but even the demon cultivators pursuing him were fleeing desperately. Lining could see that someone was undergoing the ninth heavenly tribulation to form their golden core. However, if the heavenly tribulation struck him, it would transform into the fifth heavenly tribulation for refining the nascent soul, as the tribulation adapted according to strength and cultivation level. Thus, the higher the cultivation of those present, the quicker their demise. This was especially true for the formidable seven-colored thunder tribulation. Even a single strike would be fatal for Lining, as he was far from forming his nascent soul. Moreover, once targeted by the heavenly tribulation, he could flee to the ends of the earth. Yet the seven-colored calamity clouds would relentlessly pursue him until every bolt of thunder had struck. Chen Qun gazed at the swirling, colorful clouds above, feeling an overwhelming sense of shock. But he quickly steadied himself and swallowed a drop of Jiutian Yulong liquid, resuming his meditative state. He aimed to maintain his optimal condition to confront the impending heavenly tribulation, as he would face many more in the future. Now that Chen Qun had formed his golden core, he needed to endure the ninth heavenly tribulation, which would strike him 4 times. When forming his nascent soul, he would face the 5th heavenly tribulation, requiring 5 strikes. During the spirit-severing stage, it would be the 6th heavenly tribulation, with 6 strikes, and so forth, with each subsequent tribulation growing increasingly powerful. The final tribulation would be the 9th heavenly tribulation, culminating in the ultimate tribulation, after which he would enter the Great Ascension stage and convert his spiritual essence into celestial essence, allowing him to ascend directly to the celestial realm. As the scale of the colorful clouds continued to swell, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended directly upon Chen Qun. Chapter 68. The 4th ninth heavenly tribulation, when this barrel-thick bolt of tribulation lightning struck Chen Qun. Many demon cultivators beneath the calamity clouds also suffered dire consequences. Outside the clouds, Lin Ying, hunched over and panting, remarked, "That was close." A moment later, and I would have turned to ashes that I barely escaped just as the lightning was about to fall. Yet, before Lin Ying could finish his lament, a gleaming flying sword shot towards him that in a frantic attempt to defend himself. He was sent flying several meters, spitting blood. Lin Ying erupted in anger, just as I escaped the tribulation. "You dare to ambush me. One day, I will annihilate every last one of you." After cursing, he took flight on his sword, with the demon cultivators pursuing him closely. As they continued their chase, the first bolt of tribulation lightning struck Chen Qun, creating a massive crater within a 2-meter radius, showcasing the formidable power of the lightning. As Chen Qun emerged from the pit, his face smeared with darkness. Even his parents would scarcely recognize him at that moment. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, quickly swallowing a drop of the 9 heavens jade dragon liquid to hasten his healing. The second bolt of tribulation lightning was currently roiling ominously, poised to unleash its tremendous might and reduce Chen Qun to ashes. In a frantic race against time, he sought to restore the vitality within him, for the previous bolt had left him grievously wounded. Chen Qun had been brimming with confidence, having surpassed any cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment, while others would typically employ treasures or spells to weaken the might of the tribulation. Chen Qun, in a bid to test the strength of the Amitabha, a 9 suns body refinement technique, had resolutely endured the first bolt with his flesh alone. However, he had overlooked the fact that he was facing the most formidable 7-colored lightning tribulation, a challenge few had ever survived throughout history. The second bolt of lightning loomed closer. Chen Qun had managed to recover approximately 60% of his spiritual energy. At this juncture, he dared not withstand another strike with his body. Should he do so, it would likely spell his demise. With a thunderous roar, the second bolt, imbued with unparalleled power, descended. Prepared, Chen Qun unleashed 2 golden characters, which spiraled toward the bolt. Upon collision, the characters erupted in a brilliant explosion, significantly diminishing the force of the tribulation. Chen Qun then enveloped himself in the southern bright, heavenly fire to bolster his defenses. Yet in an instant, the bolt sent him hurtling through the air. The impact left him feeling as though his very bones would shatter. Ignoring everything else, he hastily consumed a large mouthful of the 9 heavens jade dragon liquid to aid in his recovery. The second bolt was vastly more powerful than the first, and despair began to creep into Chen Qun's heart as he contemplated the 2 even stronger bolts yet to come. Another resounding crash echoed as the third bolt of lightning descended. Before it struck, Chen Qun had made extensive preparations. 2 golden characters spun above him, beneath which lay his Tianjiao sword embryo, and he had transformed the southern bright, heavenly fire into a massive shield to protect his head. Yet, due to the overwhelming power of the third bolt, despite having weakened its impact, Chen Qun was still nearly knocked unconscious. Biting his tongue to stave off unconsciousness, he fought with the last vestiges of his will. To faint now would mean bidding farewell to this world, for the fourth and most potent bolt would show him no mercy. Desperately, he gulped down another 2 large mouthfuls of the 9 heavens jade dragon liquid, barely managing to restore a portion of his spiritual energy. After all, his injuries were severe, and the potent liquid could scarcely mitigate the damage inflicted by the tribulation, that he glanced up at the seven-colored tribulation clouds above, muttering to himself, "Perhaps this is where it all ends." Despair weighed heavily upon him. He had exhausted every means against the third bolt, and his injuries were worsening as he braced for the even mightier fourth bolt, his confidence utterly shattered. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He resolved to prepare as he had for the third bolt. Retrieving the vial of dragon blood he had purchased at the auction house from within the golden sphere. "If I am to perish, I might as well gamble everything," he shouted defiantly at the storm clouds above. Without hesitation, he drained the entire vial of dragon blood. Upon consuming it, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, with crimson energy visibly pulsing throughout his body. As the red energy surged, Chen Qun's internal energy grew increasingly volatile, until his eyes transformed into a dark crimson. In excruciating pain, he relentlessly struck the ground to release the pent-up energy. Yet no matter how he attempted to expel it, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir within him, swelling with intensity, threatening to erupt at any moment. In mere moments, he ballooned in size, visibly expanding before the it seemed inevitable that he would soon burst. Just as he had nearly transformed into a grotesque ball of flesh, the fourth bolt of lightning had fully gathered its strength, striking directly at him. The golden characters and the southern bright, heavenly fire were instantly dispersed by the fourth bolt, and even the Tianjiao sword embryo suffered a significant breach. Ultimately, the fourth bolt, imbued with apocalyptic power, struck the now bulbous Chen Qun. After a cacophony of violent explosions, much of the surrounding landscape was reduced to dust, and a massive crater measuring several meters deep was carved into the ground. After a long while, Chen Qun clawed his way out of the deep pit created by the fourth bolt, his form so battered that it was barely recognizable as human. Yet he still managed to rise. The residual energies from the tribulation continually mended his wounds. Had it not been for the dragon blood's energy mitigating the bolt's impact at the last moment, Chen Qun would have been utterly annihilated by the lightning. He stowed away the Tianjiao sword embryo and the southern bright, heavenly fire, then chose a direction at random and sped away. He desperately needed to find a safe haven to recuperate. Chapter 69. Battle. A month passed in the blink of an it was as though Chen Qun had vanished from the demon realm, leaving behind only the ravaged land once tormented by the seven-colored lightning. Even the powerful demon lords within the Demon King's fortress believed him to be utterly extinguished. Yet, from a cave by a swamp, a formidable aura suddenly erupted. This surge of energy emanated from none other than Chen Qun, who had been concealed within this cave for an entire month. During this time, he had diligently healed his injuries and familiarized himself with the benefits the tribulation had bestowed upon him. His southern bright heavenly fire had mutated due to its encounters and resistance against the lightning, now harboring traces of thunderous pressure within its faint flames. His great Luo Brahmasao mantra had also ascended to the third tier, enabling him to emit the three golden characters, Om, Ma, and Ni. With his current cultivation at the initial stage of the golden core, the potency of his incantations was astonishingly formidable. However, the most significant gain for Chen Qun was his physical body. Although his Ba Nine Sun's body refinement technique had yet to break through to the fourth tier, having survived the dragon blood without exploding and having undergone the baptism and fusion of the lightning tribulation, his physical form now possessed the strength equivalent to a low-grade spiritual weapon, with traces of dragon lineage lingering within. Yet, he lamented the damage sustained by his Tianjiao sword embryo, which had suffered a substantial breach from the tribulation. Fortunately, the sword embryo was capable of self-repair, though it would require a multitude of magical treasures to consume for restoration. Having organized his thoughts, Chen Qun exited the cave, hastily selecting a direction and speeding away. He was desperate to escape the brutal atmosphere of the demon realm. However, he found himself troubled by the question of how to return to the azure sky continent. He was leagues away from the harmonization stage, and with his current cultivation, he was unable to tear through the spatial barriers. Chen Qun could only seek a teleportation array within the demon realm that might lead him back to the azure sky continent. Now having broken through to the golden core stage, he felt confident in his ability to to protect himself, provided he did not encounter any of the reclusive Yuanying stage demon lords. While Chen Qun searched aimlessly for a teleportation array, he unexpectedly crossed paths with a mid-golden core demon general. Upon spotting Chen Qun, the demon general was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "What a stroke of luck! I've finally found you, Brad. Let us see where you can run now." However, this time, Chen Qun did not turn to flee. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings. Once he confirmed there was only this one mid-golden core demon general nearby, he felt at ease. Chen Qun wished to test the extent of his newfound strength since entering the golden core stage. Thus, he boldly declared to the demon general, "Who said I was going to run? Just don't escape when the time comes." The mid-golden core demon general burst into laughter, retorting, "If I were to be defeated by you, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, I would have no face left to continue living in the demon realm." Chen Qun had deliberately concealed his current cultivation level, appearing as though he were at the peak of foundation establishment. So the demon general failed to recognize his advancement to the golden core stage. With a disdainful glance at the mid-golden core demon general, Chen Qun scoffed, "Then let us see you try. Show me if this foundation establishment cultivator can defeat you, a demon general." The mid-golden core demon general, now slightly irked, retorted, "It seems your mind is muddled. I'll use your head as a stepping stone for my cultivation." With that, the mid-golden core demon general launched an attack on Chen Qun. In that moment, he envisioned the rewards promised by the demon lords of the fortress, believing them to be within his grasp. Moments later, the two were locked in combat. The mid-golden core demon general wielded a massive trident, channeling potent magical energy through it as he relentlessly assaulted Chen Qun. In response, Chen Qun summoned his somewhat damaged Tianjiao sword embryo and engaged the demon general in a genuine battle. The sorcerer, increasingly alarmed as the battle raged on, could not help but muse internally, "This cannot possibly be a mere foundation establishment practitioner. The energy coursing through him is clearly on par with my own as a demon commander." Chen Qun, equally astonished, never anticipated that a mid-stage golden core demon sorcerer would prove to be such a formidable adversary. His sword domain and the 8 styles of swordsmanship had been pushed to their utmost limits. Yet after more than half an hour of fierce combat, he still found himself at a disadvantage. In truth, only Chen Qun dared to entertain such thoughts. Were it any other early-stage golden core practitioner facing a mid-stage opponent, they would have been vanquished in mere moments. Moreover, Chen Qun had only just stepped into the early golden core stage, with no time to consolidate his newfound strength. Yet this peculiar individual continued to ponder why he was faltering against such formidable odds. The mid-stage golden core demon sorcerer, growing increasingly impatient, resorted to employing the secret techniques of his kind to eliminate this bizarre human practitioner. Countless black threads emanated from his trident, swiftly ensnaring Chen Qun's limbs. Rendered immobile, Chen Qun was subjected to a relentless barrage from the trident, blood pouring from his mouth. Although his physical body had attained the resilience of a low-grade spiritual artifact, he could not withstand such ferocious assaults from a mid-stage golden core practitioner. However, once Chen Qun regained his composure, he refused to remain a passive target any longer. Summoning the southern bright, heavenly fire, he incinerated the black threads that bound him in an instant, despite having shattered the restraints. The injuries he sustained hampered his speed, allowing the demon sorcerer to land several more strikes to that moment. The mid-stage golden core demon sorcerer was engulfed by tumultuous emotions that to his astonishment, despite the numerous blows he had landed. Chen Qun appeared to have sustained only minor injuries, but he was well aware of his own offensive capabilities. Even a strike against a mountain towering 100 meters high would reduce it to mere powder. Now he found himself perplexed by the resilience of this peculiar adversary, whose physical prowess was astonishingly robust. Chen Qun, inwardly lamenting the overwhelming strength and unparalleled attack power of the demon sorcerer, realized that if this continued, he would surely be slain. With urgency, he retreated. Misinterpreting Chen Qun's withdrawal as an attempt to flee, the demon sorcerer pursued him with haste. Yet, Chen Qun unleashed a golden syllable from his lips, enveloping the demon sorcerer in a radiant aura. The sorcerer, caught off guard, found himself ensnared. However, before Chen Qun could revel in his success, he watched in disbelief as the golden was shattered by the demon sorcerer's trident. Chapter 70. encounter with the elder Taoist Lin staring at the disintegrated golden OM, Chen Qun was momentarily stupefied. He quickly retaliated against the advancing demon sorcerer, releasing another golden OM along with a golden Ma, both spiraling towards him. Predictably, the mid-stage golden core demon sorcerer shattered these two golden syllables as well. However, this time, after obliterating the characters, he appeared somewhat disheveled. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qun unleashed the trio of golden syllables, OM, Ma, and N, which spiraled and converged upon the demon sorcerer. Feeling a profound threat emanating from the three rotating golden syllables, the demon sorcerer no longer held back. Channeling all his demonic power, he retaliated against the spiraling characters. With a resounding boom, the demon sorcerer was propelled several meters away, spewing green blood, clearly grievously wounded. Not daring to linger, he hastily fled as the smoke began to dissipate, realizing he could not withstand another assault from Chen Qun. Once the demon sorcerer had escaped, Chen Qun sat down to recuperate. His condition was far from optimal, lacking the energy to pursue the fleeing sorcerer. After approximately a quarter of an hour, aided by the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon liquid, his injuries began to mend swiftly. Once he had regained some spiritual energy, Chen Qun promptly departed from the site of battle. Wary of attracting other high-ranking demons, Chen Qun concealed himself once more. A message reached the Demon King's fortress. What? That Foundation establishment human practitioner actually survived the seven-colored thunder tribulation and has successfully entered the Golden Core stage. The leading absolute destruction Demon King exclaimed in disbelief. Another elder demon, known as Ping Tian, interjected. Any practitioner capable of overcoming the seven-colored thunder tribulation is an unparalleled genius. This young man will undoubtedly become a formidable foe for our demon clan in the future. We must spare no effort to eliminate him. For only the death of this human talent will pose no threat to us. The absolute destruction Demon King nodded in agreement, commanding, "Summon the reclusive Dark Knight. We must ensure the extermination of both human practitioners." Unbeknownst to the recovering Chen Qun, he was soon to face even greater adversaries that a full day and night passed before Chen Qun was thoroughly restored. Reflecting on his battle with the mid-stage Golden Core Demon Sorcerer, he mused, "It seems that the higher the cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to engage in combat across realms." After tidying himself, he resumed his search for a way back, exercising far greater caution than before. After all, his current strength was only on par with mid-stage Golden Core practitioners, if not slightly inferior. As he navigated cautiously, a sudden sense of danger washed over him. Reacting swiftly, he dodged just in time to witness a pale yellow talisman whizzing past him, which exploded with a resounding boom. Chen Qun was relieved. Had his reflexes been a moment slower, the talisman would have struck him directly. Turning around, he found himself in a bemusing predicament. His attacker was none other than the elder Taoist Lin, who had been drawn into the demon realm alongside him. Seeing Lin now brought a sense of familiarity to Chen Qun, for amidst the chaos of the demon realm, perhaps only the two of them represented the human race. However, Lin regarded Chen Qun with a fiery intensity, launching an unrelenting assault without uttering a word. Chen Qun hastily evaded, shouting, "Hey, Lin Daoyu, calm down. Don't you know what it means to encounter an old acquaintance in a foreign land? We should unite against our common foes." Lin, still attacking, retorted, "Spare me your nonsense. I will definitely eliminate you first, and we can discuss other matters later." Thus, Lin unleashed a fervent barrage against Chen Qun, while Chen Qun could only defensively counter his strikes. "Lin Daoyu, you were the one who initiated the pursuit and sought my demise. I am not nearly as enraged as you. What grievances could we possibly have? We should resolve them after returning to the Azure Sky continent. Resolving them here will only benefit those demon practitioners," Chen Qun implored amidst the chaos. Yet, Lin continued his relentless assault, even summoning two silver Golden Core zombies to join him in the fray. Chen Qun recognized these two zombies as those that had assisted Lin in breaching the cave's restrictions. For nearly half an hour, Lin and his two silver zombies relentlessly attacked Chen Qun, but gradually, he began to calm down, realizing that his current strength was insufficient to contend with Chen Qun. Just as Lin contemplated ceasing hostilities, a memory of the recent seven-colored thunder tribulation resurfaced in his mind, and he murmured, Could that life-threatening seven-colored thunder tribulation have been orchestrated by this brat? With this thought, the elder Taoist Lin Ying, who had nearly calmed down, became frenzied once more, launching himself at Chen Qun with renewed vigor. Chapter 71. Cooperation. Observing Lin Ying's unyielding onslaught, Chen Qun felt increasingly conflicted. He pondered, has this old Taoist truly lost his senses? Moreover, I can't recall having wronged him significantly. In that moment, Chen Qun found himself in a quandary, defensively parrying Lin Ying's attacks while contemplating his next move. Were this still the Azure Sky continent, he would not hesitate to eliminate Lin Ying. However, from the moment he spotted Lin Ying, he recognized that in this foreign and hostile demon realm, even collaborating with a rival of his own kind was preferable to facing the relentless demons who sought to end his life. As another half-hour passed, Lin Ying began to tire, leaving only the two silver zombies to continue their assault on Chen Qun. After over an hour of combat, Lin Ying came to a profound realization. Today's Chen Qun was not the same as the early Foundation establishment practitioner he had once easily subdued. With this understanding, Lin Ying paused, taking a moment to consume some spiritual herbs and meditate for recovery, no longer concerning himself with Chen Qun or the two silver zombies assisting him. Since the venerable Taoist Lin Ying discerned that Chen Qun had not intended to exert his full force against him from the very beginning, he surmised the thoughts brewing in Chen Qun's mind. Indeed, experience often proves invaluable. Now that Lin Ying had confirmed Chen Qun's desire for collaboration and the absence of any intent to harm him, he cast aside his reservations. Even if he could not overpower Chen Qun, he was determined to employ the relentless assault of two tireless zombies to vex him. Upon witnessing Lin Ying's actions, Chen Qun called out, "Hey, Taoist Lin, if you do not wish to fight, why not retract these two monsters?" Lin Ying, upon hearing this, chose to remain silent, continuing to replenish his spiritual energy while the zombies persisted in their unyielding assault on Chen Qun. A fleeting thought crossed Chen Qun's mind. Should he annihilate the two zombies? Yet he swiftly dismissed this notion. Should he indeed slay the zombies now, there would be no room left for reconciliation with Lin Ying. Frustrated, Chen Qun could only endure the antics of the two relentless zombies. Observing their tireless demeanor piqued his curiosity about how Lin Ying had conjured such creatures that as time elapsed, Lin Ying eventually restored his depleted spiritual energy and summoned back the two silver zombies. The moment Chen Qun saw them being retracted, a wave of relief washed over him. It seemed that this old Taoist still possessed a modicum of humanity. Before Chen Qun could react further, Lin Ying spoke, "Taoist Yun, speak your mind regarding our collaboration." Puzzled, Chen Qun inquired, "Taoist Lin, how did you know I sought cooperation?" Lin Ying regarded him with disdain, stating, "After such a prolonged engagement, you have yet to deal a lethal blow. If I did not see some utility in you, I truly could not fathom any other rationale." Rubbing his head, Chen Qun replied, "Indeed, you see the situation with clarity, Taoist Lin, that I genuinely wish to collaborate. As I presume you would not desire to remain forever trapped in this realm of brutality and slaughter. Let us set aside our grievances for now and settle our scores after we escape this demonic world. Shall we?" In truth, once Lin Ying had calmed down, he too contemplated the prospect of collaboration with Chen Qun. The brutality of the demon realm was indeed a wretched place for any being. However, Lin Ying still felt the need to maintain a facade of authority, waiting for Chen Qun to propose the partnership first to preserve his dignity, that he then responded slowly, "Very well, I shall agree to collaborate with you. Taoist Yun, once we escape the demon realm, we will resolve our grievances then." Before Chen Qun could utter a word, Lin Ying continued, "To prevent any underhanded schemes against us before we leave the demon realm, I shall set up a ritual altar. Prior to our collaboration, we must swear an oath against our respective inner demons upon this altar. Until we have escaped the demon realm, we must not inflict harm upon one another." Though Chen Qun was unfamiliar with the nature of the altar, he nodded in agreement, stating, "I have no objections that as long as it is a mutual non-aggression pact. I am in accord." After Chen Qun's affirmation, Lin Ying retrieved a piece of yellow cloth from his storage pouch. Spreading it out to reveal a hexagram drawn in cinnabar, that he began to chant incantations over the cloth, the words unintelligible to Chen Qun. Ultimately, after completing his recitation, Lin Ying pointed at the cloth and commanded, "Rise." To Chen Qun's astonishment, the cloth transformed into a square platform. Lining then ignited 2 candles before addressing Chen Qun. "Stand upon the platform shortly, and we shall swear our oaths against our inner demons." Lining leapt onto the platform, commencing his oath to the heavens, while Chen Qun mimicked him earnestly. Upon completion of the oath, Chen Qun sensed an inexplicable force enveloping him. Observing Chen Qun's bewildered expression, Lining elucidated, "This is a reciprocal oath, subject to the scrutiny of both our inner demons and the celestial laws. Should I betray you in this demon realm, I will undoubtedly fall victim to the consequences of my own oath and perish within this world. The same holds true for you." Chen Qun had not anticipated such a marvelous phenomenon existed in this world. He remarked, "Taoist Lin, your caution and prudence are commendable. Thus, we are now officially partners." Lining replied, "Caution ensures longevity, especially in this perilous world." Chapter 72. United we strike down a demon commander at last. 2 erstwhile adversaries, drawn into the demon realm, set forth into a collaboration. Chen Qun inquired, "Has Taoist Lin discovered a means to return to the Azure Sky continent during these days?" Lining sighed. "To be frank, I have indeed uncovered a method to return, but it is exceedingly arduous." Chen Qun's spirits lifted at this, asking, "What is this method? I implore you to share it." Lining explained, "Recently, I managed to capture a demon commander at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. By employing the soul-searching technique, I probed his memories and learned of a teleportation array leading to the Azure Sky continent, located within the Demon Emperor's tomb near the Demon King's fortress. However, the entrance to the tomb has been sealed by formidable restrictions for many years." Chen Qun was taken aback, exclaiming, "Near the Demon King's fortress? As I understand it, demon commanders of the level of the Demon King possess strength equivalent to that of the nascent soul stage. Does that not leave us utterly hopeless?" Lining rolled his eyes. "Do not fret, Taoist Yin, that I have also discovered that, due to the realm's rules, nascent soul-level demon kings are confined within the fortress and cannot step outside. Thus, as long as we avoid encountering Golden Core late-stage or perfected demon commanders, we should remain quite safe." Chen Qun rejoiced at this, thinking, "As long as there are no ancient monsters of the nascent soul level involved, my chances of survival are quite substantial." Just as Chen Qun was about to voice another thought, Lining interjected, "We have been detected. A mid-stage Golden Core demon commander approaches." Chen Qun scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, but discerned no anomalies. Just as he marveled at Lin Ying's formidable perception, he noticed 2 minuscule corpse insects flying towards Lin Ying and suddenly comprehended the situation. In mere moments, the mid-stage Golden Core demon commander stood before them. While Chen Qun scrutinized the commander, he received a message from Lin Ying. "Shortly, I shall throw out 2 puppet corpses to stall this commander, and we will flee in the southeast direction. I have my methods to escape." Chen Qun, eager to seize the opportunity, quickly replied, "Taoist Lin, hold on, we may very well be a match for this commander together. Let us take a chance." Lin Ying, though silent, conveyed his acquiescence through his expression. Chen Qun surmised that Lin Ying had been relentlessly pursued by demon cultivators, and with his vengeful nature, he would not let this opportunity slip by. The mid-stage Golden Core demon commander, noticing that the 2 did not flee, felt a surge of delight, eager to subdue them and claim his reward at the Demon King's fortress. Just as he reveled in his fortune, he suddenly sensed a constriction in the surrounding space, affecting his movements. Before he could react, a pale yellow talisman struck his body. With a resounding boom, the talisman exploded upon impact, leaving the mid-stage demon commander in a state of disarray. This marked the first collaboration between Chen Qun and Lin Ying, and their initial partnership yielded a flawless synergy. As the mid-stage demon commander prepared to retaliate, 2 gleaming silver zombies materialized before him, launching their assault. The commander hastily attempted to evade, only to be ensnared by a golden character hovering above him. He quickly summoned a treasure to shatter the golden character. However, as he did so, the zombie's attack struck him, sending him sprawling several meters away. Infuriated, the commander seethed as he had yet to launch a single attack, yet found himself wounded. Before he could counterattack, a petite black sword hurtled toward him that he narrowly dodged it. only to be struck squarely by three pale yellow talismans flying in from another direction. Observing the now disheveled mid-stage demon commander, Chen Qun and Lin renewed their joint offensive. Thus, for half an hour, the formidable mid-stage demon commander of the demon race, unable to retaliate even once, was ultimately slain by the combined efforts of Lin and Chen Qun in this desolate demon realm. Gazing at the lifeless form of the demon commander, Chen Qun mused inwardly, "This Lin, the old Taoist, truly is a cunning fox. After battling for so long without revealing his trump card, only now, against the demon cultivator, does he showcase the formidable prowess of a seasoned master." However, at that very moment, Lin was also reflecting on the situation that he had not anticipated that this fellow named Daoyun, having just recently broken through to the Golden Core stage, would exhibit such overwhelming strength, far surpassing his own. Lin felt a twinge of gratitude for his own foresight in establishing the Heart Demon Oath beforehand. Had Daoyun turned against him unexpectedly, he would have indeed found himself at a severe disadvantage. After a brief pause, both Chen Qun and Lin hastened towards the deceased demon commander, with Lin promptly retrieving the commander's storage bag. Upon inspecting its contents, he addressed Chen Qun, saying, "Young Daoyun, let us divide the items within this storage bag equally. You shall take half, and I shall take the other half." Chen Qun nodded in agreement, replying, "Then we shall proceed as you suggest." Lin Daoist. As Chen Qun examined the storage bag, he was astonished to discover a fragment of soul-vanquishing wood nestled within. This was a crucial material for crafting mechanized beasts at the Golden Core stage, and he was determined to claim it for himself. Thus, he turned to Lin and said, "Lin Daoist, I only require the soul-vanquishing wood from this storage bag. The remaining items may all belong to you, if that is agreeable." Lin, upon hearing this, readily replied, "The soul-vanquishing wood is of no use to me, since you have a need for it. It is only fair that I grant it to you." With that, Lin extracted the soul-vanquishing wood along with some other items and handed them to Chen Qun. Chen Qun was taken aback by Lin Ying's generosity, as he had prepared a persuasive argument that was now rendered unnecessary. Moreover, not only did Lin bestow upon him the soul-vanquishing wood, but he also evenly divided the remaining items between them that a flicker of gratitude stirred within Chen Qun, prompting him to clasp his hands and express, "Thank you, Lin Daoist." Now, with the materials for crafting mechanized beasts at the Golden Core stage nearly complete, only the Xianbing leaf remained elusive, leaving Chen Qun eager to explore whether he might find it within this treacherous demon realm. Chapter 73. Encountering a hard challenge. Months passed, and Chen Qun and Lin transformed from prey into hunters. Any solitary demon cultivator below the late Golden Core stage they encountered would meet their ruthless demise at the hands of the duo. They even managed to obliterate several hunting squads comprised of early Golden Core demon commanders, and their fearsome reputation rapidly spread throughout the demon realm. The hunters now pursuing them had shifted to a group of mid-Golden Core demon commanders, interspersed with a few early Golden Core commanders. The Foundation stage demon generals had entirely retreated from the chase. With renewed enthusiasm, Chen Qun and Lin commenced yet another division of spoils. After their months of hunting, they had amassed an extraordinary wealth of resources, including a conception pill, which Chen Qun insisted on giving to Lin. This gesture profoundly moved Lin, who thereafter referred to Chen Qun as Brother Daoyun instead of Young Daoyun. Chen Qun's decision to present the conception pill to Lin was not without reason. He had noticed the presence of a Buddha flame root among the items. However, for Lin, the value of the Buddha flame root paled in comparison to that of the conception pill, regardless of its contents. Chen Qun, feeling immensely satisfied, acquired the Buddha flame root necessary to advance to the fourth layer of the Mito Jiang body refinement technique. Though he still lacked an ironwood spirit leaf, he had taken a significant step forward. After some deliberation, they estimated that, at their current pace, they would reach the Demon Emperor's tomb in just a few days. 2 days later, as Chen Qun and Lin journeyed onward, they stealthily eliminated yet another early Golden Core demon commander. Suddenly, they sensed a powerful aura bearing down upon them. Lin shouted urgently, "This is bad!" A late Golden Core demon commander approaches. The earlier one was merely a decoy. "We must flee!" Yet, before Lin could finish his warning, a late Golden Core demon commander blocked their path. Realizing escape was impossible, Chen Qun exchanged a glance with Lin Ying and declared, "We shall confront him." Without hesitation, Chen Qun charged at the late Golden Core demon commander, with Lin Ying joining him in the assault. They unleashed their strongest techniques. Yet after half an hour of battling, they realized their efforts were futile. It was as if the opponent were toying with them. While their combined strength could barely slay mid-Golden Core demon commanders, they were utterly powerless against a late Golden Core adversary. After all, they were merely early Golden Core cultivators, and the disparity in their levels was insurmountable. The late Golden Core demon commander cackled. "I had expected the infamous duo of human cultivators to be formidable. It appears your reputation is nothing but empty bravado. I can no longer be bothered to entertain you." With that, a swirling black mist coalesced in his hand, and an oppressive aura filled the air, signaling imminent danger to both Chen Qun and Lin Ying. Sensing the threat, Lin Ying attempted to retreat swiftly. But it was too late that a massive handprint infused with demonic energy struck him, sending him flying several meters, leaving him utterly defenseless. The late Golden Core demon commander, seeing Lin Ying incapacitated, unleashed another colossal handprint imbued with malevolent energy. Clearly intent on eliminating Lin Ying first before turning his attention to Chen Qun as the overwhelming handprint bore down upon him. Lin Ying, already gravely injured and unable to move, succumbed to despair. He realized he might very well perish in this merciless demon realm today. Chen Qun, witnessing the impending doom approaching Lin Ying, desperately sought to summon a treasure to shield his companion, but time was against him. Gritting his teeth, he propelled himself forward, positioning his own body as a barrier to absorb the lethal blow meant for Lin Ying. After being struck and sent tumbling near Lin Ying, Chen Qun disregarded his injuries and swiftly hoisted Lin Ying up, fleeing for their lives. The late Golden Core demon commander, surprised to see Chen Qun still capable of movement after being hit, felt a pang of astonishment but quickly dismissed it, pursuing the fleeing Chen Qun in mere moments. He was closing in on the duo in a moment of desperation. Chen Qun unleashed a sword domain, momentarily slowing the demon commander's pursuit. Yet, even diminished, the commander's speed remained beyond what Chen Qun could contend with. Just as the pursuing demon commander was about to catch up, Lin Ying, who appeared to have regained some composure, produced a large spherical object and hurled it at the approaching foe. The ensuing explosion shook the very air, and after launching the massive sphere, Lin Ying succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Qun dared not linger to assess the aftermath. He was solely focused on escape. After what felt like an eternity, a shadowy figure emerged from the smoke of the explosion. It was the late Golden Core demon commander who had injured Lin Ying as he burst through the haze. He discovered that the fleeing Chen Qun and Lin Ying had vanished without a trace. Clutching the unconscious Lin Ying, Chen Qun did not dare to pause, fleeing for several hours until he finally found a secluded cave to hide within. Observing Lin Ying's unconscious form, he murmured to himself, "This old Taoist has quite a few tricks for preserving his life. Had he not thrown that powerful sphere at the last moment, we would surely have met our end." Settling in the cave, Chen Qun took a drop of 9 Heavens Jade Dragon elixir for himself and administered another drop to Lin Ying, then began to heal his own wounds. Chapter 74, Mutual Gifts. Indeed, there are ghosts in this world. After several hours, Lin Ying gradually regained consciousness, astonished to find that his injuries had healed to a remarkable extent. Spotting Chen Qun, who was still meditating beside him, he exclaimed, "Brother Daoyuan, had you not risked your life to save me today, my old life would likely have been lost in this demon realm that I cannot express my gratitude. Our previous grievances are hereby forgiven." Before Chen Qun could respond, Lin Ying continued, perplexed. "However, my recovery is rather peculiar. Given the severity of my injuries, it should have taken at least a year and a half to heal. Why then, have I regained so much strength in a mere few hours?" As Chen Qun opened his eyes to address Lin Ying, he replied, "I administered a drop of 9 Heavens Jade Dragon elixir to you." Upon hearing this, the venerable Taoist Lin Ying was immediately astonished and stood up in shock, exclaiming with fervor, "Brother Daoyuan, you have actually presented me with such a rare spiritual herb to heal my wounds. Your act of repaying kindness with kindness fills me with deep remorse, and I must apologize for my past actions. From this moment forth, we shall be sworn brothers for life." Chen Qun, somewhat languid, replied, "There is no need for such formality, Daoist friend Lin. Besides, we are partners now. It is only natural." At that moment, all resentment Lin Ying harbored towards Chen Qun had dissipated, leaving only profound gratitude. Suddenly struck by a thought, Lin Ying rummaged through his storage bag and produced an old, tattered manual, which he handed to Chen Qun, saying, "I noticed that your speed was rather lacking during your escape. Given the perils that abound in the demon realm, I shall bestow upon you this manual designed to enhance your speed." Upon receiving the worn manual, Chen Qun observed the 4 characters, ghostly shadow and elusive footsteps inscribed upon it, indicating it was indeed a speed-enhancing technique that he did not hesitate to accept it, for apart from the life-burning void step, he had no other spells readily available for his escape. However, Chen Qun did not accept Lin Ying's gift without reciprocation. As he prepared to accept ghostly shadow and elusive footsteps, he retrieved the Zhurong technique, which he had previously contested with Lin Ying at the auction house, and offered it to him. After all, Chen Qun had already mastered the Zhurong technique, rendering it superfluous for him to keep, and it would serve as a gesture of goodwill towards Lin Ying. Upon receiving the Zhurong technique, Lin Ying felt a wave of emotion wash over him, pondering why he had not encountered such a kindred spirit sooner. Reflecting on his past actions towards Chen Qun, he was overwhelmed with a sense of shame. Thus, the bond of friendship between the two deepened, unspoken yet palpable. Eager to commence his cultivation of ghostly shadow and elusive footsteps, Chen Qun was distracted by the sight of Lin Ying practicing the Zhurong technique. Before Lin Ying hovered a plume of pitch-black flame, which, after careful inspection, Chen Qun recognized as the legendary corrupted bone demon flame. Although slightly inferior to his own southern bright heavenly fire, it ranked highly among extraordinary flames. No wonder this old Taoist was so desperate to seize the Zhurong technique. It appears he possesses a rare flame as well, Chen Qun mused to himself. Before redirecting his focus entirely to mastering ghostly shadow and elusive footsteps. As 5 days swiftly passed, Chen Qun successfully cultivated the first layer of ghostly shadow and elusive footsteps. He realized that if he were to employ the technique now, his speed would rival that of a late-stage golden core cultivator. Though this acceleration could only be sustained for a mere 15 minutes, that duration would be ample to evade formidable foes. He understood now why Lin Ying, despite being at the early golden core stage, could safely elude numerous demonic cultivators. It must have been due to the prowess of this very technique. As Chen Qun began earnest practice of ghostly shadow and elusive footsteps, he inadvertently caught sight of Lin Ying, who was engrossed in the cultivation of the Zhurong technique. Before Lin Ying floated a dark flame, which Chen Qun discerned to be the fabled corrupted bone demon flame. Though inferior to his own southern bright heavenly fire, it still ranked highly among the extraordinary flames. No wonder this old Taoist was so intent on acquiring the Zhurong technique. It seems he possesses a remarkable flame himself, Chen Qun thought. Before redirecting his attention back to his own training, about a month passed in the blink of an eye, and at last, Chen Qun achieved the second layer of ghostly shadow and elusive footsteps. However, he felt as though he were missing something crucial that prevented him from grasping the threshold of the third layer. Thus, he initiated a conversation with Lin Ying, who was still familiarizing himself with the corrupted bone demon flame. Daoist friend Lin, why is it that after reaching the second layer of ghostly shadow and elusive footsteps, I am unable to touch the threshold of the third layer? Brother Daoyin, you are truly a prodigy. Within just over a month, you have reached the second layer, whereas it took me over 3 months to achieve the same. However, the third layer cannot be attained solely through effort. One must reach the divine sense stage to cultivate it, Lin Ying explained. The divine sense stage? Daoist friend, are you jesting? How long will that take? Chen Qun asked, incredulous. I have faith that one day, you will indeed reach the divine sense stage, Lin Ying reassured him. For now, even though you have only attained the second layer, ordinary golden core cultivators will struggle to capture you, unless they are exceptionally gifted. After conversing for a while, they agreed to set out at dawn the following day to explore the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Demon King's castle, in the secret chamber of the venerable old Demon King, stood a formidable cultivator of the Demon Commander rank, possessing a late golden core stage of cultivation. This distinguished individual was none other than Ao Tian, the illegitimate son of the old Demon King. The old Demon King addressed Aotion, saying, "My son, do you understand why the leader of our demonic kin is a mere early golden core princess?" "Mayor," Aotion, perplexed, replied, "I am unaware. Please enlighten me, father." The old Demon King sighed and explained, "I have reached the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage, and one more step would elevate me to the rank of Demon Emperor. Yet, even upon attaining the title of Demon Emperor, I would not truly belong to the royal lineage and would lack the authority to command our entire race. However, that Princess May is the sole bloodline of the Demon Emperor clan, her veins coursing with the ancient blood of the dragon." After listening attentively, Aotion still failed to grasp the old Demon King's intentions. Observing Aotion's bewildered expression, the old Demon King continued, "What I desire is for you to claim the Princess Mayer's essence. In doing so, you will inherit the bloodline of the ancient dragon and ultimately ascend to become the true sovereign of the demon realm." Aotion, feeling anxious, responded, "But Princess Mayer is always surrounded by numerous late Golden Core Demon Commander guards. And the most formidable among them, the Annihilation Demon King, is dedicated to the revival of the demon realm and is fiercely protective of her. If I were to act against her, I would surely lose my place in the entire demon realm." The old Demon King erupted into laughter, declaring, "My son, can you believe I have not considered what you have? I have already made arrangements for you. Tomorrow, Princess Mayer will venture to the tomb of the past demon emperors to pay her respects, and her guards will be replaced with our own. Once within the vicinity of the demon emperor's tomb, even the formidable Annihilation will be oblivious to the unfolding events." Yet Aotion remained unsettled and expressed, "What if, at that moment, Princess Mayer refuses to comply? Would it not be a case of losing the hen while trying to catch the fox?" The old Demon King tossed a vial of red powder to Aotion, stating, "This vial contains a potent concoction known as Dragon's Lust, specifically designed to affect those of the dragon bloodline. Even a mighty dragon would succumb to its effects in a moment. Furthermore, should you obtain Princess Mayer's essence, and she is unwilling, you may eliminate her to prevent future complications." The following day, as the blood sun began to rise, Chen Qun and the old Taoist Lin Ying stealthily made their way toward the legendary tomb of the demon emperors. Lin Ying estimated that with their cautious approach, they would reach the tomb's vicinity in about half a day's time. The tomb of the demon emperors was a sacred site for the demon race, typically only visited during pilgrimage. Under normal circumstances, no one from the demon kin would dare to disturb the resting place of the past demon emperors. Thus, as long as Chen Qun and Lin Ying entered the tomb's vicinity, they need not fear encountering any powerful demons, but rather focus on navigating the traps and mechanisms within the tomb. While Chen Qun and Lin Ying journeyed toward the tomb within its confines, a group of 6 formidable demon warriors escorted a young and beautiful demon princess towards the entrance of the tomb. As they approached the entrance, the lead guard, Aotion, instructed the other 5 guards, "You 5, stand watch nearby, that I will protect the princess." Upon hearing this, the 5 demon commanders dispersed immediately. Princess Mayer sensed something amiss, for under normal circumstances, her guards would remain by her side at all times without her express permission. After considering her options, she realized that in the current situation, she was at a distinct disadvantage against Aotion. So she feigned ignorance and continued toward the tomb's entrance, seeing that Princess Mayer showed no signs of hesitation. Aotion grew impatient and exclaimed, "Your Highness, do take a moment to admire the splendid scenery surrounding the Demon Emperor's tomb." To this, Princess Mayer responded, "If the scenery is indeed so delightful, then Commander Aotion, do accompany me for a leisurely stroll." Aotion, instead of replying, accelerated to block her path, revealing a wicked smile. Princess Mayer did not display any signs of panic, as the only surviving bloodline of the Demon Emperor clan. She possessed a measure of confidence and courage. Calmly, she inquired, "Commander Aotion, what are your intentions to treat me with such disrespect? Do you not fear betraying the entire demon race?" Upon hearing her words, Aotion could only laugh heartily. "By the time they find out, you will already belong to me. Surely, you wouldn't dare speak against me then. Time is of the essence, so I shall dispense with the pleasantries and attend to business." With that, Aotian produced a vial of red powder and sprinkled it over Princess May Air. Caught off guard, she was doused in the substance and inadvertently inhaled some, before she could comprehend the nature of what she had inhaled. Aotian lunged at her like a famished tiger. In a moment of desperation, Princess May Air shattered the teleportation talisman she held, instantly transporting herself into the tomb of the demon emperors. Aotian, finding himself in an empty space, cast a glance at the distant entrance of the tomb, filled with frustration that he had surmised that Princess May Air had indeed been transported into the tomb. Regretting not having seized her directly, he lamented allowing her the opportunity to use the talisman. However, Aotian was patient. He was confident that Princess May Air, with her lineage of the ancient dragon, would not be able to resist the effects of the dragon's lust for long. Thus, he positioned himself at the entrance of the tomb, awaiting her emergence to willingly surrender herself to him. Although Aotian was patient, he could not help but wish for Princess May Air to appear sooner. Had he possessed the strength to breach the tomb's defenses, he would have rushed in without hesitation. Alas, he lacked the requisite power. Meanwhile, not far from the vicinity of the Demon Emperor's tomb, Chen Qun and the old Taoist Lin Ning found themselves embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, though it was more accurately described as a desperate flight from danger. They were being relentlessly pursued by a demon commander of incredible prowess, one who had achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, despite their attempts to evade him using the technique ghostly shadow stealth. They could not shake off this formidable foe. This relentless pursuer was none other than the demon commander, known as Anya, dispatched by the Annihilation Demon King during their previous encounter in the Demon King's castle. Anya was reputed to be the closest existence to that of a demon king within the realm and was a favored disciple of the Annihilation Demon King. The combined efforts of Chen Qun and Lin Ning were no match for Anya. After a brief test of strength, they quickly resorted to fleeing with all their might. Even so, they could not outpace Anya. Chen Qun repeatedly unleashed his sword domain to hinder Anya's speed, managing to maintain a standoff for a mere quarter of an hour. Yet, with that time now elapsed and the effects of ghostly shadow stealth fading, it was clear that Chen Qun and Lin Ning would soon fall to Anya's relentless pursuit. Chen Qun understood that conventional attacks would be ineffective against a powerhouse like Anya. So he summoned the Southern Bright Heavenly Fire to assail him. Upon seeing the Southern Bright Heavenly Fire, Anya's eyes widened in astonishment, and he hastily retreated a few steps to evade it. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to strike while Chen Qun was occupied with the technique. However, just as Anya narrowly escaped the Southern Bright Heavenly Fire, he found himself confronted by the corrupted bone demon flame. Even a being as powerful as Anya dared not face the all-consuming might of the otherworldly flame directly. If it had been a single individual wielding such flame, Anya could have easily dispatched them during the casting. However, the fact that both Chen Qun and Lin Ning could unleash it meant that Anya's window of opportunity was effectively closed for the moment. He could only closely pursue the two, biding his time until their spiritual energy was depleted before seizing them. There was no way the two could escape his grasp. Chen Qun and Lin Ning were in dire straits. Summoning the otherworldly flames required significant spiritual energy. Yes, they alternated in casting the flames to obstruct Anya's advance. They would have long since collapsed without the replenishment from the Nine Heavens Jade Dragon essence as time passed, gradually bringing them closer to the vicinity of the Demon Emperor's tomb. Anya toyed with them like a cat plays with a mouse. But he was also deeply curious about the vast reserves of spiritual energy within these two that once Chen Qun and Lin Ning crossed into the range of the Demon Emperor's tomb. They keenly sensed the presence of 5 demonic cultivators, each of whom was at least to the commander rank. This time, not only did the venerable Lin Ning feel a sense of despair, but Chen Qun also found himself engulfed in hopelessness that if the Dark Knight allied with the 5 demon lords, their demise would be inevitable. Yet, at this moment, the two had no alternative but to gradually retreat deeper into the Demon Emperor's tomb. When those 5 demon lords noticed Chen Qun and Lin Ning, their demeanor was markedly uneasy, and they trembled slightly, showing no inclination to assist in any manner. However, upon seeing these 5 cultivators, the Dark Knight released his focus on Chen Qun and Lin Ning, directing his attention solely towards them. Although Chen Qun and Lin Ying were oblivious to the reasons behind the internal strife among the demon lords, they seized the fleeting opportunity to employ the ghostly shadow and elusive steps technique, hastily fleeing deeper into the tomb. This time, the Dark Knight did not pursue them, as his thoughts were entirely consumed by other matters. The 5 demon lords were the personal guards of Princess Mei, the sole heir of the demon emperor lineage. Therefore, once they stepped outside the demon king's fortress, they were bound by the unbreakable rule of remaining close to her. The absence of Princess Mei among them indicated a singular truth. Something had befallen her. The Dark Knight coldly inquired of the 5 lords, "What are you doing here? Where is the princess?" The 5 guards dared not raise their heads, and one, a late-stage golden core cultivator, exhibited a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. As if concealing something, the Dark Knight swiftly advanced, injuring the late-stage golden core guard with a single strike, emanating an overwhelming aura that he warned the 5 cultivators. "If you do not speak the truth, I shall flay your skin, strip your tendons, and refine your souls." Chapter 77. Entering the demon emperor's tomb, the 5 guards remained silent in fear that in a fit of anger, the Dark Knight seized a mid-stage golden core cultivator, disregarding the potential damage to his own consciousness, and enacted a soul-searching technique. The guard, having undergone the soul search, collapsed to the ground, rendered entirely senseless. Yet, with the knowledge of the unfolding events, the Dark Knight had no time to deal with the remaining 4 guards. Ignoring the toll the soul search had taken on his own consciousness, he raced deeper into the confines of the demon emperor's tomb. At this juncture, Chen Qun and Lin Ying were equally distressed. Having just evaded the Dark Knight, they now found themselves cornered by Astonished. Chen Qun addressed Lin Ying. "Friend Lin, did you not say that typically there are no demon cultivators near the demon emperor's tomb? Why are there so many demons here? And they all seem formidable." Lin Ying, perspiring profusely, replied, "Brother Daoyuan, I am equally perplexed by the sudden influx of powerful figures from the demon realm to the tomb today. It appears our luck is exceptionally poor." Astonished, already seething with rage, was further incensed upon seeing 2 human cultivators daring to approach the demon emperor's tomb. Without hesitation, he resolved to eliminate Chen Qun and Lin Ying. As they beheld Aostiniшт's formidable presence, their faces turned ashen. Although they were outmatched, neither would surrender easily. Chen Qun and Lin Ying resorted to their previous tactic, continuously utilizing the power of their exotic flames to obstruct Aostiniшт's advance. Frustrated, Aostinishd, witnessing the alternating waves of their exotic flames, dared not confront them directly. Thus, like the Dark Knight, he found himself temporarily stalled by their method. At this moment, Aostinishd was consumed by fury. Having just inadvertently allowed Princess Mei to escape, he now felt provoked by these 2 insignificant human cultivators. However, before his anger could manifest, he sensed a more potent aura approaching. His expression changed as he thought, "This is bad. It's the Dark Knight." Chen Qun and Lin Ying also sensed the arrival of the Dark Knight, their hearts plummeting to new lows. Yet, just as they braced themselves in trepidation, they noted that the Dark Knight did not focus on them, but rather on Aostinishd. Once the Dark Knight had locked onto Aostinishd, he hastily retracted his focus from Chen Qun and Lin Ying to confront the Dark Knight. That Aostinish's cultivation was inherently inferior to that of the Dark Knight. And having recently committed a treacherous act, he felt increasingly anxious, unable to fathom why the Dark Knight had come to the Demon Emperor's tomb. Meanwhile, the true culprits, Chen Qun and Lin Ying, began devising a plan to slip into the entrance of the tomb unnoticed amidst the distraction between the Dark Knight and Aostinishd. The Dark Knight directly confronted Aostinishd, demanding, "Where is Princess Mei? What have you done with her? How dare you betray the demon race?" Aostinishd hastily replied, "How could I dare betray the demon race? The princess merely entered the demon emperor's tomb to pay her respects." The Dark Knight's face darkened ominously as he retorted, "You lie. The former demon emperor issued a decree that forbids any descendant of the demon emperor lineage from entering the tomb unless faced with a life-or-death situation. If you wish to avoid death here, you will promptly surrender Princess Mei." Aostinishd attempted to concoct an explanation, but after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, the Dark Knight was no fool. Observing Aostinish's flickering gaze, The Dark Knight could no longer contain his frustration. He disregarded Aotian's lineage as the son of the old Demon King, advancing with the intention of subduing him first and then extracting information regarding the whereabouts of Princess Mayere. Upon witnessing the Dark Knight hurtling toward him, Aon urgently summoned his artifacts for defense. Although his cultivation fell short of the Dark Knight's, subduing him would not prove to be a simple task. Chen Qun and Lining, witnessing the spectacle, were elated, with Lining muttering, "Fight, fight, go all out. May you both perish together." Chen Qun gently tugged at him, reminding him that they had yet to escape danger. Thus, they stealthily approached the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, that in truth, their movements had not escaped the Dark Knight's perception. However, his thoughts were consumed solely with concerns for Princess Mayere's safety, rendering everything else secondary. Furthermore, the protective barrier at the entrance of the tomb was immensely powerful, unless one belonged to the Demon Emperor's lineage. Even a Demon King of the nascent soul stage would be unable to breach it. Hence, the Dark Knight was fixated on swiftly subduing Aotian to ascertain Princess Mayere's whereabouts and subsequently eliminate Chen Qun and Lining. Finally, as Chen Qun and Lining stealthily approached the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, the two demon powers engaged in combat did not intervene. They exchanged a glance and uttered in unison, "Let us go." Chen Qun rushed toward the entrance. Closely followed by Lining did Chen Qun passed through the entrance. He encountered a formidable resistance. However, this force was effortlessly countered by the golden light radiating from the small golden sphere, allowing him to enter the tomb smoothly. Unfortunately, Lining, following closely behind, was not as fortunate. That it was as though he had collided with an impervious barrier, causing him to be thrown back, disoriented, and tumbling to the ground. The impact was so severe that even his visage bore the marks of the encounter. Seeing Lining unable to enter the tomb sent a jolt of alarm through Chen Qun. Having shared numerous life and death experiences with Lining, they had forged an unbreakable bond. Thus, Chen Qun could not bear the thought of watching Lining perish at the entrance of the tomb. He swiftly rushed back, assisting Lining to his feet, gripping his arm tightly while muttering, "Oh, Golden Sphere, may you grant us passage." With that, he propelled Lin Ying's arm toward the entrance once more. This time, as Chen Qun and Lining approached the barrier, the Golden Sphere in Chen Qun's consciousness emitted a radiant light that enveloped Lin Ying's arm. Consequently, both successfully entered the Demon Emperor's tomb. The instant Lin Ying's body crossed the threshold, a tremendous force struck the barrier, causing both Chen Qun and Lining to wipe their brows in relief, exclaiming, "That was close." It turned out to be the Dark Knight, who, having disengaged from Aotian, was astonished to discover Chen Qun's ability to enter the tomb freely. That he hurriedly sought to capture Chen Qun and Lining before they could escape. However, Aotian, oblivious to the Dark Knight's intentions, seized the opportunity to launch an attack, inadvertently allowing Chen Qun the time he needed to pull Lining into the tomb before the Dark Knight could act against him. Chapter 78. Encounter with Princess Mayere, we are safe, Chen Qun remarked, observing the Dark Knight frantically assaulting the barrier at the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, which remained undisturbed. Lining, relieved to have survived, declared, "This demon realm is truly no place for humans, that if I can return to the Tianlan continent this time, I vow never to set foot in this cursed place again." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun turned to the venerable Taoist Lining, intending to utter a few words. However, upon witnessing Lin Ying's current appearance, he could not suppress a chuckle. The old Taoist, puzzled, inquired, "What troubles you, Brother Daoyin?" With great effort, Chen Qun stifled his amusement and replied, "Taoist friend Lin, your current demeanor is indeed quite distinctive. If I were to judge solely by your appearance, I might almost fail to recognize you." Upon hearing this, Lining promptly retrieved a copper mirror adorned with the intricate design of the bagua from his storage pouch and examined his reflection. Upon seeing his visage, he could not help but feel a twinge of irritation, for his face had swollen to resemble that of a pig's head. This, perhaps, was a consequence of his fervent determination to breach the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, leading to a rather severe encounter. After a brief respite, the two cautiously ventured deeper into the interior of the Demon Emperor's tomb. Outside, the Dark Knight continued its relentless assault on the tomb's protective barriers, yet such fervent attacks bore no effect on a tomb that had withstood the test of countless years. Observing the chaotic scene outside, Aotian contemplated a stealthy escape, only to find himself once again ensnared by the dark night's consciousness the moment he turned away. Thus, the two found themselves embroiled in an epic battle anew. Daoist friend Lin, how many years has this demon emperor's tomb existed? Brother Daoyun, let us not concern ourselves with its age. We must hasten to locate the teleportation array back to the Tianlan continent. I have not ceased my progress. Yet should there not be numerous traps within this tomb? How is it that we have encountered none thus far? Brother Daoyun, even in the absence of traps, we must remain vigilant, for the calmest places often harbor the greatest dangers. As Chen Qun and the old Taoist Lin conversed while exploring, they delved deeper into the tomb. Along the passageway, they discovered several stone chambers, each containing a stone sarcophagus at its center, adorned with peculiar murals. It seemed as though the figures depicted in these murals were the very owners of the sarcophagi. Just as Chen Qun became engrossed in the imagery, Lin abruptly interrupted him. There are people within the stone chamber ahead. Startled, Chen Qun was taken aback. In a tomb that had not seen visitors for millennia, how could there be others? They stealthily approached the entrance of the chamber. Upon reaching the threshold, they beheld a woman clad in black seated at the center of the chamber, and a diminutive golden horn adorned her forehead. Yet this did not detract from her beauty, which surpassed even that of the Ice Heart Princess whom Chen Qun had previously encountered. The woman's face was flushed as she exerted herself to fend off some unseen force. Lin scrutinized her closely and remarked, "The horn upon her brow is golden. She must be a descendant of the demon emperor's lineage. I can ascertain that she possesses only the early cultivation of the golden core stage. Once we subdue her, we can inquire about the location of the teleportation array." Chen Qun, reassured by this, relaxed. Thus, the two advanced towards the seated black-clad woman. However, as they were about to draw near, they were both struck by a delicate fragrance that wafted through the air. Lin remained unaffected, but upon inhaling the aroma, Chen Qun felt a stirring within his dragon bloodline. Daoist friend Lin, we must not approach her any further. Something is amiss. I fear I may be poisoned, he urgently warned. Lin halted abruptly, observing Chen Qun's complexion redden with concern, that he quickly checked his own body, but found no discomfort. Grasping Chen Qun's pulse, he urged him to sit and circulate his spiritual energy to counteract the effects. Lin meticulously examined Chen Qun's condition, noting that everything appeared normal, save for an accelerated heartbeat and a flushed face, symptoms akin to those of springtime intoxication. Suddenly, Lin recalled the fragrance they had encountered and pondered why he was unscathed while Chen Qun was afflicted. Glancing back at the seated woman, he noted that she exhibited similar symptoms. The sight of the golden horn on her forehead reminded him of the vial of dragon blood that Chen Qun had acquired at the auction. Could it be that this lad has consumed the dragon blood and acquired its lineage? He mused. This seemed the only plausible explanation. The recent fragrance was undoubtedly that of dragoness lust powder, and since the demon emperor's clan were descendants of ancient dragons, Lin understood why he was unaffected. The powder only impacted those of dragon blood. Realizing the implications, Lin marveled at Chen Qun's resilience, for dragon blood was a revered substance in alchemy and pharmacology. Rumors suggested that consuming dragon blood granted a sliver of dragon lineage. Yet none who had partaken had survived, all perishing due to explosive energies. Some even included formidable cultivators at the nascent soul stage. That it was indeed astonishing that Chen Qun had withstood what even a nascent soul master could not. Brother Daoyun, Lin addressed Chen Qun, who was now seated and attempting to purge the poison. Do not waste your efforts. Dragoness lust powder has no antidote. It can only, at that moment, Chen Qun's consciousness began to blur. A fiery sensation igniting within him, yearning for release. Observing Chen Qun's expression, Lin shook his head, thinking, alas, it seems Brother Daoyun's cultivation is still nascent. His will is not as steadfast as that of the maiden before him. With no other recourse, Lin decided to go with the flow, taking hold of Chen Qun and thrusting him into the chamber, sealing the entrance with a roll of yellow cloth. Brother Daoyun, this is all I can do to assist you. As for the rest, your elder brother truly cannot intervene further. Inside the chamber sat the Princess Mayor, who had succumbed to the effects of dragon's lust powder. despite her formidable will and the ancient secret arts of the demon emperor's lineage. She was on the verge of suppressing the powder's effects completely when these two humans intruded at a critical moment. Though unable to move as she exerted herself to control the poison, her consciousness remained alert. Upon perceiving Chen Qun's condition through her spiritual sense, her heart sank. Chapter 79. Chen Qun's despair. Princess Mayer fervently prayed that this human, imbued with dragon lineage, might mirror her own ability to withstand the poison. Yet, her prayers seemed to yield no fruit. Chen Qun's awareness had nearly faded entirely, leaving only a flicker of rationality to govern his actions. As time passed, he gradually lost control over his own body, which moved instinctively towards Princess Mayer. Outside the stone chamber, Linning paced anxiously, muttering, "It's been quite some time since they entered. Why is there still no sign? This is unusual. Brother Dalian couldn't possibly be having difficulties in that regard, could he? If that were the case, it would spell trouble." After his murmurs, he considered lifting the yellow cloth to check on them, but he hesitated, feeling that such an act would be inappropriate. Instead, he resolved to grant Chen Qun another quarter hour. Should there still be no indication of activity, he would enter to discern the situation. Inside, Chen Qun's face was not only flushed, but his eyes had taken on a blood-red hue. He was losing the last vestige of rationality. Princess Mayer could only continue her silent prayers, beseeching Chen Qun not to approach her. Yet inevitably, he lunged towards her. In that instant, the suppressed effects of the dragoness lust powder within Princess Mayer erupted forth, unleashing a tempestuous surge of events. Outside, Linning, hearing the tumult from within, clapped his thigh in delight and exclaimed, "I knew Brother Dalian would not falter in that aspect." An hour later, Chen Qun, engulfed in guilt, gazed at the tear-streaked face of Princess Mayer and uttered, "In my life, if you must, I shall not resist. Regardless of the reason, I owe you an apology." Upon hearing this, Princess Mayer summoned a flying sword, aiming it at Chen Qun, intent on slaying the human who had sullied her honor. However, as the blade neared, she found herself unable to strike him down, though under the influence of the dragon's lust powder. Her awareness remained intact. She recognized that Chen Qun was not acting of his own volition. Moreover, given their newfound connection, despite her profound sense of injustice, she could not bring herself to harm him. Consequently, she hurled the flying sword to the ground and collapsed in tears, embracing her sorrow. Chen Qun hurriedly attempted to comfort her, but Princess Mayer swiftly picked up her flying sword and addressed him. "Leave me at once. I never wish to see you again. Should our paths cross once more, I shall not hesitate to end your life." With that, Princess Mayer activated a mechanism hidden within the wall behind her and vanished without a trace. Chen Qun stood there, staring blankly at the now restored stone wall, a profound sense of loss enveloping his heart. In truth, neither he nor the old Taoist Linning had encountered any traps upon entering. All mechanisms had been disabled by Princess Mayer during her earlier visit. Originally, she had intended to deactivate the traps in order to safely reach this stone chamber and subsequently enter the secret passage to contain the dragon lust powder within her. However, she had not anticipated that the dragon lust powder released by Long Ao was far too potent. Before she could even access the hidden passage, its toxicity had begun to take effect, forcing her to employ secret techniques to suppress the poison within the stone chamber, inadvertently benefiting Chen Qun in the process. After an extended period, even as Princess Mayer traversed a considerable distance, Chen Qun remained lost in thought, gazing at the wall. Eventually, the old Taoist Linning, who had not heard any commotion from the stone chamber for quite some time, could not resist lifting the yellow cloth to take a peek. Upon discovering that only Chen Qun remained, he promptly entered, puzzled, and asked, "Dao Yun, where has that demoness gone?" Chen Qun, with his head bowed, replied, "She has left." Linning quickly exclaimed, "How could you let her go? If she has escaped, who will guide us? I must retrieve her." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun firmly stated, "Hold on. I will not allow anyone to harm her again, for she is now under my protection. I hope, dear Lin Daoist, that you will not trouble her should you encounter her again." Observing the resolute expression on Chen Qun's face, Linning sighed, "Ah, the trials of a hero often lie in matters of the heart. Then let us continue our search at a leisurely pace." Meanwhile, Princess Mayer, having reached the center of the Demon Emperor's tomb, overheard Chen Qun's words through the tomb's array that a peculiar sensation stirred within her, prompting her to engrave the name Dao Yun into her memory. The name of the man who had inadvertently taken her virtue today. She gazed at the array's projection in the center of the tomb. She saw Chen Qun and the old Taoist Lin nearing the mechanisms at the back of the tomb. In an inexplicable impulse, she deactivated all the traps leading to the teleportation array. Even she herself could not fathom why she had done so. Though it was Princess May's first foray into the Demon Emperor's tomb, she had been taught the methods to control all traps and mechanisms within by the previous Demon Emperor and Empress during her childhood. They had cautioned her never to enter the tomb unless absolutely necessary. Not long after, as Lin Ying and Chen Qun ventured forward, Lin Ying suddenly noticed that Chen Qun's cultivation level had inexplicably risen to the mid-golden core stage. Stopping abruptly, he exclaimed, "Dao Yun, how have you advanced to the mid-golden core stage? What elixir have you consumed?" Chen Qun, startled by Lin Ying's words, began to assess his own cultivation, confirming the unexpected transition to mid-golden core stage. With his consciousness having reached the peak golden core realm, that it was only because his thoughts had been in disarray since Princess Mayer's departure that he had failed to notice his own transformation. Now, with Lin Ying's reminder, he recognized that his cultivation had indeed risen inexplicably, though he remained unaware of the reason. In truth, he was not the only one whose cultivation had surged. Princess Mayer had similarly advanced from the early golden core stage to the mid-golden core stage. Moreover, the fusion of Chen Qun's dragon bloodline with Princess Mayer's ancient demon dragon bloodline had unexpectedly awakened the ancestral memories of the demon royal lineage within her. However, even more chaotic than Chen Qun's mind was Princess Mayer's, as she had no inclination to examine her own changes, only feeling a vague influx of memories. Chapter 80. Return to the Azure Sky continent. Lin Ying, observing Chen Qun's prolonged silence in response to his inquiry, remarked, "Dao Yun, this is unlike your usual demeanor. It seems your soul has been ensnared by that demoness." Chen Qun, feeling helpless, replied, "Lin Daoist, please refrain from jesting. My mind is in turmoil, and I have no understanding of how my cultivation has surged." Lin Ying chuckled and said, "Take heart. Every man must eventually face such trials. At worst, when next we encounter that demoness, you can simply take her as your wife. That we cultivators are not bound by trifles. That I never anticipated that after claiming her innocence, you would ascend to the mid-golden core stage. Upon my return, I too should seek a female cultivator for dual cultivation." Chen Qun, observing Lin Ying's increasingly absurd musings, chose to remain silent and lowered his head, continuing onward. Strangely enough, within the Demon Emperor's tomb, renowned for its unparalleled traps and mechanisms, the two had encountered not a single one. That the more Lin Ying pondered, the more peculiar it seemed, until they finally beheld the teleportation array at the tunnel's end. Unable to believe in their remarkable fortune, gazing at the three teleportation arrays before him, Chen Qun inquired, "Lin Daoist, which of these three arrays leads back to the Azure Sky continent?" Lin Ying scrutinized the arrays, glancing back and forth before placing several spirit stones upon them and releasing a few corpse insects. After the insects circled the three arrays a few times, they returned to Lin Ying's hand. With conviction, he declared, "I can assure you it is the leftmost one." Thus, Lin Ying leaped onto the left array. Chen Qun, however, remained rooted in place, lost in thought. Seeing this, Lin Ying called out urgently, "Dao Yun, stop dawdling and come up. I have activated the teleportation array." Chen Qun, upon hearing this, instinctively cast a deep glance back at the tunnel before jumping onto the array leading to the Azure Sky continent. That a flash of white light enveloped them. And in an instant, both Chen Qun and Lin Ying vanished from the array. After a considerable time, as the array returned to calm, Princess Mayer, clad in black, appeared beside it, observing the now vacant left array. She felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something precious had been taken from her. Suddenly, a joyful smile broke across her face, radiant and sweet, as she murmured to the array from which Chen Qun had disappeared, "You must cultivate diligently. Our paths will cross again. When we meet next, you shall be my true husband." With that, Princess Mayer leaped onto the largest central array, and in a flash of white light, she too vanished within the teleportation array, leaving behind the empty Demon Emperor's tomb. a silent witness to the rise and fall of the demon clan throughout the ages, down on a solitary island in the northern sea of the azure sky continent. A flash of white light heralded the descent of two figures from the sky, Chen Qun and Lining. Having returned from the demon realm, "I have finally returned," Lining exclaimed, gazing skyward. Yet Chen Qun felt no joy, instead enveloped in a profound sense of loss. "What troubles you, Dao Yun?" "We have returned. Are you not pleased to be free from the clutches of those ruthless demons?" Lining questioned. "Indeed, we are back, but I wonder what plans Lin Daoist has," Chen Qun replied. Upon hearing the word plans, Lining declared, "I intend to exact revenge. Having been so ruthlessly pursued in the demon realm, I must reclaim my dignity." Chen Qun, surprised, asked, "Do you truly wish to return to the demon realm?" "Certainly not. Who would willingly return to that wretched place? I have learned that in 10 years, the portal from the demon realm to the azure sky continent will reopen. I must inform the entire cultivation world to prepare and vanquish those demon spawn." Lin Ying's spirit was ignited, eager for vengeance, embodying his principle of repaying both debts of enmity and gratitude. "I do not share such grand ambitions as Lin Daoist. I merely seek to procure some needed spiritual materials, then retreat for a period of seclusion, before returning to my mundane home to visit," Chen Qun replied, his tone somber. Upon hearing Chen Qun's desire for spiritual materials, Lining contemplated repaying his debt of gratitude. However, uncertain of what Chen Qun required, he inquired, "What spiritual materials does Dao Yun need? Perhaps I, your elder brother, might possess them." After a moment of thought, Chen Qun responded, "I currently seek Xianbing Pu and Taimu Lingye. I wonder if Lin Daoist has either of these materials. If so, I am willing to exchange equivalent items." Lining hurriedly replied, "What need is there for exchange? If I possess them, I shall gladly give them to you." Dao Yun. One could see the venerable Daoist Lin Ying retrieving a piece of Xianbing Pu from his storage bag, tossing it directly to Chen Qun before continuing. "I possess only this single piece of Xianbing Pu. As for the ironwood spirit leaf, I fear it has not appeared for many years." Upon seeing the Xianbing Pu, Chen Qun was overcome with excitement. He had already resolved to return to the Great Han Kingdom to settle his parents and the entire Chen family, allowing him to act without any burdens. With this piece of Xianbing Pu, he could precisely forge a mechanical beast at the Golden Core stage to protect the Chen family. Thus, Chen Qun addressed the venerable Daoist Lin Ying, saying, "Daoist Lin, please state your price for this Xianbing Pu. I shall purchase it." Upon hearing this, Daoist Lin's expression shifted, and he replied, "Brother Dao Yun, do you truly underestimate your old friend Lin, since I've said I would gift it to you? Simply accept it." Chen Qun was left speechless and chose not to be overly polite, promptly accepting the Xianbing Pu. After a leisurely chat, the two parted ways. Chen Qun prepared to seek a tranquil location to enter seclusion and forge a mechanical beast at the Golden Core stage before visiting his parents in the Great Han Kingdom and ensuring the safety of the entire Chen family. Meanwhile, Daoist Lin Ying returned to the Central Divine Region to inform various sects about the impending invasion of the demon race in 10 years' time. However, Daoist Lin was unaware that the back-and-forth teleportation with Chen Qun had destabilized the spatial rifts of the Blue Sky continent, causing the Demon Gate to open nearly twice as soon, leaving only 5 years before the catastrophe. Moreover, it was not solely the Demon Gate that would open. Numerous races sealed away by the mighty human race eons ago would also break free at that very moment. Chapter 81. The Boy with Heavenly Spirit Root. After parting ways with Daoist Lin Ying, Chen Qun determined his direction and soared westward on his sword, but he traveled for several hours before landing in a small town. Upon inquiry, he confirmed that this area still belonged to the Western State, specifically a quaint town within the borders of the Qingfan Kingdom. Sensing the density of spiritual energy in the surrounding air, Chen Qun noted that, while it could not compare to the Central Divine Region, it was significantly more abundant than in the Western State. He was not in haste to return to the Great Han Kingdom, as he had yet to commence the forging of his Golden Core mechanical beast. Attempting to do so in the spiritually barren lands of the Great Han would likely diminish the beast's potency. Just as he was about to seek a suitable place for seclusion, a young couple caught his attention. The young woman possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, while the man appeared to be an ordinary mortal, and they were accompanied by a 7- or 8-year-old boy. The harmonious family strolled towards the town's outskirts, unaware that a fully realized Qi refinement practitioner was stealthily following them. When Chen Qun probed the 7 or 8-year-old boy with his spiritual sense, his heart raced with excitement. The child possessed a water-type heavenly spirit root. Had Chen Qun's spiritual sense not reached the pinnacle of golden core, he might have been uncertain. However, now, with his formidable perception, he could effortlessly discern the boy's extraordinary constitution. Immediately, a sense of affinity for talent welled up within him, prompting him to quietly trail behind the family. After exiting the town and traversing several miles, they finally arrived at a secluded village. Concealed in the shadows, Chen Qun observed the peculiarities of this remote village. Notably, the limping blacksmith at the village entrance was, in fact, a mid-tier martial saint. It was common knowledge that in such a remote area, a martial saint-level warrior could safeguard an entire region. The young couple led the boy directly into the village. As they passed the elderly blacksmith, the young man remarked, "Uncle Li, are you still forging? With your health, you should really rest more." The blacksmith, referred to as Uncle Li, looked up at the young man and replied, "Young Luo, I am getting old and nearly worn out. While I still have some strength left, I must earn a little more for my coffin." The young man, addressed as Luo, responded, "Uncle Li, don't say that. When you grow older, I shall repay your kindness. Besides, there's still Xiao Feng, isn't there? You've treated him like a grandson since his birth. When he grows up, I will have him recognize you as his god-grandfather." Before Uncle Li could respond, the 7-year-old boy piped up, "Grandpa Li, I want candy." The elderly blacksmith affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, saying, "Xiao Feng, be good. In a few days, when Grandpa Li goes to town to sell the forged tools, I will buy you some candy." After speaking, the old man's cloudy eyes turned towards the village entrance, and he continued, "Young Luo, you've just returned from town and must be tired. Take your wife and child home to rest. I, too, am weary and need to rest." With that, he limped toward his dilapidated straw hut. The young man, referred to as Luo, did not find the old blacksmith's behavior peculiar, as he was known for his cantankerous nature, yet was exceptionally kind to the family. Subsequently, he led his wife and child back to their home. Once they departed, the previously lethargic blacksmith's aura suddenly sharpened, and he swiftly exited through the back door of his hut, brandishing an iron crutch as he dashed into the dense forest at the village's edge. Chen Qun understood that a thrilling spectacle was about to unfold, that a fully realized Qi refinement practitioner could never escape the senses of a mid-tier martial saint. Once the practitioner realized he was being targeted, he fled rapidly. The blacksmith seemed intentionally to direct the fleeing man toward a more secluded area before making his move. After about 15 minutes, the blacksmith accelerated, swiftly blocking the Qi refinement practitioner's path. Coldly inquiring, "Are you also from the He family of Balan City?" The practitioner replied, "Indeed. Since you know, why do you dare provoke me?" The blacksmith, now slightly angered, retorted, "Why do you persist in harassing young Luo's family? Do you not understand the concept of mutual benefit? Furthermore, they have already had a child." The Qi refinement practitioner sneered, "An ordinary mortal dares to elope with our He family's third miss, bringing shame to the Baolon He family before many cultivation clans. If we do not bring these 3 back, how will our family maintain its dignity?" The blacksmith snorted disdainfully. "If you take them back to the Baolon He family, I fear for young Luo's life." "You need not concern yourself with the affairs of the Baolon He family," the practitioner replied, summoning a flying sword to strike at the blacksmith. However, the sword had barely approached before the blacksmith's iron crutch shattered it into 2 pieces. The practitioner was instantly thrown into disarray. Initially, he had sensed the blacksmith's strength, but had not anticipated that this limping old man would be so formidable. Thus, the Qi refinement practitioner invoked his techniques to escape. Observing this, the blacksmith contemptuously declared, "For the safety of young Luo's family, I must eliminate you. Otherwise, once you return to the Baolon He family, even I may not be able to protect them." With that, the blacksmith hurled his iron crutch towards the fleeing practitioner. Under normal circumstances, facing an attack from a mid-tier martial saint would spell certain doom for the Qi refinement practitioner. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Chen Qun, at the mid-tier golden core stage, was stealthily observing. Chen Qun had been contemplating how to approach the boy's family undetected. Now, having overheard their exchange, he devised a plan to allow the Qi refinement practitioner to return to the Baolan He family with news. While he would step in to resolve the imminent threat to the family, subsequently inviting the boy with the heavenly spirit root to join him at the Tiandao sect for training. With this thought, Chen Qun unleashed his sword domain, immobilizing the old blacksmith. The iron crutch that was aimed at the fleeing Qi refinement practitioner fell to the ground, caught in Chen Qun's sword domain. The escaping practitioner, having narrowly evaded death, no longer dared to linger, quickly performing his techniques to vanish into the distance. Only after the practitioner had completely disappeared did Chen Qun retract his sword domain and step forth. Chapter 82. Niujia Village. As Chen Qun emerged, the now-recovered blacksmith regarded him with trepidation, as if facing a formidable adversary, ready to unleash his hidden trump card. The old man's subtle movements did not escape Chen Qun's keen observation. Yet he remained unperturbed that if Chen Qun could still be harmed by a mid-tier martial saint at this moment, he might as well find a block of tofu to end his life. The blacksmith, eyeing Chen Qun as he approached, inquired, "Who might you be, and what brings you here?" Chen Qun did not wish to conceal the identity of the old blacksmith. Thus he spoke, "Please, sir, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions, that I seek the son of the person you refer to as the young lad from the Luo family, with the aim of bringing him back to my sect for cultivation." The old blacksmith's expression darkened as he replied, "Do not attempt to deceive this old man. I suspect that even if you are not affiliated with the He family, you are certainly not of benevolent disposition. Should you wish to harm the Luo family, you shall first have to contend with me." With that, he prepared to launch an attack on Chen Qun. Left with no choice, Chen Qun understood that if words could not persuade, then strength must prevail. He unleashed his formidable aura, characteristic of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Pressing down upon the old blacksmith, the mid-stage martial saint was forced to kneel before Chen Qun's overwhelming presence, blood seeping from his lips, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist, let alone strike back. Observing the old blacksmith's complete lack of resistance, Chen Qun retracted his imposing aura and remarked, "With my current strength, would I require cunning schemes to harm anyone?" The old blacksmith's heart was tumultuous. Realizing that the young man before him, with streaks of gray in his hair, might very well surpass even the legendary martial deities in prowess, he quickly uttered, "I misspoke, esteemed senior. Please forgive me." The old blacksmith had come to the conclusion that this somewhat gray-haired youth must be an ancient prodigy, having cultivated for many years. Otherwise, how could his strength be so formidable? Chen Qun, disinterested in further explanations, simply inquired about the family of the little boy. It turned out that the youth referred to by the old blacksmith as the young lad from the Luo family was named Luo Bin. Originally residing in Luo family town, just outside Baolan City, Luo Bin had inadvertently rescued the critically injured Miss He Qianer, the third daughter of the He family from Baolan City. During the days of her recovery, Luo Bin's meticulous care led He Qianer to develop feelings for him. As an orphan, Luo Bin naturally reciprocated her affections for the beautiful He Qianer. However, upon learning of their relationship, the He family patriarch, He Qin, was enraged that a mere mortal dared to covet his precious daughter, an act tantamount to courting death. Thus, he dispatched assassins to eliminate Luo Bin, but they were thwarted by He Qianer. Eventually, she resolved to elope with Luo Bin, and they fled Baolan City, leaving Luo family town behind, ultimately taking refuge in Niu family village, a small mountain village where the old blacksmith currently resided. Nevertheless, the He family of Baolan City wielded considerable power, making it relatively easy to locate the couple. In the intervening years, several waves of agents had sought them out, only to be quietly dealt with by the old blacksmith, who thus gained a comprehensive understanding of Luo Bin and his family's plight. Chen Qun then briefly inquired about the strength of the He family. The He family was merely a small-scale cultivation clan, with the most formidable member being the current patriarch, He Qin, who possessed late-stage foundation establishment strength. Once the old blacksmith had finished his account, Chen Qun openly accompanied him back to Niu family village. As for the old blacksmith's background, Chen Qun refrained from pressing further, recognizing that everyone harbored their own secrets. On the journey back, many villagers greeted the old blacksmith, who, despite his eccentric demeanor, was generally well regarded. Those familiar with him continuously probed for information about the identity of Chen Qun. Thus, on the day Chen Qun arrived in Niu family village, the old blacksmith gained a nephew from afar, namely Chen Qun himself. For someone like Chen Qun, who had been raised as a general's son, this was his first experience of the village's simplicity. Gradually, he integrated into the unpretentious community, embracing a sense of authenticity that he had never known in the aristocratic society or the cultivation world. During his stay in Niu family village, Chen Qun found himself quite content. Even the azure-eyed demon monkey, Xiaohei, was brought out from his spirit beast pouch, and together they played with Luo Bin's son, Luo Xiaofeng, fostering a bond by night. Chen Qun immersed himself in the study of the ghost control technique, a tome gifted by the old Taoist Lining. Initially, he intended only to familiarize himself with its contents, but as he delved deeper, he began to glimpse another, hidden facet of this world. The text elucidated that ghosts were formed from the resentments or obsessions of the deceased, and it detailed various techniques for capturing, controlling, and nurturing ghosts, even instructing on the crafting of talismans to subdue them. Remarkably, even an ordinary person could tame certain specters with this knowledge, while such techniques held no practical application for Chen Qun. A mid-stage golden core cultivator, since even malevolent spirits would not dare approach him, let alone be vanquished by his spiritual power, he nonetheless committed everything to memory out of sheer curiosity. 5 days swiftly passed, and Chen Qun surmised that it was likely the He family from Baolon City would arrive that day, having ample time to make the round trip. However, his expectations were unmet as the day slipped away with no sign of their arrival. 3 days later, Niu family village finally encountered a group of uninvited guests. Leading the 10 individuals was an imposing elder, and Chen Qun discerned without doubt that they were indeed members of the He family from Baolon City. After inquiring about Luo Bin's whereabouts, they made their way directly to his home. Chen Qun, accompanied by Luo Xiaofeng, trailed behind, eager to witness the reunion between father and daughter. As He Chinner was preparing a meal. Upon spotting the elder, her ladle fell to the ground, and she exclaimed, "Father!" The elder retorted, "You still remember that you have a father. I thought you had long forgotten your roots in the He family." At that moment, Luo Bin emerged from the house, frozen in shock upon seeing the elder, unsure of how to react. The elder's gaze turned fiery as he beheld Luo Bin, and he commanded, "Kill him." A cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment sprang forth from behind the elder, brandishing a flying sword aimed directly at Luo Bin. The villagers, witnessing the scene, gasped in horror, with some timid souls hastily seeking refuge. Yet the old blacksmith merely fetched a long bench, leisurely observing the unfolding drama. He was fully aware that with Chen Qun present, none would be able to harm the Luo family, not even a hair on their heads. Chapter 83. The Crisis of the Luo Family. He Chinner, realizing the flying sword aimed at Luo Bin, understood that with her chi refinement at the 6th level, she was powerless to deflect it. Resolute, she stepped forward to shield her husband with her own body. Determined to die alongside him, that He Chin, witnessing his daughter's sacrifice, was consumed with rage. Yet as the sword was about to strike, he intervened, deflecting the attack. From his perch on the long bench, the old blacksmith clapped his hands, exclaiming, "What a performance! Truly splendid! It has been ages since I have witnessed such a captivating spectacle. Luo lad, you and your wife may depart without worry. I shall look after Xiaofeng in your absence, ensuring he pays homage to you each year." The old blacksmith reveled in the unfolding drama. Emboldened by his association with Chen Qun, he felt secure, believing that no one in the Qingfan kingdom could contend with such a formidable powerhouse. Upon hearing the old blacksmith's words, He Chin's expression turned icy, and he contemplated ordering his men to apprehend the blacksmith. Yet, as he turned to face him, a wave of surprise washed over him. The disheveled old blacksmith was, in fact, a mid-stage martial saint. Though He Chin was not overly concerned by a mid-stage martial saint, he preferred to avoid escalating the situation further. Thus, he merely scoffed coldly at the old blacksmith. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaofeng, frightened, burst into tears, breaking free from Chen Qun's grasp and rushing into his mother's embrace. Chen Qun did not intervene, wishing for the young boy to comprehend a vital lesson. Only through possessing immense power could one ensure the safety of themselves and their loved ones. Using his divine sense, Chen Qun discerned that the guests arriving in Niu family village were not limited to the He family. Hidden within the dense forest at the village's entrance were 3 additional groups. each led by individuals of comparable strength to He Qin. Witnessing his daughter's willingness to sacrifice herself for Luo Bin, felt an overwhelming surge of fury, yet found no outlet for it. He recognized that if he were to forcibly execute Luo Bin today, his daughter would undoubtedly choose to perish alongside him. Consequently, He Qin addressed He Qin. If you agree to return with me to Baolan City and forever sever ties with this father and son, I shall spare their lives. Upon hearing her father's words, tears streamed down He Qin's cheeks as she glanced between Luo Bin and the sobbing Luo Xiaofeng. With a trembling lip, she replied, I accept your terms. Luo Bin interjected vehemently, My love, do not agree. Even if I must die, I will not allow them to take you. He Qin wiped her tears and said, Husband, I have never regretted being your wife. After I am gone, you must raise Xiaofeng well and never act rashly. With that, she pushed Luo Xiaofeng into Luo Bin's arms. Robin attempted to step forward to intervene, but upon seeing his son still weeping in his arms, his heart felt as though it were being sliced by a knife. That moment, a repulsive voice echoed through the air, with the old blacksmith, in a tone that seemed to straddle the line between laughter and tears. Lamenting, Oh, how touching! Even this old man is moved to tears. How can there still be cold-hearted brutes in this world who take pleasure in tearing them apart? Hearing this, He Qin was filled with rage and directly confronted the blacksmith, saying, You old rascal are overstepping your bounds that if you dare to cause trouble again, I won't hesitate to end your life first. The blacksmith, not one to back down, retorted, Killing me will not be so simple. Do you not know that I recently acquired a nephew? If you wish to kill me, you must first contend with him. The old blacksmith was quite self-aware. He knew he could never be a match for He Qin. So he promptly sold Chen Qun out. He Qin scrutinized Chen Qun, a mere youth devoid of any cultivation. Just as he was about to chastise the blacksmith once more, a somewhat gentle voice drifted over. He family head. Did you not say that once you found your daughter and that eloping scoundrel, you would directly hand them over to our Song family for judgment? Why have you suddenly agreed to release that lad named Luo? As the words fell, a group of 5 approached them slowly. Upon seeing the hawk-nosed elder leading the way, the blacksmith could barely contain his amusement, exclaiming, So even the head of the Song family, Song Xingu, has arrived. This drama is becoming increasingly entertaining. However, no one paid heed to the perpetually troublesome old blacksmith. Song family head, one should show mercy when possible. Moreover, it has been 9 years since this incident transpired. He Qin addressed Song Xingu. He family head. Your daughter was betrothed to my son, yet she eloped with an ordinary mortal. If my Song family does not punish this pair of shameless lovers, how can we maintain our reputation? Song Xingu countered. He Qin realized that there was no way to resolve the matter amicably today, that he then said to Song Xingu, If that is the case, then let the Song family head demonstrate his capabilities. I will absolutely not surrender my daughter to be executed by you. Upon hearing this, Song Xingu laughed heartily, saying, He family head, I anticipated you would behave in such a manner. However, do not forget that our Qingfan kingdom is jointly governed by the 4 great immortal families, which is why I have specially invited the heads of the Yu and Su families to join us. Before He Qin could react, Song Xingu called out toward the village entrance, Heads of the Yu and Su families, please come forth and adjudicate this matter. There are laws for the kingdom and rules for the family. I beseech you to handle this impartially. As soon as Song Xingu's words fell, another group of 8 appeared at the village entrance, advancing slowly. The 2 leading elders were none other than Yu Hua, the head of the Yu family, and Su Tung, the head of the Su family. Upon seeing Yu Hua and Su Tung emerge, He Qin's heart sank to the depths. He feared his daughter was now doomed. After all, the Qingfan kingdom was jointly governed by their 4 families, and everything needed to adhere to reason. Once Yu Hua and Su Tung stood before them, Yu Hua spoke first. He family head. This is where you have erred. The 4 families have long established an agreement to govern the Qingfan kingdom fairly and justly. Furthermore, your family indeed brought shame upon the Song family, and you promised to hand over the elopers to the Song family to restore their honor. Why have you now gone back on your word? He Qin felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. He now understood that he could not protect his daughter today, that he sighed deeply and said, Very well. The path she chose is her own. Do not blame me, her father, for being cruel. Song family head, do as you wish. I shall not interfere with how you deal with them. Hearing this, Song Shingu ceased to engage in further banter with Qin and directly instructed the 4 cultivators behind him. Seize that pair of shameless lovers and that little bastard, and take them back for public execution. Just as the 4 cultivators prepared to act, the old blacksmith's voice interrupted them once more. Allow this old man to offer you a piece of advice. If you intend to lay hands on Robin's family, you best consult my nephew first. Author's note: to all the readers who have reached this chapter, I sincerely thank you. Please leave a comment or show your support, so I know you are accompanying me on this journey. Since the beginning of this year, when I injured my arm, I temporarily lost my means of living, which led me to write my first book, that my path may not be solitary. On this slow journey forward, there is you and there is me. Please leave a footprint for me, so I know you have silently supported me. Chapter 84, Mutated Spiritual Roots. Song Shingu glanced at the unremarkable Chen Qun and then at the old blacksmith sitting on the bench, saying, I care not who you are. Do you think that a mere mid-stage martial saint like yourself can stand against my advance? Just as Song Shingu was about to command his men to act again, Chen Qun began to walk slowly toward Robin and his family. Then he addressed the still sobbing Luo Xiaofeng in Robin's arms. Uncle Chen Qun intends to find you a formidable master to make you strong as well. In time, no one will dare to bully your parents to you wish to follow Uncle? Luo Xiaofeng, glancing at his tearful mother and then at his father holding him tightly, cried out to Chen Qun, Uncle Chen Qun, please save my father and mother. I do not want them to be separated. Help me rescue them, and I will go with you, that I want to become strong and protect them in the future. Chen Qun gently patted Luo Xiaofeng's little head, saying, Xiaofeng, do not be afraid. Uncle Chen Qun will help you drive away the bad people. But once you grow up, you must rely on yourself. For now, watch how your uncle sends these villains fleeing in terror. Upon hearing Chen Qun's words, Song Shingu scoffed. You reckless little fool, you are courting death. With that, he took matters into his own hands, summoning his flying sword to strike directly at Chen Qun. However, just as the sword approached Chen Qun's back, it inexplicably plummeted to the ground. The 3 family heads, including Qin, exchanged puzzled glances at Song Shingu, unable to fathom what was amiss. That in truth, Song Shingu was equally baffled, as his connection to the flying sword had been abruptly severed by an overwhelming surge of spiritual consciousness just as it neared Chen Qun. Before he could ponder further, he saw Chen Qun slowly turn around, declaring, Who did you say is courting death? As Chen Qun's words fell, an overwhelming aura of mid-stage golden core surged forth, enveloping the onlookers. A golden core cultivator, Qin exclaimed involuntarily. Frozen in fear, Song Shingu was so terrified that he fell to his knees, repeatedly pleading with Chen Qun. I meant no offense, esteemed elder. Please forgive me. I beg for your mercy. Yu Hua and Su Tung stood there, dumbfounded, unsure of how to proceed, that if they angered this golden core cultivator today, their lives would be forfeit, and the entire Qingfan kingdom could suffer as well. However, Chen Qun was too preoccupied to pay them any mind. For as he unleashed his golden core aura, he sensed a faint, ethereal wood-type energy emanating from the frightened Luo Xiaofeng. Chen Qun swiftly turned to investigate, beginning to suspect whether he had misjudged Luo Xiaofeng's constitution. Such a blunder was particularly humiliating for a cultivator with a peak of golden core spiritual consciousness. After grasping Luo Xiaofeng's arm and thoroughly examining him with his consciousness, an expletive slipped from Chen Qun's lips. Damn it. This kid actually possesses mutated spiritual roots. Mutated spiritual roots arise when pure heavenly spiritual roots fortuitously merge with other roots, resulting in a constitution far superior to ordinary heavenly spiritual roots. Although Chen Qun cherished talent, he was too engrossed in his own cultivation to take on a disciple that he had intended to hand Luo Xiaofeng over to the old man Dao Ran for training, which he considered his contribution to the Tiandao sect. Observing Chen Qun lost in thought, Song Shingu dared not interrupt or rise from his position. The other 3 family heads felt a mixture of anxiety and uncertainty. Unsure of how this golden core cultivator would judge them, Dao Yu Hua and Su Tung were filled with regret, lamenting their decision to seek benefits from Song Shingu and assist him in suppressing the He family. Now that they had failed to subdue the He family, They might even lose their lives in the process. The old blacksmith gleefully shouted, "What happened to your bravado? Where did all that confidence go?" Huh? At this moment, none dared to confront the old blacksmith. They would gladly welcome him to whack them a few times with his cane to mitigate the wrath of the golden core cultivator. Song Shingu quickly addressed the old blacksmith. Yes, you are absolutely right. That IT is all our fault. We failed to recognize your greatness. Please do not take it to heart." Chen Qun disregarded their pleas and turned to Luo Xiaofeng, saying, "Do you see? The villains are frightened that if you follow Uncle, you too will become powerful one day." Luo Xiaofeng wiped the tears from his eyes, gazing at the bullies who had just tormented his parents. Now cowering in fear and not daring to utter a word. With determination, Luo Xiaofeng declared to Chen Qun, "I want to follow Uncle Chen Qun. When I grow up, I want to be as strong as Uncle Chen Qun, so that no one can bully my father and mother again." Chen Qun smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Then, turning to the four clan leaders, he declared, "Today, I stand in for my master of the Tiandao sect to accept Luo Xiaofeng as my disciple. Henceforth, Luo Xiaofeng shall be an inner disciple of the Tiandao sect. Should any of you dare to harm the Robin family, I shall not hesitate to eradicate you immediately." The four clan leaders, upon hearing this, felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Since Chen Qun had made such a pronouncement, it implied that there would be no forcible execution today. Thus, the four of them hastily responded, "We would not dare. We absolutely shall not act with such audacity again." Chen Qun continued, "I have matters to attend to in the Western State for a while. Within 2 years, I shall return to take Xiaofeng to the Tiandao sect for apprenticeship. Should the Robin family be missing even a single hair by that time, the four of you, along with your clans, will find yourselves rendered unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Yu Hua and the others hastily echoed, Indeed. We will ensure that no one in Qingfan country dares to show disrespect towards the Robin family. Rest assured. Senior, particularly, as the Tiandao sect is a formidable entity in the central region, these old fellows from the four cultivation families were well aware of its might. Furthermore, it would not even require the Tiandao sect to intervene. This current golden core cultivator could effortlessly annihilate them all. However, after Chen Qun spoke, he found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Although he had boasted and entrusted Luo Xiaofeng to the sect master Daoran, he was uncertain whether Daoran would grant him this favor. If he were to refuse, it would indeed be quite awkward. Little did Chen Qun know that in the days to come, when sect master Daoran and the elders of Daoyuan saw the extraordinary child with an anomalous spiritual root that Chen Qun brought back, they nearly came to blows over the matter of claiming the disciple. If at that moment, sect master Daoran were to learn that Chen Qun had left a child with a mutated spiritual root behind for an entire year merely to visit home, he would have flown over to deal with Chen Qun post-haste that I am the heart of sect master Daoran. Nothing was more paramount than the future of the Tiandao sect. Chapter 85. Passing through Yong'an City again, Chen Qun briefly pondered before retracting his thoughts. If sect master Daoran truly refused to take Luo Xiaofeng as a disciple, then Chen Qun would have to take matters into his own hands. That he glanced at the obsequious four old men, gave some instructions to the blacksmith, and made an agreement with the Robin family that he would certainly return within 2 years to take Luo Xiaofeng to the Tiandao sect. Though Robin and his wife were filled with reluctance, they consented for the sake of Luo Xiaofeng's future. After a simple farewell with the blacksmith and the Robin family, along with another warning to the four old men, he soared into the distance on his sword. Rather than heading directly towards the Western State, Chen Qun sought out a nearby valley rich in spiritual energy and set up a temporary retreat, summoning Little Black to stand guard outside as he began his closed-door cultivation. His primary objective was to refine a mechanical beast of the Golden Core stage. Following the records in the secret technique of mechanisms, Chen Qun fused the soul-severing wood and the 3-star stone, then added several auxiliary materials. Next, he divided the profound eye soul into 7 parts, forming a self-replenishing spiritual energy array, which he infused into the mechanism. With these preparations complete, Chen Qun commenced his careful closed-door refinement. Time slipped by unnoticed, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Qun wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "At last, it is a success." Before him stood a mechanical beast resembling a black bear. In his hand, he held a spherical core. Whoever refined this core would become the master of this golden core mechanical beast. When Chen Qun called Little Black back, the latter, upon seeing the mechanical beast beside Chen Qun, was so frightened that its fur stood on end. Instinctively, it sensed a profound threat emanating from the mechanical beast. However, contrary to Chen Qun's expectations, the black bear-like mechanical beast was not as powerful as he had imagined. Perhaps due to Chen Qun's own cultivation limitations, the beast he had refined only equated to a mid-golden core stage, not the full golden core stage he initially believed it would achieve. Nevertheless, Chen Qun was content. A mechanical beast of mid-golden core stage was more than sufficient to protect the Chen family in the resource-scarce western state. After tidying up, Chen Qun stored the golden core mechanical beast and Little Black, then set off towards the direction of Niujia village. He intended to surreptitiously observe whether the four old men had acted in accordance with his words. As he stealthily approached the vicinity of Niujia village, he sensed several hidden cultivators lurking within the dense woods. Avoiding these concealed cultivators, he stood at the village entrance. Using his divine sense to survey the situation within, he discovered that the old blacksmith had ceased his ironwork and was merrily drinking with the head of the Song family, Song Xinggu, in his forge. From their conversation, Chen Qun learned that the four cultivation families had reached an agreement. Each family would take turns stationed in Niujia village, rotating every month. This arrangement ensured the absolute safety of the Robin family. Thus, the old blacksmith had gained some companions to share in his drinking. Satisfied with this, Chen Qun chose not to reveal himself, slipping past everyone's notice as he soared swiftly towards the western state. Given Chen Qun's current mid-golden core cultivation, he could fly on his sword for extended periods without needing rest, as the spiritual energy consumed during flight was replenished more swiftly than it was depleted. In just 3 days, he entered the borders of the western state. Along the way, while passing through some desolate valleys, he sensed the presence of golden core stage demonic beasts. Perhaps those demonic beasts recognized the danger posed by Chen Qun and refrained from emerging to trouble him. Another day passed, and as Chen Qun gazed upon the flourishing kingdom below, he descended to gather information, discovering that he had arrived within the territory of the Great Hung Kingdom. He was now situated in Yongding City. And a mere 100 miles ahead lay the capital, Yong'an City. Yong'an City was an essential waypoint for Chen Qun's return to the Great Han Kingdom, and he was eager to witness the changes in Yong'an City since his last visit several years prior. Thus, Chen Qun ascended his flying sword, heading towards Yong'an City. Not long after, within the Mingyu Pavilion of Yong'an City, Chen Qun checked into the very room where he had once broken through to the mid-building foundation stage. Years had passed, and through diligent effort, he had advanced from the mid-building foundation stage to the mid-golden core stage. Of course, his elevation from early to mid-golden core stage was not solely due to his own cultivation, but was significantly enhanced by the acquisition of Princess Mayoress Primordialine. The following day, Chen Qun ordered a pot of wine and several dishes at the Mingyu Pavilion, intending to savor the delights of the mortal realm before embarking on his journey back to the Great Han Kingdom. It was here that he had assisted Gu Changfeng and others in confronting the Prince of Yu, Shangguan Yao, and had forged a connection with the Great Hung Kingdom's third elder, Shangguan Wuj. Just as Chen Qun was enjoying his wine and reminiscing about the past, he heard a voice that was utterly out of place. "Prince of Yu, I beg you, spare my granddaughter. I implore you. She is my only lifeline." Chen Qun then witnessed 2 soldiers dragging a young maiden away, while an elderly man knelt before Shangguan Yao, pleading desperately. Chen Qun did not need to think twice to deduce that Shangguan Yao, as usual, was indulging in his proclivity for forcibly seizing maidens. Thus, he addressed the newly arrived Shangguan Yao, saying, "I must ask, Prince of Yu, did I strike you too lightly last time, leaving you unable to shed your dog habits?" The dining patrons around them were left in stunned silence. Who was this young man, daring enough to publicly insult the Prince of Yu from the Great Hun Kingdom? It seemed he was truly courting death. Shangguan Yao, taken aback, swiftly approached in anger that he had not committed the misdeed today. Yet everyone blamed him for the abduction of the maiden. He had merely come for a drink, coincidentally encountering the scoundrel Shangguan Hong in the act of kidnapping a woman. And now all the blame had fallen squarely on him. In the past, he would have dared to confront Shangguan Hong, but after Shangguan Hong's brother, Shangguan Mo, recently broke through to the building foundation stage, Shangguan Hong had begun to act with impunity in Yong'an City. even the elder Shangguan Wudi turning a blind eye to his antics. Now, Shangguan Yao was seething with frustration, and to his astonishment, someone had the audacity to publicly insult him within the Mingyu pavilion. Thus, he stormed towards Chen Qun, flanked by his guards, seething with rage. However, upon witnessing Chen Qun's countenance, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 86. Upholding Justice After Taking a Bite of His Dish. Chen Qun addressed the prostrate Shangguan Yao, saying, "Stop feigning death. Rise and tell me whose granddaughter you have abducted this time. Truly, you are a creature incapable of change." The crumpled Shangguan Yao, hearing Chen Qun's inquiry, immediately sprang to his feet, kneeling in supplication. "Esteemed immortal, please discern. This time, it truly was not me. It was that scoundrel Shangguan Hong." Noticing that Shangguan Yao appeared sincere and not deceitful, Chen Qun instructed, "Go fetch that young woman. I wish to inquire about the matter. Should you dare to deceive me, you must know the consequences that await." Shangguan Yao hastily replied, "Yes, yes, esteemed immortal, please wait a moment. I shall retrieve her at once." After conversing with Chen Qun, Shangguan Yao hastily rose to his feet and addressed the guards behind him, exclaiming, "Why are you all just standing there like fools? Quickly follow me outside and retrieve the person. If you fail to bring her back, none of you will live to see another day." With that, Shangguan Yao led his men to pursue the team sent by Shangguan Hong to abduct the individual. Meanwhile, the Minjiexuan Tavern was enveloped in a heavy silence. As patrons speculated about the identity of the young man with striking gray-white hair, pondering the immense power he wielded that could instill such fear in Prince Yao of Yu, the elderly man who had just pleaded with Shangguan Yao rushed over, kneeling before Chen Qun and beseeching, "I implore you, my lord, save my granddaughter. I beg of you, save my granddaughter. This old man bows before you." Chen Qun quickly helped the elderly man to his feet, reassuring him, "Do not worry, my good sir, that I promise you that I will ensure your granddaughter's safe return, and I shall also provide justice for both of you." At that moment, Shangguan Yao's team had not ventured far, and without hesitation, he charged at Shangguan Hong's abductors, who were caught off guard. They quickly scattered, abandoning the woman as they fled back to report to Shangguan Hong. Previously, Shangguan Yao had feared offending Shangguan Hong, but circumstances had changed as a prince of the great Hung Kingdom. Even if he was merely a wastrel, he had heard whispers of Chen Qun's reputation. It was said that without Chen Qun's intervention, the third elder, Shangguan Lei, and Shangguan Hong's brother, Shangguan Mo, would have perished in the central divine region. Moreover, it was rumored that Chen Qun had already attained divine enlightenment. Now, in a bid to curry favor with Chen Qun, Shangguan Yao disregarded any concerns regarding Shangguan Hong and opted for action first. Within a quarter of an hour, Shangguan Yao returned to the Minjiexuan Tavern, accompanied by a group of battered guards and the woman. He even dispatched one of his guards to summon reinforcements from his royal residence, fearing that if Shangguan Hong arrived to cause trouble, his current manpower would be insufficient to withstand the confrontation and risk further antagonizing Chen Qun. Chen Qun briefly inquired about the situation regarding the woman, and through her account, he realized that he had unjustly accused Shangguan Yao. However, the injustice was inconsequential. After all, Shangguan Yao was not a virtuous character. Did he truly expect Chen Qun to apologize on his behalf? Just as Chen Qun prepared to advise Shangguan Yao on how to adequately comfort the frightened father and daughter, Shangguan Hong arrived with a contingent. Surrounding the Minjiexuan Tavern, he bellowed, "Shangguan Yao, come out. We have always maintained an understanding between us. How dare you abduct my people and injure my subordinates?" Shangguan Yao did not respond to Shangguan Hong's outburst. Instead, he turned to Chen Qun, seeking his counsel. Chen Qun, meeting Shangguan Yao's inquiring gaze, replied slowly, "Handle your affairs within the great Hung Kingdom as you see fit, but I expect a satisfactory resolution." Although Shangguan Yao was no paragon of virtue, he was astute enough to grasp Chen Qun's intention. After offering a quick apology to Chen Qun, he exited with his guards, exuding an air of authority. Upon stepping outside, he confronted Shangguan Hong, declaring, "Is there no law to govern your brazen abduction of innocent women? Since you have crossed paths with me, I shall intervene." Shangguan Hong, momentarily speechless, retorted angrily, "This is not the Shangguan Yao of old, who would brazenly seize women. Yet here you stand, shamelessly claiming authority." Although Shengwan Hong's words embarrassed Shengwan Yao, he had no intention of engaging in reasoned discourse. Upon witnessing his guards returning with all the soldiers from his residence, Shengwan Yao's confidence surged. He proclaimed to his guards, "The emperor's laws apply equally to the people. Today, I shall act on behalf of my brother and the elder council to enforce the law. Attack." With that, Shengwan Yao led his guards and a large contingent of soldiers charging at Shengwan Hong's forces. Initially, Shengwan Hong had not anticipated that Shengwan Yao would dare to strike him, resulting in a smaller number of guards and soldiers. However, he was unprepared for the ferocity with which Shengwan Yao advanced. Before he could react, Shengwan Yao seized him from his horse, and his guards proceeded to pummel him mercilessly. Half an hour later, Shengwan Hong and his men, including himself, were all left battered and bruised, resembling nothing more than swollen pigs. Despite suffering several blows himself, Shengwan Yao triumphantly exclaimed, "What a relief! I have long found him displeasing," as he observed Shengwan Hong, supported by soldiers, fleeing toward the royal palace. Shengwan Yao knew all too well that the latter intended to file a complaint. However, with Chen Qun present, even if Shengwan Hong sought out the Grand Elder, Shengwan Yao felt no fear. Still, he was apprehensive that others within the Great Hung Kingdom might inadvertently provoke Chen Qun's ire. Thus, he swiftly resolved to report the situation to the Grand Elder, the only one capable of curbing the Second Elder, and Shengwan Yao re-entered to explain the circumstances to Chen Qun. Yet, Chen Qun merely replied indifferently, "How you choose to handle this is your affair. I only desire a satisfactory outcome." Upon hearing this, Shengwan Yao hastily mounted a swift steed and sped toward the royal palace. In a simple courtyard within the rear palace of the Great Hung Kingdom, Shengwan Hong, clutching his bruised face, recounted his grievances to his elder brother, Shengwan Mo, and the second elder, Shengwan Wushuang, exaggerating the events and portraying himself as the victim of Shengwan Yao's aggression. The second elder, upon hearing this, was incensed, declaring, "This is utterly intolerable. Such lawlessness cannot be permitted." He promptly took to the air alongside Shengwan Mo, intent on capturing Shengwan Yao and administering familial justice, at the same time that the second elder and Shengwan Mo soared from the palace. Shengwan Yao provided a concise account of events to the Grand Elder. Upon learning of Chen Qun's involvement, the Grand Elder was struck with alarm, fearing that his impetuous younger brother might inadvertently provoke Chen Qun. He hastily set off toward the Minjiexuan Tavern, hastening to intercept the second elder and Shengwan Mo before they could reach their destination. Authoress note: the ratings for my book have been released today, and it has garnered a meager score of 6.6. That this is perilously close to the threshold for elimination. Perhaps my writing is lacking, but I humbly ask for your understanding as a new author. Even if you choose not to read my works anymore, I kindly request that you keep my book on your shelf, allowing me the chance to avoid being eliminated and to continue striving for improvement. Thank you. Chapter 87. The Fury of Shengwan Wudi. Just as the second elder, Shengwan Wushuang, and Shengwan Mo were about to enter the Minjiexuan Tavern, a figure descended, blocking their path. It was the fervently rushing Grand Elder, Shengwan Wudi. Without uttering a word, Shengwan Wudi approached and delivered a slap to both Shengwan Wushuang and Shengwan Mo. The second elder, momentarily stunned, shouted, "Elder brother, you!" Shengwan Wushuang could hardly recall the last time his elder brother had struck him. Now, for the sake of a reckless Shengwan Yao, he had disregarded decades of brotherly bond to publicly chastise him. How could he not feel anger? Shengwan Mo, having received a slap, displayed little reaction, as it was customary for juniors to endure such reprimands from their elders. The reason Shengwan Wudi chastised both Shengwan Wushuang and Shengwan Mo was to convey a message to Chen Qun within. He could not believe that a dignified Golden Core immortal would remain oblivious to his actions outside the Minjiexuan Tavern. His sole intent was to quell Chen Qun's rising anger. As Shengwan Wudi contemplated reprimanding Shengwan Wushuang and Shengwan Mo further, he caught sight of Shengwan Hong approaching on horseback, accompanied by a throng of soldiers. Upon witnessing this, Shengwan Wudi nearly succumbed to rage, thinking, "Does this fool not realize the trouble he has stirred?" However, before Shengwan Hong and his entourage could reach the Minjiexuan Tavern, Shengwan Wudi executed a swift strike, sending him crashing down. Having already been beaten to a pulp by Shengwan Yao, Shengwan Hong was now utterly bewildered. Yet, upon recognizing that it was Shangguan Wudi who had struck him, he dared not utter a word. Instead, retreating behind Shangguan Wushuang and Shangguan Mo, hoping for their intervention. Unbeknownst to him, both had already endured similar treatment before his arrival. Even with Shangguan Wushuang's typically placid temperament, he could no longer contain his fury. Shouting at Shangguan Wudi, "Elder brother, you are being excessively tyrannical." Shangguan Wudi, disinterested in engaging in further discussion with Shangguan Wushuang, was preoccupied with devising a plan to appease Chen Qun that he retorted, "Silence. Await Yao's arrival in an orderly manner." Shangguan Wushuang's anger intensified, and just as he prepared to voice his dissent, he met Shangguan Wudi's fierce gaze. Deflating like a punctured balloon, he suppressed his indignation, offering only a huff, refraining from uttering another word. If one were to inquire who Shangguan Wushuang feared most, the answer would undoubtedly be his elder brother. Shangguan Wudi, that he and the third elder, Shangguan Wujing, had been raised under the formidable hand of Shangguan Wudi, and the weight of that bloodline dominance was not easily shaken off. Regarding Shangguan Mo, who has already entered the foundation establishment stage, and Shangguan Hong, who has been beaten into a pig's head, they can only obediently listen from the sidelines. Even the second elder does not dare to further provoke the grand elder, as mere juniors. Their fear is even greater. Shortly after, Shangguan Yao rode in on a small horse, accompanied by several guards. Upon seeing him, Shangguan Wudi quickly urged, "Hurry inside and report, telling them that I have brought your second grandfather and others here to apologize. We implore the esteemed individual within to grant us an audience." After hearing this, Shangguan Yao hastily dashed towards the Mingyu Xian Tavern. Observing Shangguan Wudi's actions, Shangguan Wushuang felt a surge of shock within. He could not fathom what sort of person could instill such fear in his elder brother. He couldn't help but ponder, could it be that Honger has offended someone he shouldn't have, inciting such wrath in my brother? Shangguan Wushuang cast an inquisitive glance at Shangguan Hong, who was equally perplexed, unable to comprehend how his simple act of taking a country girl could have resulted in such a commotion. Noticing that he could glean no useful information from Shangguan Hong, Shangguan Wushuang approached Shangguan Wudi and inquired, "Elder brother, who exactly is the person inside?" Shangguan Wudi, upon hearing this, retorted sharply, "What you should not know, do not ask. Just remember, once we enter, keep your composure that if we offend that person, the great Hung Kingdom may cease to exist." Shangguan Wushuang's heart sank at this revelation. For someone capable of annihilating the great Hung Kingdom single-handedly, the individual inside could only be a legendary martial god or a golden core stage immortal. This thought. Cold sweat began to bead on Shangguan Wushuang's brow, but he stealthily approached Shangguan Hong and demanded, "Honger, speak the truth. What on earth is going on today? If you dare utter another falsehood, I shall end your life this instant." Shangguan Hong trembled in fear, his legs quaking, and he hastily divulged the entire story without any further concealment. In a fit of rage, Shangguan Wushuang slapped Shangguan Hong to the ground. Even Shangguan Mo furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He too began to feel dissatisfied with his brother. Poor Shangguan Hong was now so battered that even Shangguan Mo found it hard to recognize him. At that moment, Shangguan Yao emerged from the Mingyu Xian Tavern, exchanged a few words with Shangguan Wudi, and then Shangguan Wudi instructed Shangguan Wushuang, "You and Mo accompany me inside. Yao, bring this scoundrel Shangguan Hong with you." With that, Shangguan Wudi strode towards the Mingyu Xian Tavern, followed closely by Shangguan Wushuang and the others. Inside the tavern, the patrons had already fled in panic during the altercation between Shangguan Yao and Shangguan Hong, leaving only Chen Qun sitting there, calm as a mountain, alongside an elderly man and a young maiden standing awkwardly by. Upon entering, Shangguan Wudi made a beeline for Chen Qun's location that as he neared. He halted and respectfully clasped his hands, addressing Chen Qun. "I am Shangguan Wudi, Grand Elder of the Great Hung Kingdom, here to beseech your forgiveness for today's events." Upon recognizing Chen Qun's visage, Shangguan Mo also bowed, saying, "I am Shangguan Mo, a junior, expressing my gratitude for your bestowal of the Foundation Establishment Pill." Shangguan Wushuang, realizing that the man before him was a golden core stage practitioner, hurriedly followed suit, bowing as well. "I am Shangguan Wushuang, second elder of the Great Hung Kingdom, and I implore you to forgive our rudeness today." Chen Qun glanced indifferently at the three men before shifting his gaze to the battered Shangguan Hong, who was being dragged in by Shangguan Yao, that he remarked, "There is no need for you to apologize to me. Rather, you should extend your apologies to the elderly gentleman beside you and his granddaughter. Inquire what the elder desires, for all I seek is a satisfactory resolution." Shangguan Wudi, hearing this, hastily turned to the elderly man and said, "My sincerest apologies, esteemed elder. It is my reckless junior who has caused you and your granddaughter undue distress. I sincerely hope you can find it in your heart to overlook this transgression." The elderly man, having never encountered such a formidable presence, trembled and replied, "I dare not make any further demands. I only wish for you all to allow this old man and his granddaughter to return home." Shangguan Wushuang, upon hearing this, felt immense relief and immediately interjected, "Thank you for your magnanimity, esteemed elder. Allow someone to escort the elder back to his residence and provide him with a set of housing and 100 taels of gold." Upon hearing Shangguan Wushuang's words, Chen Qun's brow furrowed slightly, and he unleashed his mid-golden core stage aura, causing Shangguan Wushuang's legs to tremble uncontrollably as he said, "I fear that such a resolution will not suffice to satisfy me." Chapter 88. Chen Qun's Satisfactory Resolution. Shangguan Wudi, sensing Chen Qun's rising ire towards Shangguan Wushuang, felt a pang of anxiety and quickly interjected, "I beseech you to quell your anger, esteemed immortal. My second brother has been in seclusion for an extended period and may have forgotten the laws of the great Hung Kingdom. Please grant us a moment. I shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Upon hearing this, Chen Qun retracted the pressure he had exerted on Shangguan Wushuang. In that instant, Shangguan Wushuang felt a sweetness in his throat, and blood surged forth, which he momentarily suppressed, though some still trickled from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this scene, Shangguan Wudi was inwardly astounded. Despite nearing the martial god realm himself, he recognized that even upon breaking through, he would not stand a chance against Chen Qun. Not daring to delay, Shangguan Wudi urgently instructed Shangguan Emo personally confine this scoundrel Shangguan Hong in the heavenly prison. He is to remain there for 10 years without exception, should anyone dare to release him. I shall personally see to their demise." Shangguan Hong, upon hearing this, felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground and pleading, "Grand Elder, spare me. I promise I will not dare again. I cannot bear to be locked away in that dark and damp place for 10 years. Shangguan Wudi, observing Shangguan Hong's pitiful demeanor, frowned deeply, but he had not anticipated that Shangguan Hong would be so spineless. He resolved that once this matter passed, he would take the opportunity to thoroughly rectify the royal family and laws of the great Hung Kingdom. Shangguan Hong's pleas bore no fruit, as Shangguan Wudi turned to the still-dazed Shangguan Mo, commanding, "What are you waiting for? Quickly take him to the heavenly prison." Upon receiving this command, Shangguan Mo no longer dared to hesitate. He promptly replied, "I will obey." With that, he seized Shangguan Hong and exited the Mingyu Xian Tavern, instructing the guards to bind him securely before heading towards the heavenly prison in Yong'an City. After ensuring Shangguan Hong's confinement, Shangguan Wudi addressed Shangguan Yao. "Yaoer, escort this elder back, fulfilling the promises made by the second elder. Also, you must amend your ways. If you cannot, you will find yourself in the heavenly prison for 10 years as well." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's final words, Shangguan Yao nearly lost control of his bowels. He was acutely aware of the conditions in the heavenly prison and would rather die than spend 10 years there. Thus, he resolved to mend his ways. Besides, he already had numerous consorts and no longer needed to chase after wildflowers. Shangguan Yao hurriedly affirmed his compliance with the Grand Elder, treating the elderly man and the young woman with utmost respect as he escorted them home. Shangguan Wudi then turned to the now recovering Shangguan Wushuang and commanded, "Second brother, from this day forth, issue a decree throughout the great Hung Kingdom. Anyone who dares to contravene the law or oppress the innocent, regardless of their status, shall be dealt with severely. Those who protect such offenders will be punished equally." Upon hearing this, second elder Shangguan Wushuang responded, "Understood, that I shall issue this decree nationwide tonight." After completing these arrangements, Shangguan Wudi hastily turned to Chen Qun and clasped his hands, asking, "I hope this arrangement meets your satisfaction, esteemed immortal." Chen Qun nodded, stating, It is somewhat acceptable. Let this matter be laid to rest. Shangguan Wudi felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, exclaiming, "Thank you for your magnanimity, esteemed immortal." Chen Qun then inquired, "I wonder how the third elder of your kingdom has fared lately. I did not see him here today." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wudi promptly explained that after their group had assisted the Great Han Kingdom in overcoming its crisis, it was Shangguan Wudi who inadvertently allowed Li Chun to escape. Consequently, in light of the potential threat posed by Li Chun recovering his strength and seeking revenge on the Qin family, the third elder Shangguan Wuji and Shangguan Lei had remained behind to guard the Qin family. After listening to Shangguan Wudi's explanation, Chen Qun felt a surge of gratitude that he had not anticipated that the old man Shangguan Wuji would willingly remain in the Great Han Kingdom for the safety of the Qin family. How could such loyalty not move Chen Qun? He glanced at Shangguan Wudi, recognizing that although Shangguan Wudi had downplayed his own involvement, it was clear that he had been the one to repel the formidable enemies threatening the Qin family. Chen Qun, now no longer cold and indifferent toward Shangguan Wudi, began to contemplate how he might repay this stranger. After all, had it not been for Shangguan Wudi and his allies' timely assistance, the Qin family and the Han nation might have faced annihilation. However, after careful reflection, Chen Qun struggled to identify any suitable gifts to present to a martial artist. Yet, it was not in Chen Qun's nature to remain ungrateful. Upon seeing the imposing aura of Shangguan Wudi, who had reached the pinnacle of the late martial saint realm, he produced a golden condensation pill and tossed it to Shangguan Wudi, saying, "Esteemed Elder Shangguan, I perceive that you are but a step away from the martial god realm. Regrettably, I do not possess any elixirs that could aid a martial artist's breakthrough. Nonetheless, I offer you this golden condensation pill as a token of gratitude for your past assistance to my family." Shangguan Wudi stared at the golden condensation pill in his hand, overwhelmed with excitement, and exclaimed, "Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed immortal. With this golden condensation pill, I can attempt to break into the martial god realm and see if I can condense a martial soul pill, thus realizing my dream of becoming a martial god." Chen Qun smiled warmly and replied, "I wish you great success. Esteemed elder, I have some matters to attend to and shall not disturb you further." With that, Chen Qun summoned his flying sword and soared towards the direction of the Han nation. Once Chen Qun had departed, Shangguan Wudi gazed at the golden condensation pill in his trembling hands, nearly dropping it due to his excitement. Observing this, Shangguan Wushuang hurried forward to steady him. However, upon seeing Shangguan Wushuang, Shangguan Wudi bellowed, "What are you doing here? Hurry and issue the decree. Do you think a martial saint at the pinnacle of the late stage cannot grasp a mere golden condensation pill?" Shangguan Wushuang felt a mix of indignation and helplessness. The dignified second elder of the Great Hung Nation had never been spoken to in such a manner by anyone else. Chapter 89. Returned to Nanjing City. Upon leaving Yong'an City, Chen Qun did not linger, but instead soared directly towards the Han Nation. After several years away from his homeland, he felt a flutter of excitement as he approached once more. In just 5 days, Chen Qun traveled from Yong'an City in the Great Hung Nation to the gates of the Earl's residence in Nanjing City. As he arrived at the entrance, a wave of familiar warmth washed over him. Just as he reveled in this nostalgic feeling, a stern voice interrupted. "Who are you? And what is your purpose here? Loitering is prohibited outside the Earl's residence." The 2 guards at the gate rudely shattered Chen Qun's reverie. A quick glance revealed that he did not recognize either of them. Time had passed, and even the guards at the Earl's residence had been replaced, confronted by the aggressive demeanor of the guards. Chen Qun thought, "I cannot simply injure the guards and force my way in at my own doorstep." Thus, he addressed the guards, "I am the second son of this Earl's residence. Please inform my father and mother of my return." The guards erupted into laughter, saying, "Who do you think you are, you lunatic? Get lost and don't come back. If you continue to make a scene, we won't hesitate to deal with you." Chen Qun felt a sense of frustration at their disbelief and reiterated, "Why won't you believe me? I truly am the second son of this Earl's residence. Either notify them at once, or I shall enter myself." The guards continued to laugh mockingly. "What audacity you have to provoke us! Even if you are lying, at least choose a plausible story. Everyone knows the Earl's son is not yet 4 years old, and the second daughter is merely 2. Chen Qun was taken aback and asked, "Then who currently holds the title of the Earl?" What is his name? The guards exchanged glances, thinking they had finally caught him out. Listen carefully, you fool. The master of this earl's residence is General Chen Qun, they replied. Chen Qun was left speechless, realizing that. After all this time, the master of the earl's residence was no longer his father, Chen Xiaolei, but rather his older brother, Chen Feng. Feeling quite helpless, he addressed the guards again. Actually, I am the second brother of your earl. So please notify him once more. The guards, now irritated, approached to forcibly remove Chen Qun, declaring, You truly are a madman. First you claim to be the earl's son, and now you say you are his brother. What do you really want? The earl's residence is not a place for your antics. Just as Chen Qun was entangled in this altercation with the guards, a troop of soldiers approached, led by a formidable general riding a majestic steed. It was none other than General Chen Feng, the master of the earl's residence. Upon seeing Chen Feng's entourage, the guards hurriedly moved to usher Chen Qun aside, warning, Stop your nonsense. You do not want to offend the general. The consequences would be dire. Chen Qun looked at the imposing figure of Chen Feng, feeling a swell of pride that he had not expected that in just a few years his brother would inherit their father's title and become a general. It was indeed fitting that Chen Feng, with his capabilities, should assume such responsibilities, for both Chen Qun and their brother, Chen Xiong, were not suited for such roles in managing the Tiger Hui army of Nanjing City. Chen Feng, upon recognizing Chen Qun entangled with the guards, quickly rode over, unsure if it was truly his brother. When he confirmed Chen Qun's identity, he shouted, Second brother, when did you return? The guards, upon hearing Chen Feng's call, turned pale and hastily knelt, pleading, Please forgive us. Young master, we truly did not know you were the earl's brother. We beg your pardon. Chen Qun, uninterested in arguing with the guards, stepped forward and said to Chen Feng, I did not expect my brother to become even more formidable after inheriting our father's title and position. Chen Feng beamed with joy upon seeing Chen Qun and asked, How long have you been back? Have you visited our parents in Yanjing? How are they faring? Chen Qun inquired, Why are our parents in Yanjing? Chen Feng explained, Since your departure, grandfather sent someone to bring our parents back to Yanjing. He wishes for our father to inherit the family head position. However, father vehemently disagrees, fully aware of his own limitations. Stubborn as he is, he insists on letting our uncle take over. And in the end, grandfather acquiesced, but father and mother remain in Yanjing. Chen Qun nodded in agreement. Given father's steadfast nature, he is indeed unsuitable for the role of family head. Our uncle possesses the acumen necessary to lead the Chen family towards greatness. So father's decision was wise. Suddenly, Chen Feng slapped his forehead, exclaiming, How could I be so forgetful? It is inappropriate for us to chat here at the entrance. With that, he dismounted and took Chen Qun by the arm, leading him into the earl's residence. That evening, Chen Feng hosted a grand banquet to welcome Chen Qun back, proudly introducing his children to him. Chen Feng's son and daughter were both delightful, having been born after Chen Qun's departure. Chen Qun was immensely fond of them, as they were his dear niece and nephew, that he gifted them each a precious talisman imbued with spiritual energy and discreetly assessed their constitutions, regrettably discovering that neither possessed a spiritual root. Although they could not refine the talismans, the aura emanating from them would ensure the children remained healthy and free from ailments. That night, Chen Feng arranged for Chen Qun to stay in the courtyard he had previously inhabited. As Chen Qun stepped into the familiar courtyard once more, he noticed that everything remained unchanged, meticulously maintained by the servants. Even the walls bore the marks of the stones he had once thrown. Surrounded by these familiar sights, Chen Qun felt a wave of warmth and a sense of home, a feeling that could not be replicated anywhere else. Chapter 90. Returning to Yanjing City again the following morning, Chen Qun bid farewell to Chen Feng and set off towards Yanjing City. It had been far too long since he last saw his parents, and he was eager to ascertain how they fared in Yanjing. This return aimed to secure the future of the Chen family and to express his gratitude to the third elder, Shangguan Wuji and Shangguan Lei, who had protected the Chen family all this time. For Chen Qun, who had already attained the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, the journey from Nanjing to Yanjing took no more than half a day. Outside the Chen residence in Yanjing, the streets remained bustling with activity, as vibrant as ever. The grand entrance, flanked by two imposing stone lions, further showcased an air of opulence that, as the clock had barely struck noon, Chen Qun found himself standing at the threshold of the Qin Manor. Upon noticing that the two teams of guards posted at the gate bore unfamiliar faces, a wave of frustration washed over him. Having previously encountered resistance at the Earl's residence in Nanjing, he was reluctant to face such obstacles again. Consequently, Chen Qun released an aura characteristic of a golden core practitioner directed towards the interior of the manor, in the rear courtyard, where he was engaged in a game of chess with Chen Huowu. Shangguan Wuji immediately sensed this formidable presence that he hastily rose and remarked to Chen Huowu, "There is a powerful presence at the gates of the Qin residence. I cannot ascertain whether they come as friend or foe. I can only hope they are allies, for the mere whisper of this aura is enough to weigh upon my spirit, indicative of the visitor's extraordinary strength." With that, Shangguan Wuji swiftly dashed towards the main entrance of the Chun Manor. Meanwhile, Shangguan Lei, who was in seclusion within a separate chamber, also felt the intensity of the aura and rushed to the manor's entrance. The two rows of guards outside the Duke of Qin's residence had already taken notice of Chen Qun, who appeared to be daydreaming. They promptly admonished him, "Loitering is prohibited outside the Duke of Qin's residence. Depart at once, or we shall be compelled to detain you for questioning." Chen Qun regarded the guards' boisterous reprimands in silence, patiently awaiting the arrival of Shangguan Wuji and others that he was certain that the aura he had emitted would be sensed by any expert of Shangguan Wuji's caliber. Therefore, he was confident that both Shangguan Wuji and Shangguan Lei were already en route to his location. As the guards grew increasingly impatient with Chen Qun's indifference, they unsheathed their long knives in an attempt to intimidate him. However, just then, Shangguan Wuji arrived at the gates of the Chen estate and bellowed at the guards, "Stand down." With a smile, Chen Qun greeted Shangguan Wuji, "Elder Shangguan, I trust you have been well." Upon seeing Chen Qun's face, Shangguan Wuji hurriedly approached and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, saying, "I pay my respects to the immortal. I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me." Chen Qun quickly responded, "Elder Shangguan, we are already friends. There is no need for such formality. Moreover, your unwavering protection of the Qin family is a debt I am unsure how to repay." Just as Shangguan Wuji was about to express further humility, Chen Huowu caught sight of Chen Qun standing outside the gate and called out, "Is that my Qun'er returned?" Overcome with emotion, Chen Huowu trembled as he approached. Chen Qun sighed, although his grandfather had not favored him in the past. Blood ties were undeniable, and past grievances had long since faded. Thus, he addressed Chen Huo, "Indeed, I have returned that I hope grandfather, as well as my father and mother, are all well." "Yes, yes, yes. All is well, thanks to Elder Shangguan's protection over our family. Otherwise, we might have faced dire consequences." Chen Huowu replied eagerly, in truth, while Chen Qun awaited at the gates, he had already sensed the presence of Li Chun, a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, lurking nearby. I Chun likely intended to deliver a lethal strike to the Qin family, while Shangguan Wuji was caught off guard. But serendipitously, Chen Qun had returned today. However, Chen Qun chose to ignore him, having devised a plan to allow the Chen family to utilize the mechanical beast to eliminate Li Chun once he entrusted them with the creatures, simultaneously familiarizing them with their operation. Tio Chen Qun, a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, was merely a trivial adversary, one he deemed unworthy of direct confrontation. Word of Chen Qun's return swiftly spread throughout Yinjing via various channels. Observing that he had lost any opportunity to act, the concealed Li Chun quietly withdrew. Overjoyed, Chen Huowu led Chen Qun, Shangguan Wuji, and Shangguan Lei into the depths of the Qin Manor, instructing others to summon Chen Qun's parents, Chen Xiaolei and his mother, to join them. When Chen Qun's mother beheld her son's current state, she dissolved into tears, exclaiming, "Qun'er, you have only been gone for 6 years, yet your hair is turned white. What hardships have you endured out there?" Chen Qun, witnessing his mother's distress, gently reassured her, "Do not worry, mother, I simply had a minor setback in my cultivation. I shall recover in a few days." Despite his elevated cultivation level, in the presence of his parents, he remained a child. After more than an hour of comforting his mother, he finally managed to persuade her and promised to restore his hair within the next few days. Ultimately, Chen Qun's mother, accompanied by a maid, retreated to the inner chambers. Once she had departed, Chen Qun clasped his hands in gratitude toward Shangwan Wuji, saying, "Thank you, Elder Shangwan, for your care of the Chen family during these times." After expressing his gratitude, he bowed deeply. This gesture startled Shangwan Wuji, who hastily dodged. For a golden core immortal to bow was a heavy burden not easily borne, as it could lead to a reduction in lifespan. Shangwan Wuji quickly replied, "You honor me too greatly, immortal Chen. Were it not for your timely intervention, my nephew and I would not be here today. However, since you have returned, there is no longer a need for my nephew and me to linger here. So we plan to depart for the Great Hung Kingdom tomorrow, that I hope this does not displease you." Chen Qun nodded, acknowledging, "Elder Shangwan, you have devoted over 2 years to my family. Now that we are no longer in danger, I shall not detain you any longer." Chen Huowu, though reluctant to part with his old friend, grasped Shangwan Wuji's hands and declared, "I shall host a grand feast tonight to bid farewell to my brother Shangwan. And tomorrow morning, I will personally lead all the Chen family members to see him off beyond the city of Yanjing." Shangwan Wuji responded, "There is no need for such formality, my brother Chen. In the future, when I have the time, I shall visit you in the Great Han Kingdom." Chen Qun quietly listened to the two elders reminisce until they had nearly finished their conversation. He then addressed Shangwan Wuji, "Since you are to depart tomorrow, I wish to express my gratitude for your immense kindness towards the Chen family over the past 2 years by bestowing you a gift. I hope you will not refuse." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Wuji immediately declined, asserting, "The kindness you have shown my nephew and me cannot be repaid merely by 2 years of service at the Chen residence. How could I accept such a gift from you?" Immortal? Chen Qun, undeterred, retrieved the last mechanical beast from the golden orb within the Prenglai Immortal Palace, along with its control core. The aura emanating from the mechanical beast deeply astonished Shangwan Wuji, observing the powerful creature. Chen Qun explained, "This is a mechanical beast, its strength equivalent to that of a perfected foundation establishment practitioner. Due to its unique materials, it can defeat any practitioner below the golden core stage. Whoever refines this circular core shall become its master. I intend to present this to you, Elder Shangwan. Would you accept it?" Shangwan Wuji, recognizing the creature's overwhelming power, realized it possessed the capability to eliminate him in an instant. Even his elder brother, who was on the verge of attaining godlike prowess, would likely find himself outmatched. Consequently, he swallowed his earlier refusal. Chen Huo, taken aback by the mechanical beast, fervently prayed, "Elder brother Shangwan, please decline this generous gift. The Chen family must retain some trump cards for protection." Just as Chen Huowu silently wished for Shangwan Wuji to reject the offer, Chen Xiaolei spoke up, "Uncle Shangwan, please do not refuse my son's heartfelt gesture that if you decline this gift, it would be a grave injustice to our family." Hearing this, Shangwan Wuji felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had just been contemplating how to pivot the conversation to accept Chen Qun's generous offering. And now Chen Xiaolei had provided him with an opening. While he initially had no desire for any recompense, the value of Chen Qun's gift was simply too great to turn down. Having just declared he would not accept gifts, the situation had become somewhat awkward. However, with Chen Xiaolei's timely intervention, Shangwan Wuji graciously acquiesced, saying, "In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. To refuse further would seem disingenuous." Chen Huowu, upon hearing this, felt a pang of despair. At that moment, he nearly succumbed to heartache, inwardly chastising Chen Xiaolei. How could I have spawned such a spendthrift? Does he not understand the importance of preserving our family's resources? If not for the presence of others, I would have broken his legs today. Upon witnessing Shangwan Wuji's acceptance, Chen Xiaolei appeared exceedingly delighted, only to be interrupted suddenly by a fit of 3 consecutive sneezes. Upon hearing of Shangwan Wuji's acceptance, Chen Qun promptly handed over the control core to Shangwan Wuji, saying, "Elder Shangwan, please take a moment to refine it. Who knows, it may prove invaluable upon your return to the Great Hung Kingdom. Riding a mechanical beast will undoubtedly surpass your own speed." After hearing this, Shangwan Wuji chose not to intrude upon the familial gathering of the 3, and with a respectful gesture, expressed, "This old man is deeply grateful for your generous gift. Esteemed immortal, I shall take my leave to refine this mechanical beast. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to send word." With that, Shangguan Wuji retrieved the mechanical beast amidst Chen Huawu's pained expression. After exchanging a few more words with Chen Huawu and Chen Xiaolei, he departed with Shangguan Lei to commence the refinement of the mechanical beast. Once Shangguan Wuji had distanced himself, Chen Huawu turned to Chen Qun and remarked, "Kuner, I am aware of your formidable power at present, but you may not always be at home, and without your presence, our Chen family would be left vulnerable, though Brother Shangguan has greatly aided our family. Such a precious gift should not have been bestowed." Upon hearing Chen Huawu's words, Chen Qun realized that the old man was lamenting the gift he had given. However, before Chen Qun could respond, Chen Xiaolei interjected, addressing Chen Huawu, "Father, you are being too stingy. Uncle Shangguan has protected our family for 2 years. What is wrong with Kuner gifting him something? Why the fuss?" Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Chen Huawu raised his cane and struck at Chen Xiaolei, exclaiming, "I'll teach you a lesson, you wasteful brat. Thankfully, I did not pass on the position of family head to you. Otherwise, our entire Chen family would be in ruins." Chen Xiaolei, while dodging around Chen Qun, retorted, "At your age, you still have such a temper. It's not like I gifted it myself. Why take it out on me?" Observing the comical chase between father and son, with Chen Huawu chasing Chen Xiaolei in circles, Chen Qun, as the grandson, felt it was inappropriate to intervene. Thus, he took out the golden core stage mechanical beast he had recently refined. Upon seeing another mechanical beast, Chen Huawu halted in his tracks. After scrutinizing the mechanical beast, he disregarded his earlier quarrel with Chen Xiaolei and hurriedly shut the main door of the parlor, fearing that Chen Qun might gift this one away as well. After securing the door, Chen Huawu rushed back to Chen Qun, saying, "Kuner, you possess yet another mechanical beast. You cannot part with this one." With a resigned expression, Chen Qun replied, "Grandfather, this one is intended for you. For the safety of the Chen family, use this mechanical beast to protect our home. Even 100 martial saints or Dao saints would not stand a chance against it." Initially, Chen Qun had intended to gift this mechanical beast to his father, but he reconsidered due to his father's character and strategy, which he deemed inadequate for safeguarding the family. Thus, he resolved to pass it on to his grandfather, with the intention of it being handed down through generations. Of course, once Chen Qun could refine a nascent soul stage mechanical beast, he would present another. As long as Chen Qun had not ascended, he would quietly ensure the Chen family's path to glory. Chen Huawu, gazing at the control core presented by Chen Qun, found himself at a loss for words. Chen Qun was unconcerned about Chen Huawu's ability to refine the core, as his cultivation had nearly reached the martial saint level, ensuring his vital energy was robust. This was another advantage of mechanical beasts. They were not limited to spiritual power or vital energy, merely requiring any form of energy. Moreover, mechanical beasts posed no risk of backlash, distinguishing them from demon beasts that if it were a demon beast, even one at the foundation establishment stage would be beyond Chen Huawu's control. However, with a mechanical beast, even one at the nascent soul stage could be easily commanded post-refinement of the core. Chen Qun addressed Chen Huawu, who seemed somewhat dazed, saying, "This mechanical beast possesses strength comparable to that of a mid-level martial god. Therefore, do not challenge any mid-level martial gods or stronger. It should be capable of easily dispatching the mechanical beast I just gifted to Elder Shangguan. Thus, there is no need for you to feel regret." Both Chen Huawu and Chen Xiaolei were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "What a mid-level martial goddess power!" After a moment of astonishment, Chen Huawu inquired, "Kuner, tell me, what is your current cultivation level, and how did you acquire such a precious item?" Rubbing his head, Chen Qun replied, "I am at the mid-level of the golden core stage, corresponding to the mid-level of martial gods. This mechanical beast is closely aligned with my strength." At this revelation, Chen Huawu became even more fervent, trembling with excitement. The realm of martial gods had been a legend from his childhood, although he had speculated that Chen Qun might possess power akin to that of a martial god. It remained mere conjecture. Now, with Chen Qun's own admission, Chen Huawu was utterly exhilarated. The legends of yore had been realized through his own grandson. How could he not be thrilled? Chen Huawu repeatedly exclaimed his delight. Simultaneously, he accepted the control core Chen Qun had handed him. Chen Qun advised, "Grandfather, quickly find a quiet place to refine the core of this golden core stage mechanical beast. I suspect you will find it useful by tomorrow." Chen Huawu, puzzled, asked, "Why tomorrow?" Chen Qun explained, "While at the entrance of the Chen residence, I noticed a Foundation establishment mid-level cultivator observing our family from the shadows that I suspect he is an enemy of the Chen family. I refrained from capturing him and deliberately concealed my true cultivation at the initial stage of Foundation establishment for him to see, so that you can practice controlling the mechanical beast in combat." Upon hearing Chen Kun's words, Chen Xiaolei scratched his head and asked, "But how do you know he will appear tomorrow?" Chen Huawu, exasperated, struck Chen Xiaolei with his cane, saying, "You blockhead! After Brother Shangwan and the others depart tomorrow, our Chen family will be left with no support. Moreover, the enemy has seen that Kunu's cultivation is weak. Naturally, he will not miss this rare opportunity." Realizing the truth, Chen Xiaolei finally understood, though the cane strike had stung. After a brief discussion, Chen Huawu set off to find a place to refine the golden core stage mechanical beast. Once he left, Chen Xiaolei vented his frustrations about his earlier grievances to Chen Qun before preparing for the evening banquet. This banquet served two purposes: to bid farewell to Shangwan Wuji and to allow prominent figures from Yanjing City to meet Chen Qun. After Chen Xiaolei departed, Chen Qun surveyed the now empty parlor and shook his head with a wry smile. With everyone gone, no one had thought to arrange accommodations for him. He could not help but lament that his father was quite the brute. Fortunately, the Chen residence was still his home, albeit one he was somewhat familiar with. Chen Qun decided not to summon the servants and instead made his way toward the small courtyard where he had previously resided at that moment. He sensed movement from the spirit beast pouch, where Little Black stirred with dissatisfaction, flailing its tiny paws and emitting a series of indignant sounds. Seeing that Little Black's cultivation had not progressed, Chen Qun felt a pang of guilt. Since Little Black had joined him, it had mostly remained in the spirit beast pouch, hindering its growth. That it was not that Chen Qun was unwilling to summon Little Black. Rather, he consistently encountered formidable adversaries, and a single misstep could jeopardize Little Black's life. Chen Qun vowed that upon returning to the Tiandao sect, he would leave Little Black in the spirit herb garden under the care of Elder Dao Tian, allowing it to cultivate in peace. At that moment, Little Black perched on Chen Qun's shoulder, nibbling on a spirit fruit, its curiosity piqued by the surrounding environment. Given the extreme lack of spiritual energy in this area, Little Black felt quite uncomfortable. When Chen Qun arrived at the courtyard he once occupied, he found it arranged exactly as it had been upon his departure, reminiscent of the courtyard in Nanjing. Chen Qun's eyes misted over as he realized that the feeling of home was irreplaceable. No matter the location, just as he was about to consume the Ziyun Dragon Emperor ginseng to restore his hair, a voice interrupted from outside. "Who are you? How did you come here? Do you not know this is young Master Chen Qun's residence and a forbidden area of the Chen family?" A servant approached Chen Qun hurriedly. Amused and exasperated, Chen Qun thought he would rather avoid confrontation. But fate had other plans that if he were to reveal his identity as Chen Qun, the servant would certainly not believe him. Just as he found himself in a quandary, he spotted the elderly steward, Fu Bo, meandering in the distance. Thus, Chen Qun called out to Uncle Fu, "Uncle Fu, please come here. I am Chen Qun." Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu turned to look and hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Young Master Chen Qun, when did you return? I truly did not anticipate seeing you again, that I have heard much about your illustrious deeds in Yanjing." Nearby, a servant, upon realizing that he was in the presence of young Master Chen Qun, was so frightened that he fell to his knees, begging for Chen Qun's forgiveness. Chen Qun, however, did not hold it against him and allowed him to rise. After conversing for a while with the old steward who had once cared for him at the Earl's residence in Nanjing, Chen Qun entered the small courtyard, preparing to consume the Ziyun Dragon Emperor ginseng. After closing the courtyard door, he returned to his room and retrieved the ginseng, known for its longevity-enhancing properties, that he tenderly stroked his long, gray-white hair, murmuring to himself, "If it were not for my concern for my mother, I would not mind remaining this way indefinitely. However, having promised her, I must adhere to my word," observing the entire ginseng. He contemplated briefly before cutting it in half, sealing one portion away. Having completed this task, he swallowed the remaining half of the Ziyun Dragon Emperor ginseng that as it was ingested, a white mist gradually began to emanate from his body. Over time, the entire room became enveloped in this ethereal fog, resembling a celestial paradise. The mist exuded a delicate fragrance, and just as it was about to spill out of the room, Chen Qun released a contented sigh. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, Chen Qun appeared to have shed several years, his once gray-white hair now a deep black. Meanwhile, the small black dog playing in the courtyard sensed something unusual in the room and began to whine incessantly at the door. When Chen Qun opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, he exuded an air of refreshing elegance that he inhaled the beauty of the air, but his enjoyment was abruptly interrupted by the entrance of Chen Xiaolei. A dark line appeared on Chen Qun's forehead as he thought, "Thank goodness I did not enter seclusion. Otherwise, being disturbed by you would have surely driven me to madness." Chapter 93. A diligent young man upon Chen Xiaolei's entrance. He immediately noticed the change in Chen Qun and exclaimed in astonishment, "Son, how has your hair turned black? And your appearance seems to have grown more youthful." Chen Qun smiled and replied, "Father, there is no need for alarm. Did I not promise Mother that I would restore my hair? Now, it has returned to its original state." Hearing this, Chen Xiaolei erupted in a hearty laughter. "You always manage to accomplish extraordinary feats. I have long grown accustomed to your surprises. Come with me to the banquet hall at the Chen residence. Uncle Shangguan and the prominent figures of Yanjing have already gathered." After tidying himself up slightly and leaving the small black dog behind, Chen Qun followed Chen Xiaolei to the Chen family's banquet hall. Although the hall was quite spacious, it felt somewhat cramped due to the overwhelming number of guests present that day, except for the emperor's martial saint uncle, who was in seclusion and unable to attend. Nearly all officials from the court were present. Emperor Long Ao sat at the center of the banquet, flanked by Chen Huawu and Shangguan Wuji, with an empty seat beside them undoubtedly reserved for Chen Qun. Once Chen Qun took his place, astonishment rippled through the crowd, as none had anticipated he would appear so youthful. Originally, the banquet was meant to bid farewell to Shangguan Wuji, but it quickly transformed into an opportunity for many prominent figures to ingratiate themselves with Chen Qun. They took turns toasting him, hoping that this young powerhouse would remember them. Even Emperor Long Ao personally rose to offer a toast to Chen Qun. Although Chen Qun's cultivation level ensured he could not be intoxicated, the incessant toasting became rather bothersome, leaving him scarcely a moment to pause. While he could not become drunk, he adeptly pretended to be. After the banquet reached a suitable point, Chen Qun concocted an excuse to slip away. Alone, under the cover of night, he strolled towards the Chen family's back garden. In the past, Chen Qun had always been regarded as an outsider within the Chen family. However, since acquiring extraordinary abilities, he had undeniably become the focal point wherever he went. Those who had previously overlooked him now sought to curry favor with him, as he approached the pavilion in the garden. He heard some commotion. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a 13- or 14-year-old boy diligently practicing martial arts. Judging by the boy's prowess, he had already achieved a high-level martial artist capability and appeared poised to soon break through to the acquired martial artist realm. However, upon examining the boy's qualifications and innate talent with his spiritual sense, Chen Qun realized that they were exceedingly poor. It puzzled him how this young boy could reach such a high level despite his apparent deficiencies. Yet he also noted that the boy possessed a spiritual root, albeit a rather inferior four-root one. In summary, Chen Qun's assessment of the boy was decidedly unfavorable. Nonetheless, his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to approach the young lad. The boy, startled by Chen Qun's sudden appearance, nervously inquired, "Who are you, and why are you here?" Chen Qun, observing the boy's anxious demeanor, reassured him, "There is no need to be alarmed. I merely happened to pass by and was impressed by your martial arts practice. So I came to take a look." The boy then asked, "Given your attire, you do not seem to be one of the Chen family servants. Are you a distant relative? Why are you not at the banquet?" Chen Qun was taken aback by the boy's astuteness. Realizing he could deduce that Chen Qun was not a servant based on his attire, he therefore fabricated a story, saying, "Though I am a member of the Chen family, my status is humble, and I lack the qualifications to attend the banquet." Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes dimmed, but he too was aware of his lowly status within the Chen family, compounded by his poor qualifications, which often led to his marginalization. Even the martial arts he practiced had been secretly provided by a compassionate old steward. Thus, the boy and Chen Qun engaged in a conversation, gradually becoming more familiar with one another. Through their exchange, Chen Qun learned the boy's identity. His name was Chen Jie, the son of a distant cousin of Chen Qun, age 14, and after the untimely death of Chen Qun's distant cousin, Chen Jie and his mother had relied on the meager support from the Chen family to survive. However, the paltry assistance was insufficient for their daily needs, prompting Chen Jie's mother to take on menial work. Consequently, Chen Jie faced constant ostracism from his peers, the other young masters of the Chen family. Furthermore, due to his poor qualifications, very few martial artists within the family were willing to take him as an apprentice. Eventually, the mother and son duo found themselves unable to receive even the meager support from the Chen family. Thus, at the tender age of 10, Chen Jie endeavored to alleviate his mother's burden, gradually shedding his status as a young master to assume the role of a servant. Although he bore the name of a Chen family member, he lacked the privileges that came with it. That a few years ago, an old steward from Nanjing, upon witnessing their plight, took pity on them and offered assistance, even purchasing a copy of the Hong Quan manual for Chen Jie. 4 years had swiftly passed. Chen Jie toiled by day and practiced martial arts by night. Through diligence and perseverance, he had remarkably reached the level of a high-level martial artist at the age of 14. Although he still faced bullying, he had never revealed his martial abilities. Thus, the mother and son had improved their living conditions significantly due to the old steward's help. That as Chen Qun observed the current state of Chen Jie, he could not help but reflect on his own past. He was uncertain whether he was the luckier one or if Chen Jie was more fortunate. Although Chen Jie's physique was poor, at least he had the opportunity to learn martial arts, whereas Chen Qun had been unable to acquire any skills during his youth. Had he not come across the Wuxing Yinyang Ju, his circumstances might not have been much better than Chen Jie's. While he never lacked for food and clothing, he certainly endured his share of cold remarks. After chatting with Chen Jie for a while longer, Chen Qun prepared to leave. However, before departing, he cast one last glance at the diligent boy, feeling a stirring in his heart. Perhaps innate talent is not the primary determinant of one's fate. With determination and hard work, everything can be transformed. Contemplating this, a notion took root in Chen Qun's mind. Chapter 94. Chen Ho takes action. The following morning, the atmosphere in Yanjing City was already bustling with excitement, as many prominent figures eagerly awaited outside the gates of the Chen residence. Even in the vicinity outside the grand entrance of the Chen residence, a considerable crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. The prestige of the Chen family has now surpassed that of the other 3 prominent families, and even subtly eclipsed the current Han royal family. However, Chen Ho's mindset remains traditional. Regardless of the Chen family's formidable strength, as long as the Emperor of the Great Han is not inept, Chen Huo will steadfastly lead his family along the path of loyalty to the Emperor and patriotism. While the influential figures queued at the entrance of the Chen residence, a retinue of the Han royal guards, escorting Emperor Long Ao, approached slowly from a distance. The Emperor, Long Ao, along with these dignitaries, had not come to the Chen residence for trivial matters. They were here to bid farewell to the uncle-nephew duo of Shangguan Wuji. Not only is Shangguan Wuji a man of exceptional strength and noble status, but he has also previously intervened to save the Great Han from peril. Moreover, his nephew is a saint of the Tao, making the pair, with their formidable prowess, highly sought after by the prominent figures of Yanjing. Now that the emperor himself had come to see off Shangguan Wuji, Chen Huo and the others could no longer linger within the Chen residence. Thus, Chen Huo hurriedly led some senior members of the Chen family to receive the emperor. Shortly thereafter, a grand procession composed of the notable figures from Yanjing accompanied the uncle-nephew duo of Shangguan Wuji towards the eastern city gate of Yanjing. As the procession passed, many citizens knelt in reverence due to the presence of Emperor Long Ao's royal carriage. However, Chen Qun, amidst the procession, appeared somewhat ill at ease, feeling that such a lavish and ostentatious display was excessively grandiose, leaving him with an uncomfortable sensation. Yet the others wore expressions of acceptance, as if it were only natural. Before long, this massive farewell procession arrived at the eastern city gate of Yanjing. Once Shangguan Wuji, Chen Qun, and Chen Huo had concluded their farewells, the so-called upper crust of Yanjing began to take turns flattering Shangguan Wuji. He merely exchanged pleasantries and then summoned the mechanical beast gifted by Chen Qun, after which the uncle-nephew duo mounted the beast back and swiftly departed. As Shangguan Wuji and his nephew vanished into the distance, the people of the Great Han prepared to return to Yanjing. However, Just as their procession intended to turn back, a booming voice echoed from afar. It may be a tad late to wish to return now. As the voice faded, two figures descended before the procession. The guards and soldiers accompanying the procession quickly surrounded and protected Emperor Long Ao and the prominent figures of the Great Han. Yet, the two individuals merely laughed scornfully. For in the face of absolute power, all superficiality becomes a mere joke. Among these two, one was Li Chun, who had once nearly plunged the Great Han into despair single-handedly, and the other was a mid-foundation cultivator. Presumably a helper Li Chun had summoned. Looking at Chen Qun amidst the crowd, Li Chun arrogantly remarked, "I had expected the young talents upon whom your Great Han relies to be formidable warriors. Yet, it turns out to be just a brash lad in the early stages of foundation cultivation. Were it not for those two old geezers from Dahan giving me a hard time, I would have already obliterated all of you." At this moment, the other mid-foundation cultivator scanned the crowd with his spiritual sense and discovered that aside from one early foundation cultivator, the rest were nothing more than a swarm of ants. Thus, he addressed Li Chun, saying, "Li brother, dealing with this motley crew, you alone suffice. Why do you still require my assistance?" Li Chun replied to the mid-foundation cultivator, "My invitation to Brother Jiang was originally to confront that old fellow from Dahan together. Now that he has departed, there is no need for further exertion. However, I will still ensure that the rewards I promised you will not be diminished." Upon hearing this, the Jiang cultivator's eyes flickered with delight. Such an opportunity to gain benefits without exerting effort was rare indeed. Yet, he was unaware that soon he would find himself in tears. Meanwhile, the people of the Great Han were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Had they known there were two calamities lurking here, they would have knelt to retain Shangguan Wuji without hesitation. With no other recourse, they placed all their hopes on Chen Qun. When Chen Qun noticed the expectant gazes cast upon him, including that of Emperor Long Ao, he shrugged and replied, "Why are you all looking at me? They are merely two mid-foundation cultivators. I shall not intervene." The crowd gasped in shock. Chen Qun merely felt that it would be beneath his dignity to engage with mid-foundation cultivators, and he wished to allow Chen Huowu to familiarize himself with the mechanical beast. However, the onlookers interpreted this as Chen Qun's fear of battle. One official of the Great Han pointed at Chen Qun and exclaimed, "This mess is your doing. Now that they have come, if you don't act, who will? If he does not act, then it is naturally my duty to step in as the head of the Chen family and a duke of the Great Han. I must do so without hesitation," Chen Huowu asserted, stepping forward. The crowd, including Emperor Long Ao, fell silent, and once they confirmed they had not misheard, someone advised, "Old Duke Shun, please do not jest with your strength. Advancing would merely lead to your demise." Chen Huowu chuckled heartily in response, offering no further reply as he stepped out from the protective circle of soldiers and approached Li Chun and the other man. The thoughts of the people of the Great Han turned to a singular notion. Has old Duke Chen lost his senses? Chen Huowu slowly approached the two, stating, "Allow me to experience your esteemed skills." Witnessing this, Chen Qun frowned, pondering. Even with a mechanical beast assisting, one should not draw so close to those two cultivators. Should they suddenly strike, it would be too late to summon the beast. Nevertheless, Chen Qun did not dwell on it too much. If those two mid-foundation cultivators could kill Chen Huowu before his eyes, it would bring shame to all foundation cultivators. Li Chun, upon hearing Chen Huowu's words, was momentarily taken aback, retorting, "Old fool, are you truly so foolish as to let your early foundation grandson perish while you step forth to meet your end?" Chen Huowu donned a shrewd expression, declaring, "To take my life, I fear you lack the requisite strength. Show me what you can do." Li Chun, incensed by this, regarded Chen Huowu as nothing more than an insignificant insect of the innate realm, daring to speak so arrogantly. Thus, Li Chun retorted, "Old man, you seek death, and I shall oblige." With that, Li Chun summoned his flying sword and launched it towards Chen Huowu. Observing the imminent threat of the flying sword, Chen Qun realized that if it struck Chen Huowu, his demise would be inevitable. With a resigned sigh, Chen Qun muttered, "It seems I must intervene. How has my grandfather become so unreliable?" Just as Chen Qun prepared to deflect the flying sword, A silvery circle of light suddenly enveloped Chen Huawu. Upon seeing this, Chen Qun stood astonished. Chapter 95. Chen Huawu unleashed. Although Chen Qun was unaware of the origin of the light circle surrounding Chen Huawu, he could distinctly sense that it was capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a mid-golden core cultivator. Utilizing this protective circle, which could resist attacks from golden core cultivators, against foundation cultivators was undoubtedly safe. Thus, Chen Qun quelled his curiosity and quietly observed from the crowd that Li Chun's flying sword struck the light circle surrounding Chen Huawu, yet instead of the anticipated scene of a lifeless body, the sword was forcefully repelled. After exchanging glances with the Jiang cultivator, both displayed an imperceptible glimmer of joy, their minds converging on a singular thought. This old fellow possesses a treasure. Consequently, Li Chun addressed the Jiang cultivator. Alone, I fear it will be difficult to breach this old man's defenses. Brother Jiang, lend me your strength. Regardless of what treasure he possesses, we shall split the spoils. The Jiang cultivator readily replied, Very well. Li brother, I shall assist you at once. With that, he summoned his flying sword to strike at Chen Huawu, yet it too was predictably deflected. Thus, these two mid-foundation cultivators commenced a relentless barrage of sword strikes against Chen Huawu, all under the astonished gaze of the great Han's populace. However, Chen Huawu remained unfazed, leaning on his cane, appearing almost ready to doze off. The duo's attacks failed to inflict any harm on Chen Huawu, nor could they even breach the protective light circle surrounding him. Instantly, the thoughts of the great Han's populace, including Emperor Long Ao, turned to a singular notion. This old fellow conceals his true depths. Could it be that he has surpassed the legendary realm? Not only were the people of the great Han perplexed, but Chen Qun too was bombarded with a multitude of questions that Li Chun and the Jiang cultivator continued their assault on Chen Huawu for nearly a quarter of an hour, yet there was no indication of any change in Chen Huawu's demeanor. As the two individuals ceased their assaults, their minds raced with speculation about the true caliber of the extraordinary treasure possessed by this old man, whose defenses were inexplicably formidable. Just as they intended to leverage the lives of the citizens of the Great Han Kingdom to coerce Chen Huawu, the latter moved his cane and declared, I presume both of you are fatigued. Perhaps it is time for this old fool to take action. Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this old fellow possessed an offensive treasure as well? However, before they could ponder further, a mechanism beast resembling a black bear materialized before Chen Huawu. The moment this beast appeared, it radiated an overwhelming presence. Upon sensing this immense power, Li Chun and the Jiang clan cultivators simultaneously exclaimed, This is a golden core stage beast, flee. The Jiang cultivator, reacting first, soared away on his sword. Filled with regret, he doubted whether he could escape. Had he known the perilous nature of this affair, no amount of reward would have persuaded him to wade into such treacherous waters. Just as he wallowed in remorse, darkness enveloped his vision, and the world faded to colorlessness. The Jiang cultivator, fleeing at high speed, was swiftly struck through the chest by an energy blast emitted from the black, bear-like mechanism beast. Li Chun stared blankly at the lifeless form of the Jiang cultivator, paralyzed with fear that he dared not flee, for he understood that escape from the clutches of a golden core stage beast was utterly impossible. Upon realizing that the beast was under Chen Huawu's control, he disregarded his pride and hastily crawled before Chen Huawu, begging for mercy. Chen Huawu, a cunning old fox, was acutely aware of the adage, leave no snake alive to bite back. Moreover, in his youth he had navigated the military with decisive ruthlessness. Thus, he remained unmoved by Li Chun's pleas. Ultimately, Li Chun met his demise, having his skull crushed by the mechanism beast's paw. The onlookers from the Great Han Kingdom gazed in astonishment at Chen Huawu, their minds struggling to discern whether they were ensnared in a dream or confronting stark reality. Leaning on his cane, Chen Huawu approached to collect the storage pouches of the two fallen Dao Saint-level experts, subsequently summoning the mechanism beast before making his way towards the crowd. Unconsciously, they parted to grant him passage. Upon reaching Emperor Long Ao, who was still reeling from the shock, Chen Huawu addressed him, Your Majesty, please forgive the disturbance. This old minister has successfully dispatched the two who caused such unrest. The emperor, instinctively replying, said, Excellent, excellent. Indeed, Duke Chen remains a hero of yours. The Great Han Kingdom is fortunate to have Duke Chen in its defense. As soon as the emperor's words fell, a chorus of flattery erupted from the crowd, reducing Chen Huo to a state of speechlessness. With no further obstructions, the procession returned to Yanjing City. Just before parting ways, Emperor Long Ao invited Chen Huo into his dragon carriage for a private discussion. It was later revealed to Chen Qun that the emperor had offered the Chen family 4 royal princesses for marriage. However, his primary interest lay in uniting with Chen Qun, a proposal that Chen Huo ultimately declined. Understanding that Chen Qun had reached the realm of martial deity, Chen Huo believed no mortal woman was worthy of him. Not even a princess that in his heart. Only those of celestial stature from grand realms would be deemed suitable for his grandson. By the time Chen Qun and the others returned to the Chen residence, it was nearly noon. Upon entering, Chen Qun eagerly inquired about the protective aura. Taken aback by Chen Qun's question, Chen Huo responded, "My dear Qun, it was you who gifted it to me. Why do you inquire of me?" Chen Qun, puzzled, retorted, "When did I bestow such a protective aura upon you?" "I don't recall." Chen Huo explained, "I refined the control core you gave me, establishing a connection with the mechanism beast, allowing me to harness its energy to form a protective shield that as long as the beast retains energy, I am safe." Chen Qun, astonished, found himself at a loss for words. He had never fathomed that a mechanism beast could serve as protection, as he had only ever regarded it as a disposable asset to engage the enemy and obstruct their advance. Observing Chen Qun's astonishment, Chen Huo inquired, "Do you truly not know that mechanism beasts can guard the body? Or are you merely testing my knowledge?" Chen Qun shook his head, asserting, "I genuinely had no idea that mechanism beasts could provide protection. I only knew they could attack and autonomously replenish energy." This recollection prompted him to reflect on the words "Heavenly Mechanism Sect" inscribed upon the walls of the inner hall in the Prunlai Immortal Mansion. Given the capabilities demonstrated by the mechanism beast, it was undeniable that the Heavenly Mechanism Sect must have been an extraordinarily powerful sect. Yet he found himself perplexed as to why such an astonishing sect no longer existed. Chapter 96. The Fate of Mayor. Noticing Chen Qun lost in thought, Chen Huo quickly asked, "Qun, is something amiss?" Chen Qun snapped back to reality, replying, "Nothing is wrong. I am merely astounded by the abilities of this mechanism beast." Chen Huo laughed heartily, proclaiming, "With this mechanism beast as our guardian, I wonder who would dare to act impudently towards the Chen family." Chen Qun began calculating the materials he possessed, although he lacked the resources to forge a golden core stage mechanism beast. He could still gather the materials needed for a foundation establishment stage beast. After all, the ingredients for a foundation establishment stage mechanism beast were not particularly rare. He had acquired some from the storage pouches of Demon Realm cultivators he had slain alongside the old Taoist Lin Ying. And with his existing supplies, he could likely assemble several sets. Given such a valuable asset that could both attack and defend, Chen Qun felt it only right to craft one for his parents, honoring the years of care they had provided. With this in mind, Chen Qun said to Chen Huo, "Grandfather, I intend to enter seclusion for a time. During my retreat, I wish for no one to disturb me. Furthermore, upon my emergence, please gather all children in the Chen family age between 10 and 16 for me to assess their potential for cultivation." Chen Huo, thumping his chest, assured, "Rest assured, Qun, no one would dare disturb you. When you emerge from your retreat, I will ensure that all suitable children from the Chen family are assembled, that I take the future of our family very seriously." After a brief conversation, Chen Qun returned to his courtyard, preparing to commence his seclusion and forge the foundation establishment stage mechanism beast. Once Chen Qun departed, Chen Huo summoned several trusted aides, issuing serious instructions before continuing to refine the core of his mechanism beast. He too was eager to discover the extraordinary power that would emerge once he fully refined the core. Once Chen Qun had everything prepared in his courtyard, he found himself encircled by a group of guards. Led by several elders of the Chen family, it was evident that these were sent by Chen Huo to prevent any disruptions during Chen Qun's seclusion. Simultaneously, Chen Xiaolei's courtyard was also surrounded, with 2 elders stationed at the entrance. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Xiaolei rushed out and asked the elder, "Third uncle, why have you surrounded my courtyard?" The elder addressed as third uncle replied, This is your father's command. You are not to step outside your courtyard for the next few days. Young Master Chen Qun is in seclusion, and you may only exit once he emerges." Chen Xiaolei, infuriated, exclaimed, "What does my son's seclusion have to do with me? Why can't I step outside? This is unacceptable. I must seek out the old man for an explanation." With that, he attempted to leave. However, before he could step out, the elder he referred to as third uncle brandished Chen Hu's cane, stating, "The family head has decreed that if you attempt to force your way out, I shall be compelled to break your legs with this cane." Chen Xiaolei, ready to retort, fell silent at the elder's words, realization dawning upon him that he had endured many beatings throughout his life, and the sight of Chen Hu's cane filled him with dread. With a huff, Chen Xiaolei conceded, "If I can't go out, then so be it that I'm to be suffocated in here for the next few days." He slammed the courtyard door, shut in frustration, and returned to his quarters. Hearing the commotion, Madame Chen hurried out to inquire about the situation, attempting to console Chen Xiaolei. Although he was boiling with anger, he found himself at a loss, caught between his son and father. Meanwhile, the already sequestered Chen Qun had meticulously counted the materials required for crafting the Foundation Establishment Stage Mechanism Beast, and to his astonishment, he had successfully gathered 6 complete sets. Chen Qun extracted a substantial collection of spirit fruits and cast them into the courtyard, instructing Xiao He to guard the premises diligently, ensuring that no one would disturb him. Once this was accomplished, Chen Qun commenced the crafting of mechanized beasts. The process for forging foundational stage mechanized beasts mirrored that of crafting those in the Golden Core stage, with the only distinction being that the materials for the foundational stage were slightly inferior and the duration of the process was shorter. Remarkably, within a mere 7 days, Chen Qun had successfully created 6 foundational stage mechanized beasts. All of these creations boasted the cultivation level of great perfection in the foundational stage, indicating that the strength of the mechanized beasts was significantly influenced by the prowess of their creator. However, these newly forged foundational beasts were not as formidable as those previously encountered in the Prunglai Immortal Mansion, prompting Chen Qun to speculate that the discrepancy might be attributed to the external spiritual energy. Observing the 6 foundational stage mechanized beasts and recalling their unique utility, Chen Qun couldn't help but exclaim, "If only I could possess a mechanized beast at the nascent soul stage." Such thoughts were merely fleeting, as the materials required for a nascent soul stage mechanized beast, including Earth Soul Mystic Stones, Golden Thunder Bamboo, and Life and Death Crystals, had not been seen for millennia. Moreover, to forge a nascent soul stage mechanized beast, the creator must, at the very least, be at the nascent soul cultivation level themselves. After careful consideration, Chen Qun calculated that it had taken him half a month to forge a single Golden Core stage mechanized beast. Yet he had managed to create 6 foundational stage beasts in just 7 days. Therefore, he estimated that crafting a nascent soul stage mechanized beast would likely require a year. Now, he no longer harbored any delusions of gathering the necessary materials for a nascent soul stage mechanized beast. He would be content if he could simply acquire the materials for another Golden Core stage mechanized beast. Chen Qun resolved that upon his return to the Tiandao sect, he would seek out the sect leader, Dao Ran, to inquire whether there were any materials in stock that he needed. The rarity of materials for forging high-tier mechanized beasts led Chen Qun to ponder whether the disappearance of the Tianji sect was somehow related to the scarcity of such resources. Contemplating the 6 foundational stage mechanized beasts, which he might find useful in the future, he decided to store one within a golden orb. Chen Qun then tidied his small courtyard and, after tossing a few fruits to Xiao He, intended to step outside to summon Chen Huawu for a discussion regarding the distribution of the mechanized beasts. However, an unexpected vision materialized within his consciousness, akin to an illusion. Chen Qun hastily assumed a meditative posture, directing his mind into the depths of his awareness to investigate. When he beheld the dark figure manifesting within his consciousness, his heart raced with excitement. The shadow gradually turned, revealing none other than Princess May Air from their previous encounter. Observing Chen Qun's bewildered expression, Princess May Air inquired, "Do you not remember me?" Chen Qun, feeling a surge of anxiety, responded, "I remember, and I shall never forget. It is I who have wronged you." Princess May Air reassured him, "There is no need for further remorse. Perhaps it was fate orchestrated by the heavens." "Will you marry me?" Chen Qun felt his vision blur as he gazed upon Princess Mei Er's exquisite features and declared, "I wish to marry you, as long as you are willing to wed me. I shall take responsibility." Princess Mei Er smiled shyly and said, "I knew you were not a man to shirk responsibility, my husband." Chen Qun's voice caught in his throat, and he called out to her, "My wife." After uttering this, Chen Qun muttered to himself, "Perhaps this is merely my heart's demon. Yet even if it is, I would willingly remain forever immersed in this illusion." Just as he continued his self-reflection, Princess Mei Er interrupted, saying, "What are you imagining? I am no figment of your imagination. I am truly myself. Since you have agreed to marry me, you are now my husband. I in our Demon Emperor clan. A woman is only permitted one husband throughout her lifetime. Should you dare betray me in the future, I shall ensure our mutual demise upon our reunion." Chen Qun, puzzled, asked, "If you are not my heart's demon, how can you appear within my consciousness?" Princess Mei Er, exasperated, exclaimed, "If I were truly your heart's demon, would your mind remain so clear? It is merely because you have taken my primordial Een, a fragment of my bloodline has fused with yours. I am now communicating with you through a once-in-a-lifetime bloodline transmission technique unique to our Demon Emperor clan. Remember my name? I am Mei Er. What is your name, husband?" Chen Qun focused his consciousness, and once he was certain this was neither a heart's demon nor a dream, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He promptly replied, "I am called Chen Qun, but I also go by Dao Yun. Rest assured. Mei Er, I will come to marry you." As Princess Mei Er's figure began to fade, she advised, "Husband, do not speak. The time for bloodline transmission is drawing to a close. Listen to me." Chen Qun, on the verge of speaking, quickly closed his mouth. Princess Mei Er continued, "I have now entered the true realm of cultivators, the chaotic cultivation world, and I am currently trapped in the demon dragon abyss. So when you arrive in the chaotic cultivation world, come to rescue me. Though your current cultivation is still low, do not fret. The lifespan of our Demon Emperor clan is extensive. Even if it takes 1,000 years, I will not age, and I am willing to wait for you here. The moment I acknowledged you, you became the only husband of my life." After Princess Mei Er concluded her words, her figure gradually blurred until it vanished completely. Chen Qun called out repeatedly within his consciousness, yet there was no trace of Princess Mei Er remaining. Upon opening his eyes, he murmured, "Mei Er, even if I must traverse mountains of blades and seas of flames, I shall undoubtedly come to rescue you." Chapter 97. Preparations for testing. After stabilizing his tumultuous emotions, Chen Qun began contemplating the location of the Demon Dragon Abyss and the chaotic cultivation world. He was resolute that, regardless of the distance to these two places, he would undoubtedly find them, for he was determined to rescue his Mei Er. Although he and Princess Mei Er had scarcely exchanged a few words. Since that fateful encounter, Chen Qun had already regarded her as his beloved. Now that he knew she was trapped, he was committed to locating the place to free her. However, discovering an unknown world necessitated a concerted effort to enhance his strength. Only by elevating his prowess could he access new realms. Yet, the journey to increase one's strength was not an overnight endeavor. Fortunately, Mei Er was merely trapped and not in any immediate danger. Additionally, the longevity of the Demon Emperor clan provided Chen Qun with some semblance of comfort. For now, he needed to arrange the future of the Chen family before seeking out the elder Dao Ran to inquire about the whereabouts of the chaotic cultivation world. With this thought in mind, Chen Qun rose, opened the main gate of his courtyard, and addressed the guards outside. "Please summon my grandfather and father. I have matters to discuss with them." The guards promptly went to notify Chen Huawu and Chen Xiaolei. Before long, Chen Huawu hurriedly arrived, and upon reaching the entrance, he exclaimed to Chen Qun, "Qun heir, you have emerged from seclusion. I have gathered all the children of our Chen family aged 6 to 14 in Yanjing." Chen Qun, observing Chen Huawu's anxious demeanor, replied, "There is no need to rush. Tomorrow I will conduct thorough assessments for them, that as long as they possess spiritual roots, I shall bring them into the sect." Chen Huawu responded, "Given the significance of this matter for the Chen family's future, how can I not be anxious? If it weren't for your seclusion being of greater importance, I would have summoned you 2 days ago." Chen Qun shook his head helplessly, realizing that Chen Huawu was particularly concerned about matters pertaining to the family's future. He gestured for Chen Huawu to enter the courtyard and take a look. Upon stepping inside, Chen Huawu was utterly astonished that a neat row of 5 mechanized beasts stood arranged before him. Chen Huawu, witnessing this sight, was rendered speechless with excitement, having personally experienced the might of these mechanized beasts. Just 2 days prior, after thoroughly refining his golden core stage mechanized beast, he had ventured to the desolate mountains outside Yanjing to test its power. The sheer force displayed by the mechanized beast had genuinely astonished Chen Huawu, as it had obliterated over half of a mountain peak with a single energy projectile. Noticing Chen Huawu's astonishment, Chen Qun remarked, "Though these 5 mechanized beasts may not rival the strength of yours, they are certainly capable of defeating ordinary martial saints." Chen Huawu, still in shock, instinctively asked, "Are you planning to bestow all 5 mechanized beasts upon our Chen family?" Chen Qun replied, "Who else would I give them to if not the Chen family? They hold little use for me. It is only fitting to allocate one to my father and one to my uncle, another for my elder brother in Nanjing, and one for my younger brother who is the city lord. As for the last one, you may decide how to handle it." Chen Huawu trembled with excitement at this response, exclaiming, "Wonderful! The glory of our Chen family is just around the corner." No sooner had Chen Huawu spoken these words than a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "You little rascal! What were you secluding yourself for? You've made me endure 7 days of confinement at the hands of the old man. Just wait until I get my hands on you." With that, Chen Xiaolei stormed in, evidently intent on giving Chen Qun a good thrashing. As soon as he entered, he caught sight of Chen Huo, leaning on a cane, standing coldly in the courtyard, his gaze sending chills down Chen Xiaolei's spine. This time, Chen Xiaolei exhibited a rare moment of wisdom and directly stated, "You all continue with your tasks. I shall return shortly," without granting Chen Huawu the opportunity to vent his anger. He swiftly made his escape. Chen Qun observed his reckless father and the grandfather, who was wholly devoted to the Chen family, unsure of what to say. After exchanging a few brief words with Chen Huawu, Chen Qun entrusted him with the 5 mechanical beasts and their control core, but he promised Chen Huawu that he would visit the Chen family's rear courtyard the following morning to assess the children's spiritual roots. After bidding farewell to Chen Huawu, Chen Qun closed the gate of the small courtyard, gave a few instructions to Xiao He, and then retreated indoors. Once inside, Chen Qun wasted no time resting. He settled down on the floor, took out some spirit stones and spiritual items, and began to absorb them fervently. His urgent desire to enhance his strength stemmed from his wish to possess sufficient power to rescue his beloved princess, Mayor, from the chaotic realm of cultivation. As Chen Qun absorbed the spiritual energy with fervor, the spirit stones around him gradually turned to dust. Suddenly, the area around Chen Qun plunged into darkness that he envisioned Princess Mayor enduring various torments in the shadowy depths of the demon dragon abyss, prompting him to rush forward desperately in an attempt to rescue her. Just as he was about to plunge into the abyss, a bolt of golden lightning struck him, instantly restoring his clarity. Though blood trickled from his mouth, with a bitter smile, Chen Qun remarked, "It seems I have truly encountered my inner demons. Fortunately, the golden orb saved me once again at a critical moment. Otherwise, I would have been ensnared." This encounter with his inner demons gradually instilled in Chen Qun the understanding that the path of cultivation should not be rushed. Progress must be made step by step. Since I cannot hasten the growth of crops, I must allow nature to take its course. Thankfully, Princess Mayor is not in immediate danger. After a deep sigh, he began to mend the internal injuries inflicted upon his consciousness by the encounter with his inner demons. However, a new obsession took root in Chen Qun's heart. A pressing desire to assist the golden orb in reclaiming its true form, for it had saved him on numerous occasions. The next day, the rear courtyard of the Chen residence was filled with several hundred children, summoned urgently by Chen Huowu from various branches of the Chen family. Chen Huowu and several elders of the Chen family surveyed the children gathered below, nodding in satisfaction, for the aura surrounding these children was stable, indicating their earnest efforts in cultivating martial skills that moment. Chen Qun also ascended to the platform, prompting Chen Huowu to say, "Kun, these children represent the future of our Chen family. You must carefully examine them. If our Chen family could produce a few more immortals like you, I could depart this world with a smile, knowing I would meet our ancestors in the afterlife." The nearby elders, upon hearing this, secretly muttered to themselves, "With such an outstanding grandson, Even if you were to die now, you could face our ancestors with a smile. Chapter 98. Only Chen Jie possesses spiritual roots. This matter was crucial for the future of the Chen family, and Chen Qun dared not be negligent. Thus, he began to examine each child one by one, fearful of overlooking a genius with an aberrant spiritual root like Luo Xiaofeng. However, as time passed, the anxiety of Chen Huawu and the elders grew. For more than half of the children had been eliminated. They all hoped that the next child would surely possess spiritual roots. Yet, when Chen Qun completed his assessments, their hopes were dashed. None of the hundreds of children had any spiritual roots. However, this was not entirely surprising. After all, the path to immortality is not easily traversed, and it is rare to find even one child with spiritual roots among a million mortals. Just as Chen Huawu and the elders were engulfed in despair, Chen Qun spoke up. Have you perhaps overlooked some children? Surely, there are others who have not come to participate. Chen Huawu glanced curiously at the elders responsible for this task. One elder hastily stepped forward to explain. Aside from a few children from exceedingly remote branches, all the eligible Chen family descendants have been gathered here. Chen Qun replied, I think that may not be the case. The elder, somewhat unconvinced, retorted, though young Master Chen Qun, your cultivation is extraordinary when it comes to the minutiae of the Chen family. We old-timers are more knowledgeable. All eligible children are indeed present. There is no omission. Chen Huawu quickly intervened, stating, Kuner, the second elder and fourth elder are known for their diligence. They would never overlook anything. It seems our Chen family has simply run out of good fortune. The elder who had just argued with Chen Qun was indeed the second elder mentioned by Chen Huawu. Chen Qun regarded Chen Huawu and then the second elder, his voice turning cold as he asked, I wonder if the second elder has heard of a child named Chen Jie. Chen Qun felt a surge of anger, knowing that the Chen family did not regard Chen Jie and his mother with any respect. However, he was taken aback that the elders of the Chen family had completely disregarded them as members of the family. Even an ordinary person understands that blood is thicker than water. Yet these elders could turn their backs on their relations in times of hardship, rendering Chen Qun profoundly disillusioned. Upon hearing Chen Qun's words, Chen Huo glanced questioningly at the second elder, who exhibited a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, suggesting he was indeed aware of the child named Chen Jie. The second elder spoke. The mother and son of Chen Jie spend their days mingling with the servants at the Chen residence. Treating them as members of the Chen family would surely tarnish our family's reputation. Chen Qun retorted, given that they are a mother and son duo in destitution. If they do not engage in some work, are you suggesting they should starve? Moreover, what does it mean to treat someone as a member of the Chen family? Chen Jie bears our blood. I contend that it is the entire Chen family that should feel ashamed, not them. The second elder was left speechless by Chen Qun's rebuke, and just as he was about to explain further, Chen Qun continued, Chen Jie is the only child in our Chen family with spiritual roots. As for the rest, you may handle that as you see fit. What? How can that be? Chen Huawu and the other elders exclaimed in unison. Ignoring their astonished reactions, Chen Qun turned on his heel and departed. Once Chen Huawu and the other elders regained their composure, they collectively glared at the second elder. In truth, this incident was not particularly uncommon, as such situations arise in every prominent family. However, with Chen Jie being the only member of the Chen family, aside from Chen Qun, who could cultivate, this issue was of paramount importance to the family's future, transforming a minor matter into a significant one. That Chen Hu bellowed at the second elder. You are to personally fetch Chen Jie. If you fail to do so, you will go to the ancestral hall and personally apologize before our ancestors that time. Do not blame me for being ruthless. The second elder trembled in fear, hastily assuring, I will go at once. I promise to bring Chen Jie back unharmed. With that, he hurried off towards where the servants were working. He could hardly recall the last time his cousin, the clan leader, had unleashed his fury on him. Witnessing Chen Hu's serious demeanor genuinely frightened him. Chen Huo, watching the second elder depart, was so incensed that he began to stomp his foot. He then instructed the remaining elders to ensure the well-being of the children before departing the scene. Upon arriving at the servants' quarters, the second elder looked around anxiously. His demeanor startled the steward of the Chen family, who rushed forward to greet him. However, the second elder paid him no mind, continuing his search. When he spotted a frail figure wielding a large axe to chop wood, he rushed over and snatched the axe away, tossing it to the ground. Then, like a cunning old fox, he began to manipulate the unsuspecting Chen Jie. It must be said that Chen Huowu and the elders acted with remarkable speed. By that afternoon, Chen Jie and his mother were settled into an independent courtyard. Furthermore, Chen Jie's mother was assigned several maidservants to attend to her. Subsequently, Chen Huowu convened a meeting of the Chen family elders, and the second elder was exiled to the ancestral residence for his retirement. Additionally, Chen Jie and his mother's future expenses would be personally overseen by Chen Qun's uncle, Chen Xiaoyan. Having arranged all of this, Chen Huowu set off to find Chen Qun with Chen Jie in tow. When Chen Huo led Chen Jie to Chen Qun, the latter was taken aback and exclaimed, "Why is it you?" Chen Qun chuckled and replied, "Of course, it is I. However, you must not be so impolite in the future. Your father is my cousin, so by relation, you should refer to me as second uncle. Are you willing to follow me to cultivate? I will help you find a formidable master." Chen Jie, filled with excitement, proclaimed, "I wish to follow second uncle to cultivate. I want to become a cultivator like you." Chen Qun nodded in satisfaction and said to Chen Jie, "We shall depart in 2 months. In the meantime, spend this time with your mother, for once we leave, it may be a long while before we return." Upon hearing this, Chen Huowu, wishing to allay Chen Jie's concerns, spoke directly, "Jie, you may rest assured when the time comes. Your great-grandfather guarantees that your mother will live a life of luxury and abundance henceforth, and I shall also provide her with several devoted maids." Grateful for his words, Chen Jie hastily expressed his appreciation. Thus, the future esteemed cultivator, Chen Jie, who would one day command respect across the entire celestial blue continent, was gradually setting forth on his path to immortality. Chapter 99. The peculiar old Taoist after Chen Huowu and Chen Jie departed. Chen Qun did not return to his cultivation, but instead made his way directly to the residence of Chen Xiaolei and his wife. Chen Qun had returned with the intention of reuniting with his family, for after this visit he truly did not know when he would return again. However, fate had other plans. The family found it difficult to gather once more. His elder brother, Chen Feng, was stationed in Nanjing City, and his third brother, Chen Chong, along with Xiao Ling had long been assigned by Chen Huowu and Xiao Tianhe to govern a small city, where they had even welcomed a child. With both his elder brother and third brother absent, it fell upon Chen Qun to devote more time to his parents and fulfill his filial duties. Later, he bestowed upon Chen Jie the book 10,000 Swords Returned to One and a high-grade flying sword, relinquishing any further oversight of him. For the subsequent 2 months, Chen Qun remained by his parents' side. Yet, those 2 months slipped away all too swiftly. On that day, the Chen residence was particularly lively. After bidding farewell to his family, Chen Qun took to the skies on his sword, with tears still glistening in Chen Jie's eyes. "Second uncle, where are we headed?" Chen Jie, having dried his tears, inquired, to which Chen Qun replied, "First, we shall visit the Sunset Mountain Range, and then I will take you back to the Heavenly Dao sect in central Shenzhou to find you a formidable master. Second uncle, with your exceptional abilities, cannot you be my master? Alas, I have many matters to attend to and cannot devote the time necessary to instruct you. But I will certainly seek out a highly capable master for you." Thus, the two engaged in conversation while soaring through the skies. After half a day, they arrived at Fenglin Town, adjacent to the Sunset Mountain Range. Given Chen Qun's cultivation level, the necessity of food was of little concern, for he had long since mastered the art of fasting. However, Chen Jie, still far from the foundation establishment stage, was unable to do so. Therefore, Chen Qun led Chen Jie to a tavern within Fenglin Town. To Chen Qun's astonishment, in merely 2 months, Chen Jie had advanced to the second level of qi refinement. Furthermore, he had made considerable progress with the 10,000 Swords Returned to One. Out of curiosity, Chen Qun conducted another examination of Chen Jie's spiritual roots and confirmed that he was indeed an ordinary 4-root cultivator. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Qun inquired about the situation. Upon hearing Chen Jie's explanation, Chen Qun was left speechless with astonishment. Aside from sleeping a mere 4 hours each night, Chen Jie dedicated the remainder of his time to relentless cultivation. Even spending less than half an hour on 3 meals combined, in Chen Jie, Chen Qun witnessed the embodiment of diligence leading to genius, that he had thought himself diligent, but in comparison to Chen Jie, His efforts seemed trivial. Another surprising revelation was that his grandfather, Chen Qun, had gifted Chen Jie a mechanical beast. Chen Qun had given Chen Qun 5 such beasts, distributing one each to Chen Xiaolei, Chen Feng, Chen Chong, and Chen Xiaoyan. But the last one, bestowed upon Chen Jie, caught Chen Qun off guard. It was evident that Chen Qun held great expectations for Chen Jie, just as Chen Qun and Chen Jie were enjoying their meal. A voice interrupted them. That I observe that young friend possesses extraordinary potential. You will undoubtedly achieve greatness. That I have several unparalleled tomes here, priced reasonably. Would you care to peruse them? As the words fell, a rather disheveled old Taoist, somewhat resembling Lin Ying, approached Chen Jie, brandishing a small banner typical of itinerant practitioners, inscribed with the words divine calculation. However, Chen Jie was not like other young masters who lacked worldly experience. Having endured much hardship, he was well acquainted with the deceptions of the world. Despite being only 14, Chen Jie responded directly to the old Taoist. I have no need for any unparalleled tomes. You would do well to seek someone else. As Chen Jie stood to dismiss him, Chen Qun interjected, Please, esteemed elder, have a seat. If you don't mind, I would like to treat you to a modest drink. The old Taoist replied, That would be splendid. I find myself rather hungry as well. With that, the old Taoist sat down without ceremony, tearing into a chicken leg and stuffing it into his mouth. Chen Jie, witnessing this, felt compelled to speak again, but Chen Qun restrained him upon the old Taoist's arrival. Chen Qun had sensed something amiss. Although the old Taoist concealed his cultivation well, Chen Qun perceived his true strength at the initial stage of golden core. This revelation astonished Chen Qun. For in this area, where spiritual energy was scarce, not only were golden core cultivators rare, but even those with slight determination at the foundation establishment stage rarely ventured here. Continuing, Chen Qun asked, May I inquire as to your name? Esteemed elder, you mentioned earlier that your unparalleled tomes are priced. Might I have a look at them? The old Taoist, his mouth stuffed with chicken, took a hearty gulp of wine before responding. I am of the Zhuge surname, commonly referred to as Master Wulong. After introducing himself, the old Taoist produced 2 books from his robe, offering them to Chen Qun, and added 10 taels of gold apiece. A fair price indeed. Chen Qun perused the 2 tomes briefly before placing them on the table, while Chen Jie furtively stole glances, his face flushing red with embarrassment. Chen Qun recognized that the old Taoist was deliberately toying with them. Yet he was perplexed by the old man's intentions. Nevertheless, Chen Qun did not react with anger. He was merely astonished that a golden core cultivator would be idling here, mocking 2 mere qi refinement stage youths. While Chen Qun could easily discern the old Taoist's hidden cultivation level, the opposite was not true. It would be exceedingly difficult for the old Taoist to uncover Chen Qun's true strength. Though Chen Qun was currently at the mid-stage of golden core, his spiritual sense was that of a perfected golden core. TOC through Chen Qun's true level would require someone of the nascent soul stage or higher. A mere golden core cultivator would not stand a chance. In the eyes of the old Taoist, both Chen Qun and Chen Jie were genuine qi refinement stage cultivators, with Chen Qun at the peak of qi refinement and Chen Jie at the second level. Their levels were insignificant in the eyes of a golden core cultivator. Unwilling to expose the old Taoist's ruse before understanding his motives, Chen Qun slowly addressed him. 10 taels of gold per book is indeed a fair price. I shall not be polite. He then tossed 20 taels of gold to the old Taoist and took the 2 tomes, genuinely curious about what tricks the old man had up his sleeve. Upon seeing Chen Qun take the tomes, Chen Jie muttered to himself, So, second uncle has a taste for this sort of thing. Chapter 100. Zhuge Wulong, the old Taoist, stared at the 20 taels of gold that had been tossed his way, momentarily forgetting to chew the chicken leg in his mouth. Initially, he had feared that the 2 young cultivators might inadvertently disrupt his formation should they venture into the Sunset Mountain Range. Thus, he had intended to amuse them. However, he had not anticipated encountering such a bold character willing to purchase his tomes for 10 taels of gold each, before the old Taoist could ponder further. Chen Qun continued, If Master Wulong has any other treasures, please present them. I shall take them all. None. Do you think these are cabbages? The old Taoist hurriedly declined. Truly, the old Taoist was at a loss for words. This young qi refinement stage cultivator was an oddity. After Chen Jie heard Chen Qun's words, he instinctively shifted away from Chen Qun, distancing himself slightly. Chen Qun paid no mind, and once more addressed the old Taoist. I notice the banner you carry bears the inscription Divine Calculation. Would you be so kind as to perform a divination for us, to discern whether our journey ahead is auspicious or fraught with peril?" The old Taoist perked up at this, exclaiming, "Young man, your insight is quite commendable. You can discern my expertise. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, the old Taoist, with greasy hands, rummaged through a satchel at his waist, retrieving several copper coins and a feather fan, that he proceeded to perform calculations with the coins, fanning himself with the feather fan, striking a pose of celestial grace. Eventually, the old Taoist shook the coins and cast them onto the table, feigning profundity as he addressed Chen Qun. "Your purpose in venturing into the Sunset Mountain Range is not that of ordinary folk. However, the arrival of the two of you may indeed herald a dire omen that I advise you both to refrain from entering the Sunset Mountains and to return whence you came." Upon hearing this, Chen Jie displayed a flicker of concern, casting an uneasy glance at Chen Qun, who remained as steadfast as a mountain. Chen Qun was wholly unperturbed by the words of the old Taoist. After all, anyone who ventures into this town inevitably seeks the Sunset Mountains. One cannot simply wander aimlessly in this desolate wilderness, as for the assertion that they were not ordinary individuals. That was easily explicable. If a cultivator of the Golden Core stage could not discern the cultivation levels of two practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, it would be a grave misfortune indeed. Chen Qun spoke again, leisurely. "But what if we are determined to go? Might I inquire if Master Wulong possesses a solution?" The old Taoist, meanwhile, gnawed on a chicken leg and replied, "A solution does indeed exist, but it requires a payment of 100 taels of gold." Upon hearing this, Chen Jie rose abruptly, intent on dismissing the old Taoist, deeming him utterly mad, given their meager earnings, which barely amounted to a single tael of gold in a year. The old Taoist had already swindled them out of 20 taels, and now sought to extract another 100. That how could Chen Jie possibly contain his ire? Chen Qun, observing the agitated Chen Jie, waved a hand dismissively, signaling him to sit back down. Reluctantly, Chen Jie complied. Chen Qun then produced 100 taels of gold and tossed them to the old Taoist, saying, "Master Wulong, you may now elaborate on the solution." Witnessing this, Chen Jie could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Uncle, this old man is clearly trying to swindle us. Why do you continue to give him money?" Chen Qun, unruffled, replied, "Xiao Jie, you are still quite young. Remember, patience is paramount in all matters. Just sit quietly and listen. This Master Wulong is a man of considerable wisdom." Chen Jie, respecting Chen Qun, fell silent. Chen Qun's actions attracted the attention of many nearby adventurers, who were astonished to discover that this young uncle-nephew duo was such a lucrative target, and they appeared to be novices to the ways of society. They regretted not having approached the old Taoist before him to deceive the two. Meanwhile, whispers circulated among them. It seems this young pair is destined to be swindled by this unscrupulous old Taoist, left with naught but their undergarments. Yet, a few adventurers cast greedy glances at the trio, as if plotting something sinister. The old Taoist, with a greasy hand, swiftly pocketed the 100 taels of gold and declared, "Your lucky star lies to the south. Once you enter the Sunset Mountains, simply head south and, above all, do not venture north." Chen Qun, smiling wryly, countered, "But what if we are compelled to go north? Might I ask if Master Wulong has an alternative solution?" The old Taoist's expression shifted momentarily, betraying a flicker of unease before he regained his composure. Though Chen Qun's keen eye did not miss the subtle change. Chen Qun had no desire to clash with the old Taoist, however. During his time accompanying his parents, he had subtly inquired of his father, Chen Xiaolei, whether, prior to his own birth, he had given his mother something harmful. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaolei had quickly asked Chen Qun who had informed him. Chen Qun had hastily concocted an excuse to deflect, but managed to extract a confession. When Chen Qun's mother was merely 6 months pregnant, Chen Xiaolei had inadvertently come upon a ginseng-like spirit herb in the Sunset Mountains. With the best of intentions, he had thought to prepare a nourishing soup for his expectant wife. Yet his well-meaning gesture nearly proved fatal, resulting in the later blockage of Chen Qun's meridians. This incident had left a lasting psychological scar on Chen Xiaolei, who, even years later, still vividly recalled the event. Notably, the place where Chen Xiaolei discovered that spirit herb was in a valley to the north of the Sunset Mountains. Upon hearing Chen Qun's words, the old Taoist fanned himself with his feathered fan for a moment before responding. There is indeed a solution, but Chen Qun, eager and straightforward, interjected before the old Taoist could finish, producing another 500 taels of gold and tossing them onto the table. The surrounding adventurers, unable to contain their greed any longer, began to huddle together, plotting in hushed tones. The old Taoist, without hesitation, swiped up the gold. This spectacle caused Chen Jie to feel a pang of regret as he watched the old man wear a sly grin, addressing Chen Qun. The solution is simply for this humble monk to accompany you. I can ward off calamity. Chapter 101. A game of deception. Upon hearing this, Chen Qun displayed no reaction whatsoever, while Chen Jie, sensing the old Taoist's ulterior motives, was poised to protest. However, upon meeting Chen Qun's calm gaze, he refrained from voicing his dissent. Chen Qun, with a smile, remarked, "Since Master Wulong is so inclined and willing to shield us from misfortune, it is only fitting that we travel together." Though Chen Qun was uncertain of the old Taoist named Zhuge Wulong's intentions, he had confidence in his own abilities. A cultivator in the early stages of the Golden Core would not pose a significant threat to him. Thus, the uncle-nephew duo, having enjoyed a hearty meal, set off towards the Sunset Mountains. As they departed, several groups of adventurers stealthily followed in their wake. "You two, with such promising futures, what brings you to the Sunset Mountains?" the old Taoist inquired as they walked. Chen Jie retorted, "What we do is none of your concern. You have chosen to follow us, old fraud." Chen Jie remained deeply troubled by the old Taoist's swindling of hundreds of taels from Chen Qun and engaged in a continuous quarrel with him throughout their journey. Chen Qun feigned ignorance, allowing them to bicker as they pleased. The old Taoist, grinning at Chen Jie's words, replied, "I have taken your uncle's money, so naturally, I shall accompany you to help ward off disaster." Chen Jie shot back, "You old swindler. You merely see my uncle's kindness as an opportunity to extract more gold from him." The old Taoist countered, "Little fellow, that is not quite fair. Do I seem like someone who covets wealth above all else?" Chen Jie retorted, "It is not a matter of appearance. You are undoubtedly a miserly old con man." Just as Chen Jie and the old Taoist continued their heated exchange, a gang of adventurers blocked their path. The leader of the group declared, "Hand over all your gold, or we shall take your lives. That I advise you to comply and spare us the trouble." Pinya, incensed, prepared to summon his flying sword to uphold justice. How dare these practitioners of the acquired realm attempt to rob them here? As a cultivator of the second layer of Qi refinement, he felt more than capable of dealing with this lot without requiring Chen Qun's assistance. Yet, before he could draw his sword, Chen Qun seized his hand and swiftly made their escape. The old Taoist, witnessing this, called out, "What about me? You're leaving me behind. These are ruthless bandits." As they fled, Chen Qun reassured, "Master Wulong, your foresight is truly remarkable. That it seems the time has come for you to fulfill your promise and shield us from disaster. Surely, you are not one to go back on your word." With that, Chen Qun and Chen Jie vanished from sight. That a few adventurers contemplated pursuing them, but were halted by their leader, who said, "There's no need to chase. That pair of fools has likely already been stripped of their gold by that old charlatan. Pursuing them would be a waste of effort." The old Taoist, forehead beaded with sweat, could hardly believe he had been so easily outmaneuvered. The leader of the bandits drew a long knife and menacingly addressed the old Taoist, "Old fool. Hand over the gold, and you may yet keep your life." As soon as he finished speaking, the other adventurers brandished their weapons. Encircling the old Taoist, he glanced into the distance, confirming that Chen Qun and Chen Jie had indeed escaped. Then he raised his eyes to the heavens, exclaiming, "Infinite Heavenly Lord, may the deities bear witness. I bear no desire to shed blood. They have forced my hand, that my heart is kind, and their demise is of no concern to me." Furious, the leader of the adventurers roared, "You seek death." With that, the band of adventurers charged at the old Taoist. Meanwhile, Chen Qun released Chen Jie's hand and found a place to sit. Chen Jie, puzzled, asked, "Uncle, while that old Taoist may have swindled us out of a considerable sum, does he truly deserve death? Is our course of action appropriate?" Chen Qun smiled, glancing at Chen Jie, and replied, "Do not worry. He will not perish. Let us wait here for a moment. I suspect he will soon catch up with us." Chen Jie, even more perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" He was merely an unrefined old Taoist priest, and how could he possibly escape from such a multitude of fierce bandits? Upon hearing this, Chen Qun turned to Chen Jie and remarked, "Little Jie, have you not heard the saying, 'Good people do not live long, while calamities linger for 1,000 years'? Remember, the world of martial arts is fraught with peril, and the realm of cultivation is even more treacherous. Henceforth, in any circumstance, you must always remain vigilant." Chen Jie wished to voice his thoughts further, but upon noticing Chen Qun had already begun to close his eyes and rest, he refrained from speaking. Yet a lingering sense of guilt gnawed at Chen Jie. He felt that they owed the old Taoist an apology. However, not long after, Chen Jie spotted the old Taoist rushing toward them in a state of great urgency. Chen Jie glanced at Chen Qun, pondering, "This second uncle of mine truly possesses foresight, but how did this unrefined old Taoist manage to escape the clutches of those ferocious bandits?" Before Chen Jie could inquire, the old Taoist, panting heavily, exclaimed, "You two, uncle and nephew, have been exceedingly ungrateful. Fortunately, this poor Taoist runs swiftly. Otherwise, I would have surely become a victim beneath their blades." Chen Qun opened his eyes and replied, "Since Master Wulong has accepted my gold, it is only fitting that he shields both my uncle and me from disaster. What ungratefulness could there be in this? Nonetheless, Master Wulong does indeed run quite swiftly." Upon hearing this, the old Taoist managed an awkward smile. Chen Qun, no longer wishing to beat around the bush, continued, "It seems that Master Wulong's intentions to protect us must be more than mere happenstance. However, now that the immediate danger is past, and we are square, I kindly ask you to take your leave, Master Wulong." The old Taoist responded, "My young friend, what you say is quite misguided. That was merely a minor calamity. It hardly qualifies as a great disaster. I shall accompany you both, lest you too, in your youth, lose your lives." Chen Qun inquired, "Master Wulong, do enlighten us as to what great calamity still looms over us that we, as uncle and nephew, are eager to listen." The old Taoist feigned profundity and stated, "The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. In due time, you shall understand." Growing impatient, Chen Qun pressed, "I suspect Master Wulong harbors ulterior motives. It would be better to clarify now rather than to speak in riddles." The old Taoist's eyes darted, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly seemed to sense something, exclaiming, "Not good!" With that, he summoned his flying sword and sped into the depths of the Sunset Mountain range. Witnessing this, Chen Qun seized the bewildered Chen Jie and hurried in pursuit. Chapter 102. Blood Azure Beast. After a stick of incense burned away, the hastily fleeing old Taoist landed amidst a dense forest, his previously unkempt demeanor replaced by a grave expression. Before him stood a blood-red monster, encircled by 7 irregularly arranged stone pillars that a connoisseur would recognize the formation as the Taoist confinement of demons' 7-star array. Upon Chen Qun and Chen Jie's arrival, they saw the old Taoist channeling spiritual energy toward one of the stone pillars. Aware of their presence, he addressed them, "Young friends, please swiftly make your way to the central plains and request the intervention of influential figures to subdue this blood azure beast that I followed you both, fearing that you might inadvertently trigger this confinement of Demon's 7-star array. Should this blood azure beast break free from the formation, the entire western state will be drenched in blood." His words brimmed with helpless urgency. He had lost faith in his ability to seal the beast once more. For his most powerful sealing technique, the confinement of Demon's 7-star array, was on the verge of losing its efficacy. Yet upon seeing that Chen Qun and Chen Jie remained unmoved, he sighed inwardly, thinking, even if these two were to venture into the central plains, it would be futile. The prominent figures there would hardly believe the words of 2 mere chi refiners. Even if they did believe, the back and forth would take too long, and by then, the western state would likely be a scene of carnage. It seems this time, the salvation of countless lives must rest upon me alone. Just as the old Taoist pondered how to once again subdue the blood azure beast, the beast suddenly grew exceedingly agitated, increasing its attacks on the confinement of Demon's 7-star array. Gradually, the old Taoist found it increasingly difficult to maintain the formation that I in the distance. Chen Qun used his spiritual perception to assess the cultivation level of the blood Azura beast, which was a mid-stage golden core monster. However, such a creature was unlike any Chen Qun had ever encountered. Now, the foundation of the confinement of Demon's seven-star array was trembling, on the brink of collapse. Should the array shatter, it would be nearly impossible for the old Taoist, with his early-stage golden core cultivation, to withstand the rampaging beast. Unless he possessed some hidden means, the old Taoist continued to exert spiritual energy into the confinement of Demon's seven-star array, fervently praying for its endurance. When he noticed the uncle and nephew duo merely watching him with calm expressions, a surge of anger ignited within him. Despite his frustration, the old Taoist, being of a kind heart, shouted at Chen Qun and Chen Jie. Even if you do not relay the message to the Central Plains, you should hasten to save yourselves, for if this blood Azura beast breaks free again, I cannot guarantee that I can subdue it. No sooner had he finished speaking than one of the stone pillars suddenly exploded. The old Taoist cried out, "Disaster!" The remaining 6 stone pillars followed suit, erupting one after another, with a wave of bloody mist spreading outwards. Even from a distance, Chen Qun could detect the acrid stench of blood. Witnessing this, the old Taoist immediately summoned his flying sword and engaged in battle with the blood Azura beast. Chen Jie, shaken by the grotesque creature, instinctively hid behind Chen Qun. Chen Qun patted Chen Jie's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Although the old Taoist was merely at the early golden core stage, his strength was formidable and exceedingly enigmatic. With his feathered fan, the old Taoist summoned gusts of wind, continuously assaulting the blood Azura beast alongside his flying sword. Each time the beast seemed poised to strike the old Taoist, he would deftly conjure a massive Bagua diagram to deflect the beast's attacks. Chen Jie, peering from behind Chen Qun, whispered, "So this old trickster is truly formidable. Uncle, did you already know?" Chen Qun chuckled. "Little Jie, remember, one must never judge solely by appearances. The world is rife with treachery, far beyond what one can fathom. Fortunately, this old Taoist Wulong is not a malevolent figure." Meanwhile, the old Taoist, observing the duo engaged in idle chatter amidst the battle, felt his blood boil with frustration. Cursing inwardly, he thought, "If it weren't for my promise to my master to protect lives as long as I breathe, I would have long since unleashed this blood Azura beast to eliminate you two brats." The old Taoist gradually quickened his pace of attack. Seizing the moment when the blood Azura beast was momentarily distracted to ensnare it within the Bagua diagram, he could only confine the beast, for such a blood Azura beast was nearly impossible to kill. His master had failed, and he too would not succeed. Just as the old Taoist contemplated how to reseal the blood Azura beast, a sudden crisp sound rang out, and the Bagua diagram shattered. The old Taoist's countenance shifted dramatically. He had lost his final recourse and could only engage in combat with the blood Azura beast once more. As he fought, he thought, if he were to perish here, the beast would continue its slaughter of the common folk in the western state, leaving no one to seek help. Thus he silently prayed, "Master, your disciple may not fulfill the promise made, but to prevent the suffering of the people in the western state, I must leave my life behind and venture to the Central Plains to seek the aid of powerful cultivators to suppress this blood Azura beast." Finishing his silent prayer, the old Taoist attempted to retreat and flee. However, the blood Azura beast suddenly erupted in a frenzy, sending the old Taoist flying with a single swipe of its claw. In that instant, the blood he coughed up stained his Taoist robe crimson. He was now too weakened to escape. Having lost both the Bagua diagram and the confinement of Demon's seven-star array, the old Taoist found himself incapable of sealing or resisting the blood Azura beast. His hesitation would ultimately seal his fate. In despair, the old Taoist cried out, "Master, your disciple is inept. I have done all I can, that I shall soon meet you." With that, he closed his eyes, awaiting the final blow from the blood Azura beast. The violent strike had rendered him immobile. It was remarkable that he had endured for so long with his early-stage golden core cultivation, but without the Bagua diagram and the confinement of Demon's seven-star array. He could no longer seal the beast. The old Taoist envisioned the impending slaughter of innocents within the western state. In this remote region, where even a foundation establishment cultivator could rule. Who could possibly stand against such a bloodthirsty monster? Moreover, this blood azure beast thrived on slaughter and grew stronger through it. Yet instead of the anticipated attack from the blood azure beast, the old Taoist was met with a thunderous explosion. As the venerable Taoist priest opened his eyes, the bloodthirsty Shura beast had already been sent flying by someone. The sudden scene before him left him utterly astounded. The one who had vanquished the blood Shura beast was none other than the great perfection of chi refinement among the uncle-nephew duo. Chapter 103. The Killing Blow. Chen Qun, observing the now somewhat petrified old Taoist, remarked, "Mr. Wulong, you truly are a master of concealment." The old Taoist, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Young friend, you are far more elusive than I. I genuinely misjudged this time, and I apologize for the embarrassment." As Chen Qun watched the blood Shura beast charge at him once more, he unleashed a psychic attack to temporarily daze it, then summoned his flying sword to inflict a fatal wound upon the beast. However, an odd occurrence transpired. The blood Shura beast did not perish from Chen Qun's assault. The grievous injury he inflicted began to heal rapidly. Just as Chen Qun was taken aback by this, the old Taoist spoke up. "The blood Shura beast belongs to the extraterrestrial Shura clan. Without extraordinary cultivation, it cannot be killed, only sealed." Chen Qun, puzzled, inquired, "What kind of clan is the extraterrestrial Shura? I refuse to believe it cannot be killed." Thus, Chen Qun commenced to manifest a sword domain, controlling the movements of the blood Shura beast, that he then summoned the Tianxiao sword embryo, severing the beast's entire head and shattering it. Yet, to his astonishment, the blood Shura beast's decapitated head rapidly reassembled, soon returning to its original form. Chen Qun felt a wave of frustration. If he could not kill the blood Shura beast and lacked the means to seal high-tier monsters for an extended period, he would eventually be worn out. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred and unleashed a Buddhist supreme technique against the blood Shura beast. The three golden characters Om, Ma, and Ni spun through the air towards the beast, and this time, the strength of Chen Qun's full force strike surpassed that of a late Golden Core stage, nearly reaching the great perfection of the Golden Core. The old Taoist, witnessing such a formidable attack, began to speculate about Chen Qun's true identity. Marveling at his overwhelming power, simultaneously, he felt fortunate that he had not overly offended Chen Qun at the outset. Had such attacks struck him, he would have been utterly incapable of withstanding them. As the three golden characters struck the blood Shura beast, they produced a tremendous explosive ripple. The ensuing vortex of air instantly uprooted nearby trees. The blood Shura beast, hit directly by the golden characters, was left in a woeful state, half its body obliterated by the fierce explosion. Under normal circumstances, the beast should have been dead beyond recovery. However, before Chen Qun had the chance to rejoice, the blood Shura beast began to mend itself. In a mere moment, the creature had regained more than half of its vitality. Chen Qun could not help but sigh, questioning the nature of this species and its astonishing regenerative capabilities. The old Taoist's voice broke through his thoughts once more, advising, "Young friend, unless you possess the power to reduce the blood Shura beast to ash, or wield extraordinary techniques akin to heavenly thunder or fire, it cannot be killed. You ought to consider how to seal it again as the best course of action." The old Taoist recognized that, despite Chen Qun's formidable prowess, he had yet to reach the level where he could obliterate the blood Shura beast entirely. As for techniques involving heavenly thunder and fire, those were even more unattainable. Likely, only a handful of individuals across the entire Azure Sky continent could wield such powers. Upon hearing the old Taoist's words, a smile crept onto Chen Qun's lips that he possessed heavenly fire and, in fact, his southern bright, heavenly fire had absorbed some of the power of heavenly thunder during the tribulations in the demon realm that moment. The blood Shura beast had completed its self-repair and was once again charging at Chen Qun with its gaping maw. Seeing this, Chen Qun smirked disdainfully. Now that he understood the beast's weaknesses, he was far less concerned, and it was the perfect opportunity to test the current power of his southern bright, heavenly fire. A ball of white flame appeared in Chen Qun's hand, flickering as if it might extinguish at any moment. The old Taoist, witnessing this, was taken aback, exclaiming, "That is heavenly fire!" Yet, the old Taoist sensed an underlying essence of heavenly thunder within this peculiar flame. though it was deeply concealed. Chen Qun, glancing at the southern bright, heavenly fire in his grasp, found it curious that it had turned white, but if he did not disclose its identity, few would recognize it as the southern bright, heavenly fire. Perhaps the fire had undergone a transformation after fully merging with the previous tribulation's thunder. While many cultivators referred to powerful exotic fires as heavenly fire, they were not truly of that nature. However, this time, Chen Qun's exotic fire could genuinely be considered heavenly fire. Nevertheless, even he felt a slight trepidation from the aura emitted by the transformed southern bright heavenly fire as the blood Shura beast drew near. Chen Qun directed the southern bright heavenly fire towards it. The white flames raced through the air, still appearing as if they might extinguish at any moment. However, a closer inspection with one's divine sense would reveal that even the surrounding space was fracturing from the heat. In an instant, the white flames struck the blood Shura beast. Though the beast was merely a mindless creature driven by its instinct for slaughter, it let out a desperate roar the moment the southern bright heavenly fire made contact. As the flames engulfed the blood Shura beast, in mere moments, the air was left with nothing but the flickering white flames, and the beast that had just been there seemed to have never existed, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. The old Taoist stood agape, his mouth hanging open in shock. Chen Qun calmly extinguished the southern bright heavenly fire and turned to the stunned old Taoist, asking, "Mr. Wulong, from whence did this creature come, that it proved so troublesome?" The old Taoist snapped back to reality, replying, "This is a creature of the extraterrestrial Shura clan. Tens of thousands of years ago, their cultivators invaded the Azure Sky continent, leading to devastating casualties among humans, demons, and other races in their resistance. This blood Shura beast was discovered and sealed by my master a century ago. However, it broke free a month ago, and I managed to seal it here again. But my inadequate cultivation has resulted in today's predicament." Chen Qun inquired, "How did the extraterrestrial Shura clan first appear on the Azure Sky continent? Are their cultivators equally troublesome?" The old Taoist replied, "The cultivators of the extraterrestrial Shura are not particularly difficult to deal with. They are quite similar to us. They can control these blood Shura beasts, but the beasts themselves can only cultivate to the mid-golden core stage. Beyond that, they cannot advance. As for the extraterrestrial Shura clan, they arrived through the extraterrestrial gate. But following that great war, the gate was sealed by powerful human cultivators. However, my master speculated before passing that the appearance of this blood Shura beast a century ago might indicate that the extraterrestrial gate is close to reopening." Chen Qun, having heard enough, ceased his inquiries. He was unconcerned about the extraterrestrial gate. After all, there were numerous high-level cultivators on the Azure Sky continent to handle any impending disasters. That he then addressed the old Taoist, saying, "Mr. Wulong, your dedication to the welfare of the world is truly commendable. Here, I present you with a vial of healing elixirs as a token of my esteem. My nephew, and I have urgent matters to attend to. So, we shall take our leave until we meet again." With that, Chen Qun tossed a vial of healing elixirs to the old Taoist, called over his dazed nephew Chen Jie, and prepared to depart. The old Taoist, watching the departing uncle and nephew, hurriedly asked, "I remain unaware of your esteemed name, young friend, that I hope you might enlighten me, so that I may express my gratitude in the future." Initially, the old Taoist had held himself aloof, believing himself to be a mere golden core cultivator, and had not thought to inquire about the names of two Qi refinement stage youngsters. However, the manner in which he had been humbled was swift, causing him to suddenly recall the question of Chen Qun's identity. "I am Dao Yun of the Heavenly Dao sect, and this is my nephew Chen Jie," Chen Qun replied before continuing deeper into the Sunset Mountain range with Chen Jie. The only one left in the clearing was the still stunned Zhuge Wulong, who mumbled to himself, "Dao Yun of the Heavenly Dao sect." Chapter 104. The Celestial Transformation Vine, as Chen Qun and Chen Jie journeyed onward. They effortlessly dispatched a few oblivious beasts along the way, eventually reaching the valley described by Chen Xiaolei. The valley appeared quite ordinary. Even Chen Qun could discern no peculiarities within. Furthermore, this location had not yet encroached upon the territory of the ferocious beasts, presumably remaining on the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain range. Had Chen Qun not noticed a mid-foundation establishment beast lurking within a crevice of the valley, he might have lost the desire to investigate further. Although Chen Qun had spotted the mid-foundation establishment beast eyeing them, he had no intention of engaging it. This area belonged to the very edge of the Sunset Mountain Range, where numerous adventurers frequented. However, within this valley, there was not a trace of bloodthirst, indicating that this mid-stage foundation-building demon beast was not inherently a bloodthirsty creature. Moreover, heaven has a virtue of cherishing life. It is no easy feat for any race to cultivate to such a level. As long as it does not take the initiative to provoke Chen Qun would not seek to slay it. Furthermore, it is nearly impossible for a demon beast to reach the foundation-building stage without a century of effort. Perhaps this mid-stage foundation-building demon beast had once spared his father, Chen Xiaolei. Chen Qun and Chen Jie thoroughly explored the entire valley, but found nothing infused with spiritual energy, not even a single healing herb. Once Chen Qun confirmed the absence of any spiritual items, he decided not to waste any more time there, but he thought it best to first escort Chen Jie and Luo Xiaofeng to Tiandao sect. And then he would inquire about the location of the chaotic cultivation realm. Just as Chen Qun called Chen Jie to prepare to leave the valley, the golden orb in a sea of consciousness began to tremble incessantly. Consequently, Chen Qun halted his steps and resumed his search within the valley. When he approached the mid-stage foundation-building demon beast near a patch of thorns, the golden orb trembled even more violently. Chen Qun used his spiritual sense to inspect the thorns and the nearby objects. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, but he could not comprehend why the golden orb was acting so erratically, but trusting in its instincts, he personally ventured into the thorns and began rummaging. Even a stone among the thorns was examined closely by him. However, there was truly nothing remarkable to be found. After inspecting a broken tree root and preparing to discard it, the mid-stage foundation-building demon beast suddenly sprang forth. This unexpected turn startled Chen Jie, who hurriedly hid behind Chen Qun. Without even turning around, Chen Qun directly uttered a golden OM, immediately suppressing the white mid-stage foundation-building demon beast on the spot. That it was a small, snake-like swallowing sky python. Still in its juvenile stage, the little swallowing sky python struggled desperately against the golden OM, but its efforts proved utterly futile. The great Luo Brahman sound mantra is indeed a supreme scripture of Buddhism. Among the 7 syllables, OM, Ma, Ni, Ba, Mi, Hung, and Swastika, only OM serves to suppress, while the other 6 are primarily offensive. Moreover, the power of their combined assault is immense. The ultimate realm of unifying the 7 syllables can suppress all things. That it is said that an ancient Buddhist master once used the 7-syllable unity of this scripture to confine a formidable saint of the celestial realm beneath the 5-fingered immortal mountain for 500 years, only to be rescued by members of the Buddhist sect. Given Chen Qun's current mid-stage golden core cultivation, using just this OM to suppress a mid-stage foundation-building demon beast would likely mean that it could not break free for at least an entire day. However, as the mid-stage swallowing sky python wriggled, Chen Qun took a closer look at the broken tree root. Yet no matter how he examined it, he found nothing unusual that he began to suspect he was being overly sensitive. Just as he was about to discard the broken tree root again, the golden orb emitted a faint golden light that merged into the root, causing it to undergo a dramatic transformation. Following this, a peculiar energy, which Chen Qun could not quite articulate, began to emanate from the root, spreading outward. Alarmed, Chen Qun hurriedly tossed the root into the golden orb, and the phrase creation celestial vine surfaced in his mind. However, at that moment, in a celestial mountain far beyond the void, an elderly man gazed thoughtfully toward the spatial plane of the sky-blue continent. Simultaneously, within an unadorned cave in the celestial realm, a beautiful woman also looked toward the spatial plane of the sky-blue continent, that in an ancient tomb of unknown location. A middle-aged man wearing a crown suddenly opened his eyes, also gazing toward the spatial plane of the sky-blue continent. At that moment, Chen Qun remained oblivious to the fact that the trace of energy released by the creation celestial vine had already stirred superlative powers across numerous planes. That it was not until Chen Jie called out to Chen Qun that he was pulled back from his excitement. Although Chen Qun was still uncertain about the nature of the creation celestial vine, he was certain that it was indeed a treasure among treasures. Second uncle, why did you take that broken tree root? Chen Jie asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Chen Qun fabricated a story, saying, "This broken tree root is just what second uncle needs for alchemy. So I collected it. Let us leave. Second uncle will take you back to Tiandao sect now." Chen Jie remarked, "Second uncle, you should return that broken tree root to the little white snake. It's been crying." Chen Qun turned to look at the small swallowing sky python he had suppressed, and to his surprise, it was indeed shedding tears that it seemed that this little python considered the creation celestial vine to be its treasure. Though the creation celestial vine emitted no special aura, the little swallowing sky python, through its innate instincts, sensed its extraordinary nature and had guarded it for many years. Chen Qun speculated that the spiritual item taken by Chen Xiaolei was likely a variant resulting from absorbing a trace of the energy released by the creation celestial vine. Observing the tearful little swallowing sky python, Chen Qun thought, "You may cry all you want. Even if you weep to death, I cannot return such a treasure to you." However, the little swallowing sky python was still in its juvenile stage, with a mentality akin to that of a child. Seeing it in tears stirred a sense of compassion within Chen Qun, knowing he had taken something from it. Thus, he summoned Xiaohei and offered the little swallowing sky python several spiritual fruits he had accumulated. He also lifted the golden suppression he had placed upon the little swallowing sky python. Initially, Xiaohei protested, but upon seeing the little swallowing sky python's pitiful demeanor, it picked up a spiritual fruit and, wagging its tail, went to feed the little swallowing sky python. In that instant, a thought flashed through Chen Qun's mind. If this little swallowing sky python were female, could Xiaohei be involved in a whimsical interspecies romance? Chapter 105. Returning to Tiandao sect, the little swallowing sky python, likely having never encountered such delectable spiritual fruits before, proved to be quite the glutton as Xiaohei fed it. It continued to devour eagerly. Chen Jie, witnessing this scene, could not resist offering a spiritual fruit as well, which the little swallowing sky python consumed without hesitation. Before long, the little swallowing sky python was sufficiently nourished by the duo. After leaving behind a generous supply of spiritual fruits for the little swallowing sky python, Chen Qun called back Chen Jie and Xiaohei, preparing to head to Niu village to bring Luo Xiaofeng back to Tiandao sect for apprenticeship. Just as Chen Qun and his companions were about to set off, Chen Jie remarked, "Second uncle, that little white snake is crying again." Chen Qun turned to glance at the little swallowing sky python, which was once more in tears and felt quite helpless. Surely he could not return the creation celestial vine. That was out of the question. Yet before Chen Qun could ponder how to make amends with the little swallowing sky python, Chen Jie suggested, "Second uncle, that little white snake seems quite pitiable. Why don't we take it with us?" After some contemplation, Chen Qun addressed the little swallowing sky python. "Would you like to come with us? If you can understand, just nod your head." No sooner had Chen Qun spoken than the little white swallowing sky python began to nod fervently. Observing this, Chen Qun mused, another peculiar being akin to Xiaohei. Thus, Chen Qun declared to the little swallowing sky python, "In that case, you shall accompany us." Before the little swallowing sky python could make its way over, Xiaohei leaped down from Chen Qun's shoulder, hoisting the little swallowing sky python onto its back. The little swallowing sky python complied, transforming into a smaller white snake coiling around Xiaohei's neck. Chen Qun was once again taken aback. His worldview was crumbling. Could demon beasts truly possess such extraordinary abilities? Consequently, the four of them, 2 humans, a monkey, and a snake, set forth toward the northern province. Chen Qun had initially intended for Chen Jie and the little swallowing sky python to sign a spirit beast contract. But due to Chen Jie's insufficient cultivation, their attempts had repeatedly failed, so they would have to postpone that task. They decided to name the little swallowing sky python Xiaobai. Along the way, Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and Chen Jie played joyfully. It took Chen Qun a full half-month to reach Niu village. Upon arrival, he found that the protection of Luo Bin's family had transferred to the Yu family as cultivators. Yu Hua, the head of the Yu family, and the old blacksmith hurried out to welcome Chen Qun. Observing the old blacksmith, Chen Qun noticed that the old fellow seemed rejuvenated, having shed much of his former lethargy. Chen Qun and his companions lingered in Niu village for an additional 2 days, allowing Luo Xiaofeng to spend quality time with his parents at the grand entrance of Tiandao sect in the central divine continent. 3 individuals, a monkey, and a small white snake arrived. None other than Chen Qun and his companions from Nyo village. "Who are you, and what business do you have at Tiandao sect?" A disciple guarding the mountain gate inquired of Chen Qun and his group. Upon hearing this, Chen Qun felt a dark line forming on his forehead. Was he truly so transparent? Whether returning home or to the sect, the most challenging barrier was the gatekeeper's scrutiny. Chen Qun chose not to engage in idle chatter with the disciples guarding the mountain gate. Nor did he utilize his identity token. Instead, akin to his actions at the entrance of the Chun family in Yanjing, he unleashed a formidable aura of golden core energy directed towards the interior. The sole difference was that outside the Chun family gate, he had only released a mere wisp of golden core energy, whereas this time he fully unleashed a torrent of golden core energy, surging towards the Zhentian Peak where the sect leader Dao Ran resided. Upon sensing such a potent aura, the gatekeeping disciples of the Tiandao sect presumed a formidable enemy was approaching and immediately activated the mountain gate alarm. At that moment, sect leader Dao Ran was engaged in discussions with several elders regarding the impending invasion of the demon clan in 10 years. "Brother sect leader, how credible do you think the news from the Celestial Master sect is?" Dao Qi. "I believe that the Celestial Master sect would not fabricate lies regarding such a significant matter. It is likely that the demon clan will indeed descend upon the Tianlan continent in a decade." Just as Dao Ran and the elders were strategizing, a powerful golden core aura accompanied by the alarm from the disciples reached Zhentian Peak. Dao Ran exclaimed, "This is bad. A formidable enemy is approaching." Without delay, he soared toward the mountain gate of the Tiandao sect. Puzzled as to who possessed such audacity to assault the sect. Even with the supreme elderly Yanhua still among the living, no Yuan cultivator would dare act recklessly at Tiandao sect without facing consequences. Several elders promptly followed him. Meanwhile, the instigator of this commotion, Chen Qun, awaited Dao Ran's arrival outside the Tiandao sect's mountain gate, leisurely biding his time. The disciples guarding the gate retreated within, eyeing Chen Qun with trepidation. Yet none dared to step outside the protective formation. They all recognized that this young man before them was a legitimate golden core cultivator. Moments later, sect leader Dao Ran arrived at the mountain gate. "Which esteemed friend has graced my Tiandao sect with such grandiosity? Do you not regard us?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qun directly replied, "Brother sect leader, if I had not made such a commotion, I fear that no one in the Tiandao sect would remember me." Dao Ran landed swiftly before Chen Qun, and upon seeing his visage, he exclaimed in astonishment, "You truly are Dao Yun. You have not perished." Chen Qun replied, "Of course, I have not died. Here I am, quite well." Observing that Chen Qun had reached the mid-golden core stage, Dao Ran exclaimed, "Excellent. If our master sees you alive upon his emergence, he will surely be overjoyed." At that moment, the elders of the Tiandao sect and some guest elders who had been cultivating gathered at the mountain gate. Chen Qun then realized that the ruckus he had caused was indeed considerable. Dao Ran addressed the assembly. "It was a false alarm. There is no formidable enemy, but rather our brother Dao Yun has returned." After Dao Ran spoke, he beckoned Chen Qun and the arriving elders to accompany him to the Grand Hall on Zhentian Peak. Once they arrived, a momentous piece of news began to circulate within the Tiandao sect. The once renowned Dao Yun had returned, and he had successfully condensed his golden core in the Jinwu Hall on Zhentian Peak. Many guest elders and disciples of the Tiandao sect had gathered. They were either drawn by Chen Qun's direct arrival or came after hearing the news about the youngest mid-golden core cultivator in the sect's history. The Jinwu Hall served as the venue for discussions among Dao Ran and the elders, spacious enough that even the emperor's court in the Han Kingdom could not compare. At the hall's forefront were several seats designated for Dao Ran and the elders. As Chen Qun entered the Jinwu Hall with Chen Jie, Luo Xiaofeng, and the small black and white companions, Dao Ran eagerly inquired, "Dao Yun, where have you been since exiting the Prenlai secret realm? Why have you not returned to the Tiandao sect to visit?" Chen Qun replied, "It is a long story, which I shall explain to you at a more opportune time. For now, I have a request to make of you, brother sect leader, that I wonder if you might be willing to oblige." Dao Ran responded, "Speak freely, Dao Yun. You need not be so formal." Chen Qun continued, "While passing through the northern state of Qingfan, I encountered a child with remarkable potential that I took him with me and hope you will accept him as a disciple for the future of the Tiandao sect." With that, Chen Qun presented Luo Xiaofeng. Upon hearing this, Dao Ran felt 1,000 reluctances in his heart. He was already overwhelmed with the sect's trivial matters, and now Chen Qun dared to present him with more responsibilities, just as he sought an excuse to decline. He casually checked Luo Xiaofeng's physique with his divine sense, standing up in surprise. Water-type spiritual root. Dao Ran's exclamation sent ripples throughout the hall, stirring every elder and guest present that at their age, they had long given up hopes of attaining the Yuaning realm. Their greatest wish now was to find a gifted disciple to whom they could pass on their legacy. Though unable to reach the Yuaning realm themselves, if their disciples could, it would confer honor upon their ancestors. Initially, Dao Ran was reluctant to take on a disciple, but upon discovering Luo Xiaofeng's water-type spiritual root, his heart brimmed with eagerness. Just as he was about to agree to this delightful task, the elder Dao Yuan interjected. "Dao Yun, that is a misguided notion. Brother sect leader is burdened with managing the entire Tiandao sect. How could he spare the time to take on a disciple? I, on the other hand, find myself with ample time lately. Why not allow me to take this child under my wing? I shall impart all my knowledge without reservation." At this moment, the second elder Dao Qing also chimed in. "Elder Dao Yuan, you are mistaken. You are also burdened with overseeing the sect's affairs and cannot afford to take on such a task. Allow me to handle this matter instead." In an instant, the elders of the Tiandao sect began to fervently debate the disciple-taking issue, each unwilling to yield. The guest elders, eager to take Luo Xiaofeng as a disciple, hesitated to voice their desires, feeling overshadowed by the elders. Just as the elders engaged in their spirited dispute, Chen Qun remarked, "Brother sect leader, I fear you may have misunderstood. This child does not possess a water-type spiritual root." Chen Qun's statement halted the ongoing debate among the elders. They, including Dao Ran, collectively employed their divine senses to examine Luo Xiaofeng's spiritual root. After their inspection, Dao Ran, still puzzled, turned to Chen Qun. "Dao Yun, this child indeed possesses a water-type spiritual root. It cannot be mistaken." With a smile, Chen Qun replied, "Then I implore brother sect leader to examine him closely once more, and the truth shall be revealed." Dao Ran, perplexed, thought it improbable that his golden core full-circle divine sense could err, yet he approached and grasped Luo Xiaofeng's right hand, probing with his divine sense. In mere moments, Dao Ran's expression shifted dramatically. Water nurtures wood. It is an anomalous spiritual root. As soon as Dao Ran's words fell, Elder Dao Yuan leaped forward, seizing Luo Xiaofeng's hand to scrutinize it as well. Moments later, a smile spread across Elder Dao Yuan's face as he addressed Luo Xiaofeng. "Would you be willing to take me as your master? I promise to impart all my teachings to you without reservation. Even the low-grade immortal artifact I currently use can be bestowed upon you." The assembly, including Dao Ran, was taken aback by Elder Dao Yuan's unexpected maneuver. The second Elder Dao Qing, the first to react, shouted, "Hold on! How could you act so shamelessly? We were just debating, and you sneak in to play tricks." Dao Qing and Dao Yuan had grown up together, competing fiercely over anything they desired since childhood. They often quarreled, sometimes even engaging in physical confrontations. While Dao Ran had previously intervened in their disputes, he now sought to take on a disciple himself and chose to turn a blind eye. Elder Dao Yuan retorted to Dao Qing, "What is the matter? Are you itching for a fight, Dao Qing? Would you care for a few rounds?" Dao Qing shot back, "Who was afraid? If you have the skill, let us see what you've got." At that moment, the other elders and guests in the Jinwu Hall began to urge, "This space is too small. You two should take it outside where there is more room." Realizing the intentions of the urging elders and guests, Dao Yuan and Dao Qing quickly understood that they were not acting in good faith. Maybe by the time they returned from their tussle, they would likely find that the disciple-taking ceremony had already concluded, rendering their conflict moot. Within the Great Hall of Jinwu, yet again, a dispute erupted. Initially, it was merely the elders vying for disciples. Now, even the guest elders had joined the fray. Just moments ago, they regarded this child as merely possessing a heavenly spiritual root. And while they harbored aspirations of taking him as a disciple, they managed to restrain themselves to some extent. However, upon discovering that this child possessed an anomalous variant of the heavenly spiritual root, their restraint crumbled. Even if they could not best one another, they felt compelled to compete, that if all went according to plan, this child was destined to become a practitioner at the nascent soul stage. With even the potential to ascend to the divine transformation stage, that it had been several millennia since the Tianlan continent had seen a practitioner of the divine transformation stage. To cultivate such a disciple would indeed bring glory to their lineage. And even the ancestors of yore would surely come to express their gratitude in dreams. Amidst the chaos enveloping the great hall of Jinwu, the sect leader, Daoran, bellowed, "All elders of the Tiandao sect and guest elders, heed the command of the sect leader." Instantly, the hall fell silent. Daoran continued, "From this day forth, all matters of the Tiandao sect shall be jointly managed by the first elder, second elder, and third elder. This child shall be taken as my disciple. I shall dedicate all my time to instructing him. Wherever my command reaches, all members of the Tiandao sect must comply. Therefore, my fellow disciples, there is no need for further contention." Upon hearing this, the members of the Tiandao sect were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there was no need for further strife, yet flames of indignation ignited within their hearts. One guest elder, named Ma Bao, exclaimed, "Sect leader, you are being exceedingly unprincipled. Are you not afraid of your fellow disciples' resentment?" With a cunning smile reminiscent of a seasoned fox, Daoran replied, "In these times, who still adheres to principles when there are benefits at stake? Moreover, in terms of cultivation, who among you can surpass me?" However, as soon as Daoran's words fell, a chorus of voices arose from within the great hall. "We are willing to seek guidance from the sect leader." Chapter 107. Daohan accepts a disciple. Daoran had not anticipated that his fellow disciples would consider ganging up on him over a mere disciple. Yet, who was Daoran to allow such a scheme to succeed? Thus, he addressed the elders and guests. "As the leader of the Tiandao sect, I am burdened with countless affairs daily that I have no leisure to engage in discussions of cultivation with you." Having spoken, Daoran swiftly approached Luo Xiaofeng, grasping his hand, and declared, "My dear disciple, I shall now lead you to perform the rite of apprenticeship. Whatever treasures you desire, I shall surely present them to you." With that, Daoran hurriedly led Luo Xiaofeng away amidst the murderous glares of the elders and guests. Chen Qun, observing the rapid departure of Daoran, could not help but smile wryly that he still had a nephew he had yet to present. And now this old rascal had fled. Consequently, Chen Qun turned to the first elder, Dao Yuan, and said, "Elder Dao Yuan, I have brought another child with me. I hope you might consider accepting him as your disciple." Upon hearing that there was another child, the downcast first elder Dao Yuan perked up, thinking, "Now that Daoran has left, let us see who can rival me." He then donned a cheerful expression and addressed Chen Qun, "Disciple Dao Yuan, your efforts for the future of the Tiandao sect are commendable. You have made a significant contribution. Where is this child?" Chen Qun promptly pushed forward Chen Jie, stating, "This is the child. He is my nephew. Though his aptitude may not be exceptional, he is diligent." After inspecting Chen Jie's spiritual roots with his divine sense, Dao Yuan's expression darkened. Accepting a disciple with a four-element spiritual root would bring him disgrace. Thus, displaying his own cunning, Dao Yuan stroked his beard and said to Chen Qun, Disciple Dao Yuan, the sect leader has just issued a command for me to manage sect affairs. I have some unfinished business to attend to, so let us discuss accepting disciples at a later time." Without allowing Chen Qun to respond, the first elder Dao Yuan hastily took his leave. Witnessing this, Chen Qun turned in resignation toward the second elder, Dao Qing. To his surprise, Dao Qing fled even faster than Dao Yuan. In the blink of an eye, all the eager elders, who had been prepared to brawl over disciples, had vanished, leaving only the sixth elder, Daohan. Chen Jie clenched his fists tightly, his lips bleeding from the pressure. He had endured bullying from the Chen family since childhood, and now, even upon arriving at the Tiandao sect, he still felt looked down upon, that he was at a loss as to how to face Chen Qun, who had brought him here. Chen Qun, seeing the pitiable Chen Jie, sighed deeply, just as he was about to invite Chen Jie to become his disciple. The sixth elder Daohan slowly approached. "Very well, I see this child is also unfortunate. Why not allow me to take him as my disciple? What do you think, disciple Yin? Asked Daohan. Chen Qun was overjoyed and quickly replied, If that is the case, I am most grateful, Elder Daohan. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Qun urged Chen Jie, Quickly, bow to your master and pay your respects. Chen Jie promptly knelt before Elder Daohan and said, Disciple pays respects to master. Elder Daohan smiled and said, Good, good. Having completed the simple rite of apprenticeship, Chen Qun, along with Elder Daohan, returned to the herbal garden, where Chen Qun resumed his stay in his modest thatched cottage. As for Chen Jie, he accompanied Elder Daohan to reside with him. Facilitating Elder Daohan's guidance in his cultivation, on their way back, Chen Qun briefly informed Elder Daohan about the matters concerning Xiaohe and Xiaobai. Elder Daohan readily agreed, permitting them to remain in the herbal garden to cultivate diligently. Upon returning to his cottage, Chen Qun entered into a meditative state once more. The next day, sect leader Daoran personally led Luo Xiaofeng to the herbal garden to express his gratitude to Chen Qun, who was thoroughly satisfied with his exceptionally gifted new disciple. Sect leader, do you know where the chaotic cultivation realm is? Chen Qun inquired. Daoran, perplexed, admitted, I am uncertain about the location of the chaotic cultivation realm. However, my master will emerge from seclusion in half a year. He should know, Chen Qun remarked. That is agreeable. Since becoming a disciple of my master, I have not seen him, that I should go and pay my respects when he emerges. Daoran responded, That would be splendid. Since hearing of your supposed demise in the Pernalai secret realm, my master has been in low spirits and has entered seclusion once more. After he emerges, I intend to have him meet Xiaofeng to lift his spirits, especially since his lifespan is limited. Upon saying this, Daoran's mood also turned somber. Chen Qun reassured him, There is no need for you to be distressed, sect leader. Life and death are part of the natural order. And besides, I have brought back some longevity elixirs for my master. Daoran acknowledged, It is rare to see such filial piety in you, disciple Daoyan, that my master will surely be delighted upon learning this. Yet, the gloom on Daoran's face did not dissipate significantly, for he knew that ordinary longevity elixirs would no longer suffice for his master, unaware that Chen Qun possessed half a root of the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng. Chen Qun then stated, Sect leader, I am in need of certain materials for cultivation that I wonder if our Tiandao sect repository has them. With that, Chen Qun handed Daoran a list detailing several required materials. The list included the ironwood spiritual leaves necessary for cultivating the fourth layer of the Amiba Nine-Yang body refinement technique, as well as materials for crafting mechanical beasts of the Golden Dan and nascent soul stages. Daoran examined the list thoughtfully and replied, Several of the materials you seek have been extinct for millennia, and I can assure you they are not in the Tiandao sect's repository. However, we do possess some of the more common materials. I will assist you in locating them once I return. Chen Qun expressed his gratitude. I appreciate your help, sect leader. Daoran responded, We are all brothers here, so there is no need for such formality. Disciple Daoyan. After a brief exchange, Daoran led Luo Xiaofeng back. Just a few days later, Daoran sent someone to deliver materials to Chen Qun. Upon inspecting the items, Chen Qun found that, aside from the missing ironwood spiritual leaves and the materials for crafting nascent soul mechanical beasts, Daoran had actually provided enough materials to create 3 mechanical beasts of the Golden Dan stage. Looking at the materials in his hands, Chen Qun couldn't help but marvel. The Tiandao sect truly lives up to its reputation as a venerable sect with a legacy spanning countless years. Chapter 108. The Supreme Elder emerges from seclusion after receiving the materials provided by sect leader Daoran. Chen Qun entered a period of seclusion that he intended to refine the Golden Dan mechanical beasts before solidifying his cultivation at the mid-Golden Dan stage. As for Xiaohe and Xiaobai, they had long been sent to Chen Jie's garden. This way, once Chen Jie's cultivation improved, he could directly form a spirit beast contract with Xiaobai. Chen Qun could finally enjoy some peace, free from disturbances that in the realm of immortality. Time is but an illusion. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half has elapsed during this period. Chen Qun successfully crafted 3 mechanized beasts of the Golden Core stage. Unsurprisingly, these 3 constructs possess mid-Golden Core cultivation. This clearly indicates that the strength of these mechanical beasts is indeed directly correlated to the cultivation level of their creator. As Chen Qun gazed upon the three mechanical beasts before him, a desire to challenge a late golden core cultivator began to take root within him. Ever since he had broken through to the mid-golden core stage, his confidence in his own abilities had significantly surged. However, he only dared to entertain thoughts of contending with late golden core practitioners. The notion of facing a perfected golden core cultivator was beyond his imagination. For even if he were to confront the Dark Knight demon commander from the demon realm with these three mid-golden core mechanized beasts, while he would not be instantly annihilated, he would certainly not make much of an impact. Chen Qun had a premonition that his senior brother, who had also reached the perfected golden core stage, might possess the strength to vanquish the Dark Knight in an instant. Even Dao Yuan, the elder with slightly lesser prowess, would likely not be able to withstand the Dark Knight. Thus, even among practitioners of the same realm, there exists a considerable disparity in strength. Although Chen Qun could now defeat some higher-tier ordinary cultivators, he could not guarantee that he would not encounter similarly exceptional practitioners in the future. In truth, Chen Qun understood that dwelling on such thoughts was futile. It was far more important to focus on enhancing his own abilities. Hence, he once again entered seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, for months have passed. After this period of seclusion, Chen Qun had thoroughly solidified his mid-golden core cultivation. Just as he was preparing to venture out and assess Chen Jie's progress, a transmission talisman flew in. Junior brother Dao Yun, Master has exited seclusion. Hasten to Master SK for a meeting. This message was sent by the sect leader, Dao Ran, as their master. Li Yanhua had emerged from his retreat. Without hesitation, Chen Qun made his way to the cave of the venerable elder, Li Yanhua. Disciple Dao Yin respectfully greets Master. Upon arriving at the cave of the venerable elder Li Yanhua, Chen Qun immediately performed a deep bow. Although his initial decision to apprentice was not entirely voluntary, he understood the principle of once a teacher, always a teacher. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao sect had treated him quite well. Venerable Elder Li Yanhua was taken aback to see that Chen Qun had attained mid-golden core cultivation. And he could not help but marvel at how, in just a few short years, this disciple had advanced from mid-foundation establishment to mid-golden core. Such a rapid pace of cultivation was astonishing. He truly was worthy of being a chaos body. However, with his disciple's elevated cultivation, the master also felt a sense of pride. Thus, with warmth in his heart, Venerable Elder Li Yanhua addressed Chen Qun. Good disciple, please rise, since I took you as my student. I have not had the opportunity to guide you with care. You do not hold it against me, do you? Rising, Chen Qun replied, how could I possibly blame Master? Moreover, senior brother has already taken on the responsibility of teaching me. Both you and senior brother have treated me with such kindness. I am profoundly grateful. Nearby, the sect leader, Dao Ran, who was accompanying Luo Xiaofeng, quickly interjected. Junior brother Dao Yun is too modest. I merely fulfilled a fraction of my duties as a senior brother. Observing the harmonious relationship between the brothers, Venerable Elder Li Yanhua nodded in satisfaction. That he then produced an ancient tome and a piece of earth soul Xian stone used for crafting golden core mechanized beasts, presenting them to Chen Qun, saying, I heard from your senior brother that you are in search of some special materials. I happen to have an earth soul Xian stone that I no longer need, so I shall gift it to you. Additionally, here is a book that records many rare materials and special items. As Chen Qun accepted the earth soul Xian stone and the ancient tome, he casually flipped through the pages of the weathered book. After merely skimming its contents, he was overcome with ecstasy. The tome was titled Chronicles of the Extraordinary, detailing legendary spiritual items and special artifacts, far more abundant than those recorded in the earlier heavenly blue continent anomalies he had acquired. Moreover, he discovered references to the creation immortal vine within the Chronicles of the Extraordinary. Just as he was about to delve deeper, he heard Venerable Elder Li Yanhua say, Dao Yun, put away the book and materials for now. You may examine them further upon your return. I have matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, Chen Qun quickly stored the Earth Soul Xian Stone and the Chronicles of the Extraordinary, stating, Disciple is all ears from Master S teachings. Venerable Elder Li Yanhua slowly addressed both Dao Ran and Chen Qun. My time is limited. Once I have passed, you shall seal the gates of the Heavenly Dao sect, and the protective formation must be activated. regardless of what transpires in the outside world, as long as no one from our sect has reached the golden core stage. The gates must remain shut, Dao Ran replied. Even if the demon race descends upon the heavenly blue continent, we will not emerge. Venerable Elder Li Yanhua responded. Not only shall you refrain from emerging if the demon race invades the heavenly blue continent, but even if they were to reach the very doorstep of the heavenly Dao sect, you must not venture forth. Currently, the only individuals from our sect who stand a chance of reaching the golden core stage are your junior brother Dao Yun and your disciple Xiaofeng. You must protect them well. At this moment, tears welled up in Dao Ran's eyes, yet he restrained his sorrow, affirming, Disciple shall heed Master's teachings. Observing the somber atmosphere in the cave, Chen Qun remarked, There is no need for the heavenly Dao sect to seal its gates, as long as Master is alive. It is unlikely that anyone would dare to act recklessly against us. Upon finishing his words, Chen Qun produced the remaining half of the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng he had consumed and offered it to venerable elder Li Yanhua. Dao Ran exclaimed in astonishment, This is the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng. With it, Master can extend his life by several decades. After speaking, Dao Ran was overwhelmed with emotion and wept. Venerable elderly Yanhua was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Chen Qun would acquire the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng, for it was said to have gone extinct thousands of years ago. Upon receiving the half-stock of the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng, Venerable elderly Yanhua slowly stated, I shall accept this half-stock of the purple rhythm dragon emperor ginseng. With it, I can extend my life by 60 years. At that time, I will see if the demon race dares to invade the heavenly Dao sect. Observing the confidence radiating from venerable elder Li Yanhua brought Chen Qun immense joy. However, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to inquire about the chaos cultivation realm. Thus, Chen Qun hastily asked venerable elder Li Yanhua, Master, may I ask if you know where the chaos cultivation realm is located? Venerable elder Li Yanhua replied, Of course I know of the chaos cultivation realm, as does every golden core cultivator. Once your cultivation reaches the spirit-severing stage, the laws of space and time in the heavenly blue continent will no longer accommodate you. At that point, you must utilize the teleportation array within the Kunlun ancient mountain range to access the chaos cultivation realm. However, that array can only be activated by those at the spirit-severing stage or above. Chapter 109. Gift of Elixirs. After hearing venerable elder Li Yanhua's words, Chen Qun's expression dimmed somewhat. Although his cultivation had advanced rapidly, he was uncertain when he would reach the spirit-severing stage. Observing Chen Qun's downcast demeanor, venerable elder Li Yanhua, unaware of the reasons behind his inquiry about the chaos cultivation realm, comforted him, saying, Though the spirit-severing stage may seem elusive, given your talents with diligence, you may well achieve it in just a few hundred years. Chen Qun, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth resolutely and declared, Rest assured, Master, I will reach the spirit-severing stage and will not let you down. Dao Ran, upon hearing this, stepped forward with approval, saying, That is the spirit, junior brother Dao Yun, as long as you have confidence in yourself. There is nothing unattainable. Currently, only you and Xiaofeng possess the potential within the entire heavenly Dao sect to reach the golden core and spirit-severing stages. So you must strive diligently. After pondering for a moment, venerable elder Li Yanhua advised Chen Qun, the vast overseas regions of the eastern state are the fastest places for cultivators to enhance their powers. You might consider seeking opportunities there. However, remember that crises and opportunities coexist, that if you truly wish to expedite your cultivation, you should venture there. Additionally, you may find the ironwood spiritual leaves you require in that region, but do not harbor overly high hopes, as such precious spiritual items are exceedingly rare. Chen Qun responded, Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall travel to the overseas territories of the eastern state in a few days to diligently enhance my cultivation and will not disappoint your high expectations. Chen Qun felt immense gratitude towards Dao Ran, the sect leader, for having conveyed the materials he needed to venerable elder Li Yanhua. Consequently, Chen Qun not only received the Earth Soul Shenstone and the Chronicles of the Extraordinary, but he also learned that the vast overseas regions of the eastern state were a haven for cultivation, along with clues regarding ironwood spiritual leaves. Subsequently, Venerable Elder Li Yinhua engaged in light conversation with both Dao Ran and Chen Qun before bidding them farewell, as he no longer needed to make arrangements for the future due to the presence of the purple rhythm dragon Emperor Ginseng. After Chen Qun emerged from the cave of the esteemed elderly Yinhua, he contemplated returning to the Lingqiao Garden to tidy up before embarking on a journey to the overseas regions of the eastern states, where he intended to diligently elevate his cultivation and seek out the elusive Tai Mu Ling Yi. However, he suddenly recalled that his storage bag contained an abundance of low-tier elixirs, such as foundation establishment pills, which he had acquired from slaying demonic cultivators in the demon realm alongside the old Taoist Lining. Reflecting on this, Chen Qun mused to himself, since those items serve me no purpose, and given that the outer sex residence is not too far away, I might as well present some of these surplus low-tier elixirs to my fellow initiates, such as Zhou Yu and Li Dania. After all, our encounter is a matter of fate. Thus, Chen Qun took to the skies on his flying sword, heading towards the outer sex disciple residence. It was a bustling day at the Tiandao sect, as inner disciples were visiting to guide the outer disciples in their cultivation. Upon his arrival, Chen Qun felt an overwhelming discomfort due to the throngs of people gathered. As he landed, he spotted numerous familiar faces, including Zhang Shanshan and Lin Xia among them. Approaching the crowd, Zhang Shanshan exclaimed upon seeing him, "Dao Yin Xixiang, what brings you here?" Chen Qun turned to glance at Zhang Shanshan and replied coolly, "We share no close ties. Please refrain from addressing me in such a manner. I reserve brotherly titles for those with whom I have a genuine connection. As for you, you may refer to me as Dao Yun Zushi." Upon uttering these words, he exuded a formidable aura of golden core energy, only to retract it instantaneously, that he then walked towards the dumbfounded Zhou Yu and Li Daniu. Zhang Shanshan's complexion turned pale, tears of regret welling up in her eyes, standing before Zhou Yu and the others. Chen Qun smiled and inquired, "What seems to be the matter, my four junior brothers? Have you forgotten me after these years?" Zhou Yu stammered, "You are Xixiang Chen Qun? No, Dao Yun Zushi." Chen Qun interjected, "We entered the sect together, so calling me Zushi feels distant. Just refer to me as Xixiang, that I noticed that all four of you remain stuck at the peak of qi refinement. Fortunately, I have brought some elixirs to present to you." The outer disciples and the visiting inner disciples were momentarily taken aback. What sort of behavior is this? He allows an inner sect beauty at the foundation establishment stage to call him Xixiao while treating four outer disciples at the qi refinement stage as brothers. This Dao Yun Zushi truly defies convention. However, upon seeing the elixirs Chen Qun produced, their eyes turned green with envy that a total of 8 foundation establishment pills and numerous spiritual herbs to enhance cultivation lay before them. Zhou Yu, still stuttering, asked, "Dao Yun Zushi, are these truly for us?" Though Chen Qun had encouraged him to call him Xixiao, as a disciple at the peak of qi refinement, Zhou Yu felt unworthy to address a golden core master in such a familiar manner. Chen Qun affirmed, "Indeed, these are for the four of you. The IT has been several years, and you have yet to achieve foundation establishment. This is rather unacceptable. You must strive harder." With that, he handed the elixirs to the four of them. Zhou Yu and his companions trembled as they accepted the gifts, tears of gratitude pooling in their eyes. Their inability to establish their foundation stemmed from inferior talent and a lack of access to foundation establishment pills and spiritual herbs, leaving them without a chance to even in unison. They choked out, "Thank you, Dao Yun Zushi." Chen Qun replied, "I shall not disturb your cultivation any further. Remember to advance further on the path of cultivation. You must exert double the effort." With that, he prepared to depart. However, just as he turned, he noticed a pair of large eyes silently observing him. Chen Qun paused and approached slowly, saying, "Lin Shimi, it has been a while. I did not expect you to have reached the peak of foundation establishment. Congratulations." Lin Xia hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully stating, "Lin Xia pays her respects to Dao Yun Zushi." Chen Qun smiled and replied, "There is no need for such formality. Shimi, that we have shared trials together in the Prunlai secret realm. Here are some elixirs I no longer require. I shall gift them to you." He then produced the last 2 Ningjin pills and several elixirs for enhancing foundation establishment, extending them towards Lin Xia. Although Chen Qun had few top-tier elixirs, he possessed an ample supply of low-tier ones. Not to mention, after slaying demonic cultivators in the demon realm, both he and the old Taoist Lin Ying had profited modestly together. While Chen Qun had not paid much attention at the time, he still had a general idea of what he had received. Nearby, Jiang Shanshan watched with increasingly reddened eyes, internally lamenting, "I too endured hardships in the Pernlai's secret realm alongside you. I know I was wrong in the past. Why do you still treat me this way?" Yet, Chen Qun remained oblivious to Jiang Shanshan's silent cries. Even if he had heard them, he would merely smile faintly. For they were no longer on the same level. Lin Xia stood in a daze, accepting the elixirs from Chen Qun, unsure whether to feel exhilarated or deeply moved to be by the time she gathered her thoughts to express her gratitude. She discovered that Chen Qun had already taken flight on his sword, leaving behind a crowd of Tiandao sect disciples who gazed at her with envy.